The violet-haired girl touches her face, confirming her physical presence in a new body. Arusha Savlon reels in shock upon realizing she has been reincarnated into a specific character. A close-up reveals her striking purple eyes, which are likened to a shimmering celestial aurora. Her vivid violet hair is styled into intricate buns, highlighting her unique and mysterious appearance. The young girl poses confidently, embracing the charming aesthetic of her new miniature fantasy life. The narrator explains Arusha was a minor character destined to die shortly after her father's ruin. She ponders her father's significant role in the story, despite her original character having 0 lines. The narration describes the male lead's heir as possessing exceptionally fair skin and brilliant golden eyes. A legendary sculptor's masterpiece is compared to the man's stunningly beautiful and alluring physical form. Narrative text notes his academic focus and the way his presence caused countless others deep lovesickness. Leo is so committed to his books that even a glittery heart brigade can't distract him. The silver-haired man stands near a woman with purple hair amidst a field of roses. Marquise Leo reacts with visible distress as he gazes upon a crying purple-haired newborn baby. Narrative text explains how a tragic event completely altered Marquise Leo's personality and former identity. The narration details his fall from grace into a reckless, unrecognizable shadow of his former self. Overcome by his grief, the former scholar turned toward alcohol, drowning his sorrows in constant drinking. A disheveled Marquis Leo drinks directly from a wine bottle, looking completely ruined and deeply neglected. The scene depicts his gruesome death in a carriage accident, marking the end of his misery. Arusha panics as she realizes she is now the daughter of that notoriously reckless, doomed man. She decides that reincarnation is acceptable since her previous life was essentially over anyway. Arusha questions why she wasn't born to a charismatic villainess or a lustful emperor instead of being the daughter of a reckless fool whose name was crossed out of the family registry. The young girl suddenly stops her internal monologue to focus on a new, surprising discovery. Arusha becomes overwhelmed with joy, declaring herself to be incredibly cute and charming in appearance. A maid, startled by the girl's sudden outburst, reveals her reason for working there is cuteness. The maid asks Arusha what she was doing and assumes she was admiring her own reflection in the mirror, while Arusha silently agrees that she is indeed adorable. The realization of her impending, scripted death causes the young girl to scream out in frustration. The maid excitedly suggests taking a walk together to enjoy the day. She proposes making outdoor excursions a frequent and permanent part of their weekly routine. Arusha recalls that this maid originally exploited her for money before being exiled with her father. She notes that the maid's greed was only one of several factors leading to her downfall. Arusha clenches her fist, prioritizing survival while wondering who else might be approaching her room. The girl shocks the maid by accurately accusing her of accepting bribes to facilitate secret meetings. Arusha observes that every woman they encounter seems primarily interested in her father's former prestige. She aggressively warns the maid that her illicit activities will eventually lead to a catastrophic outcome. The maid expresses worry about being treated like a nobody and wonders if her grandfather cares. A small hand reaches out and firmly grasps a larger hand, signifying a moment of desperation. The maid begs for mercy and another chance, while Arusha notes the girl's sudden and drastic shift. The maid pledges her loyalty, while Arusha suspects the woman is simply too easily manipulated. Arusha asks for confirmation of the truth, leading the maid to promise she will never take bribes again. She offers to keep the maid's secrets in exchange for future assistance and financial cooperation. The maid questions Arusha's sudden articulateness, reminding Arusha she was never supposed to be educated. Arusha quickly fabricates an excuse, claiming she simply wants to prevent the maid from being fired. The maid enthusiastically agrees to help with any task, leaving Arusha relieved that her plan worked. Arusha expresses deep concern regarding how Marquise Leo might react to her sudden changes and actions. She frets about her grandfather potentially throwing her father out, which would also jeopardize her safety. Arusha realizes she needs more time to properly adjust and fully inhabit her new persona. The young girl begins to cry, overwhelmed by the daunting challenges of her current scripted fate. The maid notes that Arusha faces abandonment since the Duke and Marquis show no interest. Arusha determines that she must take control of the narrative and change her destined future. Arusha decides to find a teacher to win her grandfather's favor and secure her family's future. The maid excitedly agrees to help Arusha find a way to persuade the Marquis. The two celebrate their new alliance with a cheer, determined to change the girl's fate. Arusha marches down the hallway with determination, her small footsteps echoing through the grand palace. The young girl clenches her tiny fist, psyching herself up for a confrontation with her father. Arusha asks the maid outside her father's room about his location, demanding to see him. The maid offers to deliver a message while the drunken Marquis yells for more alcohol inside.
Arusha bursts into the room, calling out for her father and startling the maid at the door.
Marquise Leo sits disheveled among a mountain of alcohol, looking completely ruined and deeply neglected. The young girl takes a deep breath, her small hand clenching the fabric of her dress. A close-up shows Arusha's focused purple eye as she steels her resolve for the coming conversation. Arusha stands before her father, who remains sprawled on his seat, oblivious to her presence. A thought bubble reveals the man's confusion as he wonders what the small creature is. Father and daughter stare at one another, a silent tension filling the alcohol-soaked, lavish room. The young girl gazes intently at her father, searching for a spark of his former brilliance. Marquise Leo looks at his daughter with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to recognize her. The silver-haired man smiles lazily and asks if the child in front of him is Roro. Marquise Leo reaches out and grabs the small girl, treating her like a toy or a pet. Arusha screams in surprise as her father lifts her up high, his actions erratic and unpredictable. The Marquis tilts his head in confusion, struggling to identify the child he is holding. He holds the girl aloft while barking sounds from outside the panel add to the confusion. The maid enters holding a small white dog, announcing that she has brought the real Roro. The maid clarifies Arusha's identity while the girl realizes her father mistook her for a dog. A confused Marquis Leo holds the tiny child as he tries to process the maid's correction. The silver-haired man looks away in embarrassment, finally realizing he has mistaken his daughter for a pet. Marquise Leo admits his mistake, blaming her small size for his inability to recognize her properly. The man dismisses his daughter, ordering the maid to take her away to her bedroom immediately. Marquise Leo stumbles toward the maid, his only focus returning to his beloved dog Roro. The silver-haired man affectionately cuddles his dog, completely ignoring his daughter's presence in the room. Arusha boils with rage, thinking about attacking the man before deciding to leave in frustration. A small hand reaches out and firmly grabs the man's red robe to stop his departure. Arusha stops her father, asking him to stay and listen to her important request for once. Marquise Leo waves her off dismissively while cuddling the dog, showing no interest in her words. A sudden flicker of serious realization passes over the silver-haired man's face as he looks back. Arusha considers using a tutor to prove her genius and prevent her family's inevitable financial ruin. The Marquis gives a flat and immediate refusal to Arusha's request for a private teacher. Marquise Leo asks if she understands the harsh and grueling nature of the family's academic tutors. He warns her that the tutors are heartless and will force her to study advanced materials. Leo warns her about the burden of homework, while Arusha notes the material is actually quite simple. He tells her not to enter the Duke's study or even think about becoming a teacher. Marquise Leo ignores his daughter's protest and takes another long drink directly from his wine bottle. Narrative text appearing on a dark background states that Arusha is determined to be the best. Marquise Leo reacts with visible shock to the sudden and intense demand coming from his daughter. Arusha looks up at her father and repeats her firm demand for a tutor with conviction. The tiny girl and her tall father stand in silence, illustrating the massive divide between them. Arusha flinches as a loud voice screams at Leonardo, calling him an idiot for his behavior. The Duke slams the door open, furiously scolding Leonardo for assaulting the son of a count. Marquise Leo dismissively scratches his head, claiming the other man deserved to be punched for his actions. The Duke continues to shout in anger while Leonardo smiles smugly, refusing to admit any wrongdoing. The Duke expresses deep frustration over Leonardo's reckless behavior, damaging the family's important business partnerships. Arusha worries about the Coulson family business, fearing the Duke's name will never be cleared. She recalls the Coulson family's crucial importance to her grandfather's many vital business partnerships. This memory confirms that Leonardo's reckless behavior caused the Duke to fall gravely ill. Arusha steels her resolve, determined to prevent this tragic future from actually coming to pass. In the present, the Duke furiously scolds Leonardo while Arusha watches the tense confrontation unfold. Leonardo dismisses the Duke's anger, claiming that the Count's son deserved the physical assault. The Duke collapses in a fit of rage, clutching his neck as servants rush to help. As the Duke is carried away, a servant urgently orders Arusha to bring a stretcher. The Duke weakly waves off the concerned servants, trying to maintain his dignity despite his collapse. Leonardo and Arusha remain alone in the grand room as the Duke is taken away. Mocking the Duke's dramatics, Leonardo demands a bottle of whiskey and ignores the unfolding family crisis. A heavy, awkward silence fills the room as father and daughter stare blankly at one another. Arusha tentatively breaks the silence by asking her father if she will receive a private teacher. Leonardo's expression shifts into one of deep annoyance as he considers his daughter's sudden, unexpected request. The silver-haired man turns away in silence, completely ignoring his daughter's presence and her humble plea. Leonardo instructs the servants to let Arusha leave alone while she clenches her dress in frustration. The chaotic sound of breaking glass echoes through the hallway, signaling Leonardo's continued reckless and destructive behavior. Furious, Leonardo demands to know why the servants allowed Arusha to enter his private living quarters. The servants apologize, explaining that Arusha's visit was unexpected and her behavior is entirely unprecedented. Leonardo relaxes in a luxurious bath, seemingly unbothered by the turmoil he has caused his family. A close-up reveals Leonardo's sharp golden eyes, hinting at the hidden depths of his complex personality. The narration reflects on how Arusha originally lived a quiet, invisible life like a timid mouse.
Arusha gazes into the distance, wondering what could have caused her father's personality to change suddenly.
The moon shines brightly over the silent palace as the day's dramatic events finally come to an end. In his bedroom, Leonardo prepares for rest while a servant continues to attend to his needs.
Leonardo orders the servant to hire an unskilled, low-ranking tutor so Arusha will have nothing to learn.
He further specifies that the teacher must be someone who slacks off and avoids all actual teaching.
Leonardo suggests simply bribing the tutor to do absolutely nothing, ensuring Arusha remains uneducated and ignored.
Resting on his bed, Leonardo notes that he already has a specific lazy candidate in mind. He believes children should play instead of study and hopes Arusha will never bother him again. Arusha reacts with visible shock as she processes the cold and calculated nature of her father's plan. The narrative concludes that children are naturally playful, a sentiment Leonardo uses to justify his neglect. Suddenly, the maid Abbott bursts into the room, shouting that something terrible has happened to the family. Waking up in her bed, a drowsy Arusha asks what has caused such a frantic morning disturbance. A feeling of dread washes over the young girl as she prepares for more bad news. Arusha panics, fearing she is being evicted, but Abbott clarifies that the situation is about the contract. The maid reveals that the Count is officially withdrawing the business contract due to Leonardo's violent actions. Hearing the bells, Arusha hides under her blankets, fearing that her scripted death is finally approaching.
Arusha asks about her grandfather's health, and Abbott reassures her that he only needs some rest.
Abbott explains that the Count is demanding a massive sum for medical expenses following the earlier assault. The maid warns that if the Duke doesn't pay, the Count will take the matter to court. Abbott offers a cheerful smile, attempting to lighten the heavy mood following the disastrous business news. Abbott complains about Leonardo's expensive violence, while Arusha worries about the massive financial drain on their family. Arusha realizes that despite her efforts, the story is unfolding exactly like the original tragic script. Determined to change her fate, the young girl jumps out of bed to take immediate action. A close-up of Arusha's face reveals her intense focus as she prepares for the coming battle. A stern-faced maid reports that the Marquis is still asleep, blocking Arusha's path to his room. The maid confirms that Leonardo remains in a deep sleep, oblivious to the morning's urgent financial crisis.
Arusha stares up at the tall maid, her expression turning into one of pure, unadulterated annoyance.
Shaking with rage, Arusha feels jealous that her neglectful father gets to sleep in so comfortably. Arusha asks her maid why her father is acting this way toward her request. The brown-haired maid stares back at her young mistress with a flat, neutral expression. Arusha wonders if her father will ever truly listen to her important requests for once. Tears well up in the young girl's purple eyes as she contemplates her difficult situation. Arusha questions the reasons behind her father's violent outburst toward a nobleman the day before. Abbott warns that the family will be doomed if they are eventually kicked out. Arusha is stunned that her father isn't behaving like a typical, powerful Northern Grand Duke. The maid tells her mistress not to worry and promises to find his lordship's schedule. Abbott stands tall with her hands on her hips, showing a newfound sense of confidence. Arusha expresses joy that her maid is finally showing some initiative and being truly helpful. Abbott explains the Marquis has an unpredictable schedule, leaving the young girl feeling quite disappointed. Sunlight streams into the grand, empty dining room as the morning meal preparations finally begin. Leonardo enters the lavish dining hall followed by a butler, his posture relaxed and casual. Leonardo spots a suspicious lump under the tablecloth and asks what is currently hiding there. Arusha pops out from under the table with a bright smile, surprising her neglectful father. Abbott signals to her mistress while Arusha carefully sneaks around the corners of the palace. Arusha thinks she can find her father anywhere despite his previous orders to stay away. A close-up of Leonardo's mouth reveals his growing irritation at his daughter's sudden, unexpected appearance. Leonardo reminds Arusha of his orders to stay away from his private living quarters and rooms. The silver-haired man turns away while his small daughter continues to move through the room.
Arusha struggles to climb onto a large, ornate dining chair that is far too big.
The young girl eventually manages to seat herself and stares at her father with determination. Arusha cheers and internally calls her father a lazy bum because breakfast has already ended. Arusha demands a fork, causing the maid to stutter in surprise at the child's boldness. Leonardo rubs his head in frustration and orders his daughter to go back to her room. Arusha looks at her father with wide, pleading eyes, refusing to leave without being heard. The Marquis begins to mention the tutor again while gesturing toward his daughter with annoyance. Arusha celebrates, planning to study hard and impress Duke Shermang to secure her family's future. The girl shouts her thanks and offers a high five, which her father completely ignores. Leonardo stands in stunned silence as he processes his daughter's sudden and intense burst of energy. He instructs her to use the dessert fork and teaspoon since no child-sized utensils exist. A servant presents a plate of steak and mushrooms alongside a whole roasted golden chicken.
Arusha declares the food looks delicious and determines that a good meal is always the priority.
A small hand firmly stabs a fork into a juicy, perfectly cooked piece of steak. The father and daughter eat together in silence at opposite ends of the massive, opulent table.
Arusha tips her head back to finish every last drop of her morning drink. She sets the glass down with a satisfied smile, her mood greatly improved by the meal.
Leonardo looks across the table and asks his daughter what is currently on her mind. Arusha asks for the details regarding why her father chose to hit someone the previous day.
Leonardo drinks wine while his daughter complains about her grandfather never listening to his son.
The silver-haired man tells his daughter that she simply wouldn't understand the complexities of the situation. Arusha worries about the possibility of her grandfather actually kicking her reckless father out.
Leonardo places his wineglass on the table with a dismissive and uncaring sound.
He admits to wishing that his father would kick him out or simply die somewhere else. The Marquis returns his focus to his plate, continuing to cut his steak with precision. A shadow falls over the lower half of Arusha's face as she addresses her father sullenly. The young girl asks her father if he is truly okay with them both dying. Arusha stares intensely at Leonardo, her expression reflecting a maturity far beyond her actual years. Leonardo looks back at her with a sharp, surprised gaze, finally giving her his full attention.
Arusha panics, realizing being kicked out of the family will lead to her certain death.
The original novel details Leo and Arusha's tragic deaths in a carriage accident after expulsion.
Narrative text suggests that a hidden plot was likely behind their sudden and tragic end. Following Leo's disappearance, the Duke's choice of a young heir sparks a violent family struggle.
Arusha swallows hard, determined to survive despite the overwhelming futility of their family's power.
The young girl identifies her neglectful father as the true starting point of their tragedy.
A close-up shows a hand setting down a fork as a dismissive sound is made.
Leonardo tells his daughter she doesn't understand the situation as she watches him with concern.
Leonardo complains the family is suffocating and blames the grandfather, while Arusha realizes her father is the heir. The silver-haired man admits he prioritizes personal happiness over the family's immense wealth and glory. Pouring more wine, Leonardo claims he would actually rejoice if he were finally kicked out.
Leonardo declares that being expelled would be his first step toward true liberation and self-realization.
Arusha reacts with internal fury, vowing she will not die because of his reckless desires. As Leonardo yells for more alcohol, Arusha wonders if rehabilitating him is even remotely possible. Arusha realizes her father is a useless man, presenting an extreme difficulty for her to save.
The young girl slams her glass down and demands milk from the startled servants nearby.
Arusha aggressively demands more milk, fueled by her absolute determination to survive this scripted fate. Arusha vows to force her father to act human to prevent their family's inevitable expulsion. Tension crackles between the father and daughter as they sit at opposite ends of the table.
A man wearing glasses bursts into the room with several maids following closely behind him.
Leonardo looks over his shoulder and identifies the newcomer as a secretary while holding his wine. A close-up shows the secretary's foot stepping firmly onto the carpeted floor of the room.
The man in glasses bows respectfully before Leonardo, who watches him with a neutral expression.
The newcomer is identified as Nocturne, the trusted right-hand man of the powerful Duke Shermang. Nocturne opens an official scroll, apologizing but insisting he must read the Duke's exact words.
The Duke's message orders Leonardo to immediately vacate the mansion for being a little brat.
The scroll commands Leonardo to enter the family's oldest house to reflect on his behavior.
Leonardo is shocked at losing the mansion, while Arusha realizes the story is moving forward.
Leonardo calls the Duke crazy as Arusha fears her path to the afterlife is now clear. Leonardo insists the lavish mansion only suits him as he walks through the beautifully decorated room. Nocturne tries to speak as Leonardo cuts him off with an arrogant and dismissive hand gesture. Leonardo makes a grand theatrical motion, refusing to accept the orders delivered by the Duke's secretary.
Leonardo refuses to leave while Arusha notes he just claimed he wanted to be kicked out.
Looking at the grand chandeliers, Arusha realizes her current home is basically a shock in comparison. A close-up of Arusha's purple eyes shows her sudden shock as a realization hits her. Arusha realizes the oldest house the Duke mentioned is actually the very mansion she lives in. Nocturne clears his throat, preparing to deliver the rest of the Duke's harsh and non-negotiable instructions. The secretary explains the Duke will only recover if he hears the news of their relocation.
Leonardo orders Nocturne not to disturb his meal as he pours more wine into his glass.
Nocturne warns of an immediate budget cut while Arusha drinks milk in despair over their finances. Leonardo finally agrees to move, claiming it is only to help his father's health and recovery. Nocturne shows a brief smile before his expression turns stern as he prepares to speak again.
Leonardo claims this is his final duty and that all his pity for his father ends today.
As Leonardo walks away, Nocturne sighs and confirms he understands the Marquis's final and cold stance.
A sound effect indicates a door shutting as the tense meeting between the two men concludes. Arusha hops down, thinking the Duke should have cut off Leonardo's allowance much earlier than this.
Arusha wonders if her father secretly sold family heirlooms and artifacts like in the original novel.
The young girl points upward and shouts for someone to wait as another thought occurs to her. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large orange-colored mansion surrounded by lush green trees.
Leonardo complains about living in a wretched place while Arusha runs after him, calling for attention.
Leonardo dismisses their new home as wretched while Arusha frantically tries to get his attention.
Frustrated by her father's constant neglect, Arusha expresses that he is driving her absolutely crazy.
Arusha stands before the Marquis, desperately pleading with him to calm down and listen to reason. The young girl argues that repairing the Coulson relationship will restore their former status and home.
Leonardo considers her logical argument, admitting that the plan to reclaim the mansion sounds quite plausible. Arusha slumps in defeat as she realizes her father's focus remains entirely on his own comfort. A wave of hope washes over Arusha as she believes her words finally reached her father. Leonardo prepares to deliver his final verdict, his expression remaining cold and entirely unreadable. The Marquise finally acknowledges Arusha's point, causing her to light up with sudden, intense joy. Arusha urgently suggests they immediately apologize to Count Coulson to prevent their family's total financial ruin. Leonardo delivers a flat and terrifying refusal, casting a massive, intimidating shadow over his shocked daughter.
The heavy weight of Leonardo's blunt refusal hangs in the air during a moment of silence.
Leonardo repeats his firm refusal as Arusha collapses onto the floor, stunned by his stubborn behavior.
Leonardo claims apologies are unnecessary and admits he actually finds their current rundown home quite charming.
Startled by her young mistress's sudden collapse, Abbott rushes forward with a look of pure alarm.
The maid checks on Arusha, who remains frozen in shock after her father's cold-hearted declaration.
Arusha forces a thumbs up, insisting she is fine despite the crushing disappointment of her failed plan.
A narrative classification mocks Leonardo's uselessness while Arusha cries over her father's predictable and lazy behavior. Turning toward her loyal maid, Arusha prepares to ask Abbott for a very difficult and dangerous favor.
Carriages traverse a busy town street as Arusha prepares to investigate the truth behind the assault.
Disguised in a red hooded cloak, Arusha arrives at the location where the violent incident occurred. Arusha confirms with her maid that they have arrived at the site of her father's assault.
The young girl realizes with disgust that the exclusive club is actually a lavish gambling den.
Abbott and Arusha agree to conduct their business quickly and leave the dangerous establishment immediately. Arusha thanks her maid for agreeing to assist with such a dangerous and highly unreasonable request. Abbott smiles warmly, noting it is refreshing to see the young girl acting so lively today. Arusha internally denies acting lively and calls out for the gatekeeper to grant them immediate entry.
Stealing her resolve, Arusha prepares to enter the den to secure her family's survival and future.
Inside the dimly lit establishment, wealthy patrons are seen engaged in various games of chance. Staff members approach the small intruder, questioning her identity and her purpose for visiting the den.
Hiding her face under her hood, Arusha falsely claims to be from the prestigious House Chablis.
Looking up with large, pleading eyes, the young girl asks if she may ask an important question.
The mention of the powerful Chablis family name leaves the staff members visibly shaken and completely shocked. The staff note the girl's radiant appearance, believing she is truly the daughter of Louis Chablis. The staff explain Louis isn't present, but Arusha clarifies that he isn't actually the father she seeks. Arusha confidently reveals her true identity as the daughter of the infamous and reckless Marquis Leonardo.
Hearing the Marquise's name, the staff members sweat nervously, clearly fearing the man's notorious reputation. A mysterious black-haired boy watches from the shadows, surprised that the neglected child has ventured outside. The boy approaches and questions Arusha's presence following her father's recent violent and destructive rampage.
Arusha apologizes for the intrusion and explains she is investigating the truth behind her father's assault. A staff member rudely dismisses her, claiming there is no mystery behind a drunkard's violent actions. The man orders the child to leave, but the black-haired boy intervenes with a sudden, sharp rebuke. The boy scolds the staff for their lack of courtesy toward a daughter of a ducal family. He demands that they show proper respect to someone of Arusha's distinguished and high-ranking lineage. Arusha watches the confrontation in silence, wondering if the boy is actually trying to protect her. The boy acknowledges that Arusha has finally stepped out into the world despite her family's neglectful reputation.
Arusha thanks him for the help, but insists she must return to her urgent and important investigation.
The boy watches the young girl while Abbott speaks with the staff at the gambling den's counter.
A close-up of Arusha's large purple eyes shows her surprise as the boy suddenly reaches toward her. The black-haired boy pulls up her hood and orders Arusha to stop wandering and go home immediately. The black-haired boy warns Arusha that her father, the Marquis of Savlon, has many enemies.
A small bell rings as the heavy wooden doors of the establishment swing up there.
Arusha and Abbott look around nervously as they prepare to gather information from the staff.
Arusha wonders if the mysterious boy is a story protagonist or the Empire's idol, Prince Elliot.
Shaking her head rapidly, Arusha tells herself that now is not the time for such distractions.
Arusha urges Abbott to find the staff while a voice nearby asks if she is curious. A staff member offers to reveal why the Marquis assaulted Sir Joseph Coulson the previous day. He promises the truth for a secret, and Arusha begs him to tell her everything immediately.
Arusha waits with intense focus as the man begins to explain the events of the assault. The scene shifts to the grand white exterior of the Duke's lavish palace and gardens.
Nocturne asks the Duke if Leonardo left the mansion willingly or had to be forced out.
The secretary confirms Leonardo left without a fight but showed no signs of reflecting on his behavior. Nocturne suggests there is no need to visit the Coulsons personally, but the Duke remains silent.
The Duke insists on handling the contract honorably despite the Coulson family being far lower nobility.
He reflects on how Leonardo was once the perfect eldest son and a truly worthy successor. The Duke acknowledges that 5 years have passed since his son was a capable family heir.
Nocturne notes that since Lady Juliet cannot return, neither the Marquise nor daughter have hope.
Gripping his desk, the Duke asks if there is truly nothing else they can do.
Nocturne bows his head, offering his sincere apologies to His Grace during their private meeting.
The Duke orders a family meeting immediately after his planned visit to the Coulson family tomorrow.
He declares that his household has no place for anyone who is considered completely useless.
A horse-drawn carriage rolls along the stone path, departing from the Grand Palace fountain area.
Looking through a window, a maid complains that the morning noise is preventing her from sleeping.
Leonardo walks through the hall in his robe, sleepily asking what is causing the current disturbance.
A maid greets the Marquis as he walks toward a window to investigate the outside activity.
Leonardo observes the Duke and Nocturne preparing to depart for their visit to the Coulson residence.
He mocks his father's pride and orders the staff to bring him a meal and alcohol.
Leonardo walks away, claiming he lost his appetite seeing his family in such a pitiful state.
The maid watches her master with a flat expression as he delivers his cold, dismissive orders.
Stopping at a small wooden door, Leonardo asks for the purpose of the tiny hidden entrance. The maid explains it was the private door Arusha used alone while growing up without servants.
Leonardo closes his eyes and winces, seemingly bothered by the reminder of his daughter's past isolation.
The Marquis continues down the hall, his expression shifting as he processes the maid's blunt explanation.
Dark petals drift through a somber, grainy atmosphere, signaling a transition in the story's mood. A chest filled with sparkling red rubies and brilliant white diamonds sits open in the light.
Nocturne informs the Duke that all preparations have been completed according to His Grace's specific instructions.
The Duke asks for Leonardo's whereabouts, but learns his son will not accompany him today.
He sighs heavily, accepting that he must travel alone once again to fix his son's mistakes. Nearby servants whisper that the Duke's solitary apology trips have become an embarrassing monthly routine.
Gripping his cane in fury, the Duke vows that Leonardo has finally disgraced the family name.
Arusha suddenly appears, sitting comfortably and asking her grandfather why he is so upset this morning.
Both the Duke and Nocturne recoil in absolute shock at the young girl's unexpected appearance.
The Duke yells at her for daring to address him by his title while he is leaving.
Arusha offers a neutral, confused look as she processes her grandfather's sudden and intense outburst.
The young girl smiles brightly, her innocent and cheerful expression creating a sudden, radiant atmosphere.
Arusha poses with dramatic flair, leaving the Duke and Nocturne staring at her in total bewilderment. The Duke demands to know who the child is, and she simply identifies herself as Arusha.
He stares in disbelief, questioning if this bold brat is truly Leonardo's famously quiet daughter.
A small hand grabs the Duke's clothing, stopping him in his tracks as he tries to leave.
Arusha looks up with teary, pleading eyes and asks her grandfather if he has truly forgotten her. The Duke reacts with a single, stunned word as his granddaughter grips his clothes.
The Duke shouts for the girl to be removed from the carriage immediately as she falls out.
Arusha looks upward in utter confusion, realizing the situation has not gone at all as she expected.
The Duke lifts Arusha high, laughing as he notes how much she has grown since their last meeting.
He mentions hearing she was only playing at home and orders her to leave the mansion immediately.
Arusha clenches her jaw, thinking they should stop recognizing each other as Abbott alerts her to the carriage.
Arusha panics, realizing she must follow her grandfather to the Coulson residence immediately or lose her chance.
Standing with determination, Arusha calls out for her maid Abbott to help her execute her plan. The servants recall the dramatic event of Abbott lifting Arusha as a legendary and unforgettable mansion story.
Arusha begs for her maid's help, and Abbott reluctantly agrees to assist the young girl's mission.
The carriage speeds away, marking the beginning of Arusha's glamorous and unexpected public debut. Arusha soars through the air, being heralded by the narrative as the Empire's future hero and savior. The scene shifts back to the grand exterior of the opulent palace where the mission continues. The Duke is surprised to find Arusha followed him by landing on the coachman's seat during departure. The Duke stares at his granddaughter, waiting for her to explain her sudden and reckless presence.
Arusha promises to behave and asks to join him so she can personally offer an apology. Nocturne questions her intentions, but Arusha insists that as the daughter, she must apologize for her father's actions.
The Duke flatly refuses her request, telling the young girl there is no need for her apology.
He claims one person bowing for Leonardo's reckless behavior is enough and begins to walk away. Arusha remains determined, her eyes shining with the hope of changing the public perception of her father. With a determined shout, Arusha prepares herself to face the challenges ahead for her family's sake.
She wonders if her efforts will improve her father's reputation while the scene shifts to a somber memory.
In a dark room, a mysterious voice asks about the origin of a collection of items.
A maid explains the items are mostly discarded garbage picked up by servants or from the Chablis family.
A woman closes her eyes as various crashing sounds echo from within the dark, silent room.
Leonardo stands in the shadows and coldly orders the staff to burn everything immediately.
A dimly lit fireplace stands cold, representing the neglected state of the family's past and current situation.
A man cries as he shows off his son, complaining about his unmarried status and poor appearance.
The Duke covers his face in shame as the man complains about his child's bruises and foolish state. The man continues to weep over his son's appearance, while the Duke offers a sincere and formal apology. The Duke mentions the difficulty of healing emotional wounds as servants bring in a large, heavy chest.
Light emanates from the open chest as the man and his injured son stare in absolute amazement.
The Duke asks the man to accept the gift to ease his anger regarding the violent incident.
A close-up shows Sir Joseph's tongue as he reacts greedily to the sight of the Duke's offering.
Sir Joseph Coulson complains about his wounded honor and the Marquise's lack of a formal apology letter. Arusha bows her head, offering a sincere and humble apology for her father's inexcusable and violent behavior. Nocturne watches the interaction in silence as Arusha stands before the greedy and injured Sir Joseph.
Sir Joseph claims he has prepared plenty and asks to be informed if it is not enough. Hugging the chest, Joseph claims his upset feelings are finally easing thanks to the Duke's generosity. Arusha questions if the gift is enough to repay his debt while Joseph's expression turns sinister.
The man recoils in sudden terror as a small hand slams onto the chest beside him.
Arusha reveals her knowledge of Uncle Joseph's gambling debt with a cheerful and knowing expression.
The atmosphere becomes heavy and tense as the weight of the girl's accusation fills the room.
A staff member explains that Sir Joseph was actually trying to extort the Marquis by using self-harm.
Arusha correctly identifies the extortion as a protection money collection tactic, which the staff member confirms.
The staff member reveals that Joseph resorted to this after exhausting all other options to repay gambling debts.
Narrative text explains Joseph's planned settlement and how the Marquis took the situation very seriously. Arusha considers the situation poetic justice as she processes the truth behind her father's violent outburst. After being asked if the information is sufficient, Arusha thinks carefully with a satisfied smile.
The young girl raises a finger and asks the staff member to reveal one more important thing.
A heavy atmosphere of tension descends as the truth about the gambling debt is revealed. Count Coulson reacts with disbelief while his son Joseph sweats nervously under the heavy accusation. Looking thoughtful, Arusha claims Joseph has stopped gambling, much to the surprise of everyone present.
The Count aggressively confronts his son, reminding Joseph of his failed promise to stop gambling.
Arusha details the specific gambling establishment and the owner involved, catching the Coulsons completely off guard.
With a triumphant pose, the young girl suggests they visit the gambling den right away.
Horrified, the Count questions if his son actually dared to pawn their precious family signet.
The accusation of pawning the family symbol hangs in the air, deepening the Count's growing fury.
Observing the chaos, Duke Shermang remains stoic while Nocturne whispers his observations during the confrontation. The enraged Count demands that Joseph show him the ring immediately as he shakes him. From across the room, the Duke and Nocturne watch the pathetic family dispute unfold in silence. Arusha reaches out and grabs her grandfather's hand, calling for his attention during the heated moment.
The young girl argues that her father was a victim of manipulation in this particular instance. Looking up with teary eyes, Arusha begs the Duke to believe in his son just once. The Duke remains silent, his back turned as he processes his granddaughter's emotional and desperate plea.
A brief memory shows Count Coulson being physically aggressive toward Joseph over his many shameful failures.
Bowing slightly, the Duke maintains his apology for the violence but refuses to revoke his stance.
The Duke's eyes narrow as he considers the possibility that the Count's son acted maliciously. He declares that he will not settle the dispute if extortion was the underlying cost.
Pointing to the chest of gold, the Duke tells Count Coulson to use the riches wisely. The Duke offers the Count a chance to reconsider their contract before preparing to depart. Realizing his scheme has failed, Joseph collapses to the floor in a fit of utter despair.
Arusha watches the defeated man with a knowing look, satisfied that her plan has succeeded perfectly.
The young girl mocks the Coulsons with a playful gesture, celebrating her victory over their lies.
Joseph is dragged away screaming while Arusha coolly adjusts her appearance after the successful confrontation. As the sun sets, the family carriage travels back toward the estate after the day's events.
Nocturne acknowledges that the young girl's influence was undeniably responsible for the favorable turn of events.
The Duke scoffs at the suggestion, refusing to admit the child had any real influence on him.
Nocturne points out that Arusha is sleeping on him, and the Duke quietly allows it.
A vision of the girl's cute apology lingers in the air as the Duke watches her.
In her sleep, Arusha continues to drool while dreaming of defending her father's tarnished reputation.
Considering the day's revelations, the Duke decides to postpone the scheduled family meeting for now.
He internally questions who suggested he was ever going to abandon his own family members. Startled by a sudden bump, Arusha wakes up with a confused and wide-eyed expression.
The young girl realizes she fell asleep in the carriage and used her grandfather's cut.
Rubbing her eyes, Arusha yawns as she fully wakes up from her long and tiring day.
She beams with joy, feeling accomplished after managing to save her father from the Duke's wrath. Abbott rushes into the room in a panic, calling out to the young girl with urgency.
The maid reveals the shocking news that the Marquis has taken every doll from Arusha's room.
A mysterious blue-haired woman stands in the darkness, signaling a shift to a different perspective. A man wearing a floral shirt and lace smiles warmly while offering congratulations to the Marquis.
The man, Kroby, expresses his surprise at seeing the family reunited during his recent vacation.
Kroby looks toward a steaming bathtub where a silver-haired man is relaxing in the water. A muscular, silver-haired Leonardo relaxes in the bath and addresses Kroby with a calm expression.
Leonardo questions if Kroby understands why his constant insolence is tolerated by the powerful Marquis.
Kroby answers with a cheerful tone, unfazed by the silver-haired man's intimidating and cold aura.
He explains that keeping a familiar face is easier than the cycle of hiring new staff.
Stepping out of the water, Leonardo delivers a cold promise that he will eventually fire him.
Standing proudly, the bare-chested and long-haired Marquis Leonardo radiates an aura of overwhelming power and confidence.
Kroby laughs off the threat, noting the Marquis never cares about the opinions of other people.
Kroby admires Leonardo's confidence, wishing he could be as perfect in his next life.
Leonardo questions if such perfection is possible, while Kroby wonders why he speaks that way.
Looking exhausted, Kroby rests a towel on his head after the silver-haired man's arrogance.
Kroby strikes a dramatic pose with his flower lei as Leonardo calls out to him. Stepping from the bath, Leonardo orders Kroby to bring him something to cover his body.
Arusha suddenly bursts through the doors, posing with her arms wide to command the room.
Kroby finds the girl's appearance adorable, while Arusha questions the identity of the floral-shirted man.
The young girl recognizes Kroby, who cheerfully confirms his identity with a bright, blushing smile.
A small chibi version of Kroby asks Arusha if he may speak with her informally. Now dressed in a dark robe, Leonardo formally introduces Kroby as Arusha watches them suspiciously.
Kroby gushes over Arusha's cuteness, asking if he might shake her tiny, delicate hand.
Gripping Kroby's shoulder firmly, Leonardo warns him to keep his behavior appropriate toward the girl. Leonardo questions Arusha's presence, mocking her for acting spoiled while she asks about her room. The Marquis dismissively confirms he entered her room, questioning why she is so bothered by him. Leonardo explains he is trying new things since Arusha began acting politely and hiring tutors.
The atmosphere shifts as a somber energy fills the space between the father and daughter.
Looking downward, Leonardo reveals he disposed of the filthy cotton balls located in her room. Kroby scolds the Marquis for his cold attitude, but Leonardo tells him to shut up. Holding his wine bottle, the silver-haired man asks Arusha if she finally understands his message. Leonardo walks away, delivering a final cold order for Arusha to never interfere with him. Arusha clenches her fist in silence as Kroby watches her with a worried, pained expression.
The Marquis tells Arusha to cry elsewhere if she intends to weep over the discarded dolls. A heavy, floral-bordered sigh echoes through the room as the tense encounter finally comes to an end.
Arusha looks at the floor, her hair obscuring her face as she processes her father's cruelty.
Kroby looks toward the Marquis as the two men stand together in the quiet room.
Kroby addresses the young girl and she looks up with a neutral, slightly confused response. Arusha tells Kroby that despite her father's troublemaking nature, he isn't entirely a bad man.
The girl asks Kroby to take care of her father, placing her trust in him.
With a wink and a bright smile, Arusha tells Kroby to take care of the Marquis.
Kroby eagerly accepts the task while the Marquis scoffs at the child's bold, unexpected request.
Chibi Kroby takes Arusha's hand in a friendly gesture while Leonardo watches them from behind. Leonardo glances back as his daughter addresses him one last time before leaving the area. Looking back with a sharp, determined gaze, Arusha prepares to deliver a final, firm warning.
Arusha yells for her father to never enter her room again as the door slams shut.
Kroby places a hand on Leonardo's shoulder, promising to look after the mischievous Marquis as requested.
Leonardo closes his eyes and sighs heavily, clearly exhausted by the antics of those around him. The Marquis threatens to decapitate Kroby, who frantically claims his previous comment was just a joke.
Arusha walks alone down the expansive palace hallway, the corridor emphasizing her small, solitary figure.
The young girl internally reflects that she wasn't actually that upset about the destroyed dolls herself.
Narrative text explains that the items were only truly precious to one specific person in the past.
A memory shows the original soul of Arusha clutching a ragged bear, mourning her lost treasures.
Standing in a beam of light, Arusha reflects on the tragic childhood of the previous soul. The girl enters her empty room where the bare shelves signify the loss of her memories.
A close-up of Arusha's feet shows her walking softly across the dark wooden floorboards alone. Arusha kneels and prays that the original soul of the child is currently resting in peace.
Looking down with a heavy heart, the girl reflects on her responsibility within the ducal house.
A vision shows the original Arusha as the current girl vows to create a proud life. Abbott opens the door to check on the young lady, startling Arusha during her quiet prayer. The maid believes Arusha is upset, but the girl smiles and asks for the latest news. A close-up of Arusha's purple eyes shows her focus as she prepares for her next move. A delicate floral arrangement and a white ribbon sit against a soft blue checkered background.
The short-haired maid suggests that the Duke will be pleased with the recent developments.
Arusha smiles with pure happiness, looking forward to the arrival of her new education mentor.
The grand Savlon mansion stands under a bright sky, radiating an aura of prestige and wealth.
A close-up of refined glasses signals the introduction of a new, highly academic character.
Limerick Bray introduces himself and announces he is taking over Arusha's education from today.
Arusha celebrates the news before her expression shifts into a look of suspicious and intense concentration.
Limerick Bray mentions the schedule for the week, unaware of the young girl's inner thoughts.
Arusha begs her teacher to begin, claiming she is ready for the most difficult academic problems.
Horrified by the young girl's sudden aggression, the tutor panics and attempts a quick escape.
Arusha stands frozen in shock, paralyzed by the tutor's unexpected and cowardly flight from the room.
Narrative text declares that the man is a thug rather than a respectable man of education.
A summary explains that the blonde delinquent tutor has abandoned his duties and run away.
Standing before the palace, Arusha resolves to catch the runaway tutor and end their game. Arusha dashes through the estate garden with lightning speed, determined to find the runaway man.
Spotting something in the distance, Arusha narrows her purple eyes with a sharp and predatory focus.
With an energetic jump, Arusha pounces from the bushes to catch the person she has found.
A surprised exclamation rings out from the greenery as the sudden ambush catches someone off guard.
Arusha lands on a man wearing glasses, accidentally penning him down as they both look shocked. Nocturne identifies the intruder as Lady Arusha, while the girl realizes she has caught the wrong person. Placing a finger to his lips, Nocturne tells Arusha to stay quiet to avoid detection.
A look of alarm crosses Arusha's face as Nocturne warns her to leave the area immediately.
The Duke of Savlon sits peacefully at a garden table, enjoying a quiet cup of tea.
Nocturne approaches the Duke, who comments on the strange occurrence that just took place nearby.
The Duke worries about the sudden appearance of a wild child, while Nocturne offers him reassurance. Feeling a heavy chest, the Duke laments the burden of having such a troublesome granddaughter.
Arusha peeks from behind a stone pillar, watching the interaction with a curious and hidden gaze. The Duke asks if Oscar successfully passed the study group admission as the family had recommended.
Nocturne hesitates, struggling to find the right words to deliver the disappointing news to his master.
Slamming his teacup down, the Duke shouts that the rejection of his grandson is completely ridiculous.
Narration explains that Oscar was rejected because the family lacks a graduate from So Genius Academy.
Furious, the Duke rages about the social shame caused by the delinquents within the Savlon house.
The Duke curses Leonardo's child while Arusha remembers the harsh words from her past life.
Narrative text introduces So Genius Academy as the most prestigious and elite educational institution in the empire.
A flashback reveals that in the original story, the Duke wanted to restore the family's honor. Arusha swallows hard, recalling that the Duke originally died shortly before Oscar's potential success.
While the Duke rages in the background, Arusha offers a quiet prayer for her grandfather's well-being.
Nocturne's gaze turns sharp behind his glasses as he decides the current situation must be handled.
The Duke vows to send a protest letter immediately, causing Arusha to gasp in sudden fear.
Realizing that facing her grandfather now would result in her expulsion, Arusha hides in a panic. Nocturne suggestively advises the Duke to calm his emotions before drafting any official protest letters.
Nocturne mentions that he has opened the training hall so the Duke can release his anger. The Duke agrees with Nocturne's reasoning, realizing there is a proper sequence to handling the matter.
Narrative text reinforces the idea that there is a proper and logical order to all things. Turning to walk away, the Duke mutters a final insult toward the despicable Leonardo.
Arusha breathes a sigh of relief as the immediate threat of being discovered finally fades away.
Nocturne approaches Arusha with a stern expression, addressing her formally as a young lady.
Nocturne explains that the garden is a private space for contemplation and not for unruly intruders. Pointing the way out, Nocturne demands that Arusha leave the premises immediately without further delay.
As Nocturne turns to walk away, Arusha calls out his name, stopping him in his tracks.
Arusha turns around with a look of mild surprise as someone calls out.
Nocturne adjusts his glasses and starts to explain a complicated situation to her,
Nocturne remains deep in thought as Kroby carries a crying child away.
The brown-haired man concludes that a certain task is truly an impossible feat.
A farewell message indicates that someone is currently too busy to stay longer.
Nocturne watches with a blank expression as the young girl runs off happily.
The brown-haired man turns his head upon hearing someone call out his name. Arusha strikes a cheerful pose surrounded by a radiant field of yellow flowers. Nocturne observes the girl's display of joy with a calm and silent gaze.
A carriage travels through the city while a voice questions the Marquise's recent decisions.
Kroby asks excitedly if the new tutor is a graduate of a prestigious academy.
Leonardo tells Kroby to stop making assumptions about his plans for Arusha's education. He explains he specifically ordered the tutor to avoid teaching the girl anything useful. Kroby realizes that no respectable tutor would ever agree to such a strange demand.
The purple-haired man calls out in alarm as he witnesses the Marquise's sudden movement.
Leonardo leaps from the moving carriage and sprints toward a building with intense focus.
Kroby stumbles out of the carriage, completely bewildered by his master's reckless behavior.
The purple-haired man watches the Marquis with a confused and wide-eyed expression.
The two men enter a colorful shop, and Kroby wonders about this strange location.
Kroby applauds the Marquise's dramatic exit from the carriage for his daughter's sake.
A terrified shopgirl welcomes them as they explore the rows of cute toys.
Kroby smiles broadly, delighted by the whimsical and colorful atmosphere of the shop.
Leonardo contemplates buying the entire stock while the shopgirl panics in the background.
Kroby suggests Lady Arusha would be thrilled to receive one of every doll available.
The Marquis reaches toward a shelf, his gaze fixed on a particular small item. Leonardo picks up a small doll and notes its striking resemblance to his daughter.
A close-up reveals the adorable doll with purple hair and large, expressive eyes.
Kroby expresses a sudden, intense desire to marry and have a daughter like Arusha.
Leonardo dismisses Kroby's emotional outburst as a serious and annoying problem.
He cruelly informs Kroby that such a dream is impossible, even after death.
Leonardo walks away with a cold expression, leaving the purple-haired man behind.
A series of dark lines creates a fast-paced transition between the story scenes. Kroby pursues his master while the shopgirl expresses her immense relief. Kroby stops at the door, noticing the shopgirl is sobbing with fear.
The girl trembles as Kroby clarifies that the Marquis has not changed his mind.
With a shy gesture, Kroby asks the shopgirl for a small personal favor. The grand mansion stands tall under a clear blue sky, signaling a new morning.
Arusha greets teacher Limerick with a radiant and slightly mischievous smile.
Limerick is tied to a chair and gagged, struggling desperately to free himself.
Arusha ignores his pleas, asking if he is interested in receiving his salary.
The girl brandishes a pen and demands that the terrified teacher begin the lesson.
Limerick's glasses fall to the carpet as he continues to struggle against his bonds. Limerick recounts how Leonardo saved him from bullies during his time at the academy. Arusha realizes the teacher is another loyalist and curses her father's far-reaching influence.
The young girl reluctantly agrees to follow the teacher's lead for the moment.
Arusha orders her maid Abbott to retrieve a specific item from another room.
Limerick watches in horror as the maid approaches with a heavy black bag. Arusha dumps out the bag's contents, causing Limerick to protest in shock.
The items reveal that Limerick is secretly a dedicated and well-prepared educator. Limerick sweats, claiming his advanced materials were meant for an older child from another mansion.
The teacher looks at the young girl with a startled expression and asks for a moment.
Arusha asks if Limerick can read the letters while the man reacts with intense surprise.
The purple-haired girl holds her stack of papers and proposes a new plan to our teacher.
Limerick is tied up as a barrage of papers flies toward him to start the lesson. Arusha confidently claims she will solve all the workbooks in only 30 minutes of study.
The girl asks Limerick to ignore her father's orders and teach her everything he knows.
The ropes are left behind on the red chair after the teacher is finally released.
Limerick reflects on the rumor that the girl had never received any education before today.
The teacher notes that understanding basic arithmetic usually takes a year for a child.
A close-up shows the advanced algebraic equations the girl is solving with her blue pen.
Limerick is amazed by the incredible level of concentration displayed by the 5-year-old child. Abbott watches the girl with a worried expression while Arusha continues her intense studying.
The girl clutches her chest, frustrated that her child's body lacks the necessary physical stamina.
Arusha reassures her maid while memories of her recent playful activities flash in the background. Standing over her completed work, Arusha announces she has successfully finished every single task.
The brown-haired teacher asks for the girl's results with a look of pure astonishment.
Arusha asks Abbott how she performed while standing amidst a room full of soft papers.
Limerick wonders why a high-ranking noble daughter is so desperate to learn as quickly as possible. Looking downward, the girl tells the teacher she will reveal her true reasons later. Arusha claims her motivation was just a dream, leaving both adults feeling completely confused.
Memories of Duke Shermang and Leonardo appear while the girl's name is spoken with care.
The young girl smiles at Limerick, who seems moved by her dedication and strong spirit.
Arusha asks if the teacher refers to Leonardo's father or perhaps even the Marquis himself.
Limerick kneels before the girl, stating that he finally understands her noble and difficult goal. Adjusting his glasses, Limerick mentions overhearing important information while he was in the garden. The narrative reveals Arusha's ultimate objective is to gain admission into the prestigious Sogenius Academy.
Limerick reveals he is a graduate of that academy and offers to help her achieve entry. Arusha makes a playful face and labels the teacher an elite prat for his academic background.
Chibi versions of the pair agree to work together with all their strength for her future.
Limerick tells Arusha they must work hard for the next 3 years to prepare her.
Limerick notes that even a genius cannot attend school without a guardian at age 5.
The purple-haired girl becomes lightheaded and begins to stumble from the shock of the news.
Arusha collapses onto the carpet, complaining about the world being far too logical and sensible.
Sunny Palace pillars create a calm transition as the scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. A boy is formally addressed as the first crown prince while his attendant approaches him. A silver-haired man reports they have identified 3 individuals who meet their specific criteria.
The attendant hands documents to the prince, expressing concern that the candidates are too young.
Floating papers confirm that none of the potential candidates are currently over 8 years old.
The silver-haired man asks Count Appleton to trust his judgment regarding the selected children.
A magical necklace glows as the prince declares that age and status do not matter.
The Crown Prince notes a shadow looms over the palace, threatening the entire empire's stability. First Crown Prince Elliot Cleope stands tall, radiating an aura of intense power and authority.
Arusha wakes up in her bed, realizing she fell asleep and was carried to her room.
The girl wonders why her surroundings are so noisy as she hears whispering and laughter nearby.
A giant teddy bear suddenly appears, scaring Arusha as someone calls out to her.
Abbott presents the massive new stuffed bear with a bright and very happy expression.
Arusha reacts with shock as Abbott mentions they are currently arranging many new dolls.
Several maids rush into the room with arms full of toys, completely overwhelming Lady Arusha.
Arusha points to his shiny watch and crown while explaining a specific situation.
Tucked in bed, Arusha peeks out from the covers as 3 maids check on her.
The young girl hides her face, appearing shy and bashful before her concerned attendants. Overwhelmed by Arusha's cuteness, the 3 maids clutch their hearts and blush with pure joy. A maid tells Arusha they will depart so she can enjoy her time in peace.
Armed with scissors, Abbott helps Arusha prepare for a secret operation involving her new toys.
Arusha claims the doll's shine might hurt her eyes, and Abbott agrees with her assessment.
Standing before the fancy new dolls, Arusha declares that their secret operation has officially begun. Abbott notes that those who once ignored Arusha now suddenly claim to adore the girl.
Abbott declares those people unworthy of seeing Arusha, while the girl offers a thoughtful response.
Chibi Arusha fills a brown bag with items as Abbott watches her with confused curiosity.
Abbott explains that Limerick is currently gathering information about the Academy's upcoming entrance exams.
The maid reassures Arusha that her teacher will visit soon if he finds worthwhile information.
Abbott points out that the finest dolls in the collection are decorated with real jewels.
Holding the bag of jewels, Arusha listens as Abbott notes the previous dolls seem shabby.
Arusha calls out to her maid, and Abbott cheerfully asks for a moment of patience.
The young girl hands the heavy bag of jewels to the kneeling and surprised outer. Abbott is shocked by the gesture, claiming she cannot possibly accept such precious and valuable items.
Arusha looks at her maid with a kind and gentle smile during their emotional exchange.
The girl explains that she must keep her promise to take care of her loyal attendant. A thought bubble expresses a sincere prayer for a quick recovery amidst the tender mober.
Arusha hugs the crying maid, offering comfort and gratitude for her dedication to the family.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Abbott expresses her heartfelt thanks to the young girl for her kindness.
Abbott vows to never forget this kindness as Arusha asks the maid to stay.
Chibi Arusha and Chibi Abbott share a warm and tearful hug in their private room.
Arusha wonders if any dolls remain unchecked before Abbott presents another one for her inspection. The young girl holds up a doll, looking at it with a contemplative and focused expression.
The scene shifts to a sunny mansion window where a man's silhouette stands in thought.
Marquise Leonardo drinks heavily from a large white jug, seeking solace in his private chamber.
Surrounded by empty bottles, the Marquis realizes he drank a significant amount during the night.
Leonardo clutches his head, struggling to remember the events that transpired after returning home yesterday.
A chibi memory shows Leonardo's headache as he recalls seeing a doll on his table.
The silver-haired man looks toward the door, questioning why someone is entering his private room.
Arusha burst into the room excitedly, wearing butterflies in her hair and calling for her father. Arusha asks if he bought her the dolls, but Leonardo asks what she is talking about.
The Marquis begins to deny his involvement, his expression turning serious as he faces his daughter.
A flashback reveals a drunken Leonardo lamenting that Kroby actually followed through with the plan.
8 hours ago, the drunk Marquis ordered his staff to give Arusha gifts on his behalf.
The memory shows Leonardo demanding that every expensive doll in the shop be bought for Arusha.
Now hungover, Leonardo regrets his impulsive drunken orders, downplaying the significance of buying the dolls.
Leonardo casually claims that he merely did a little shopping, hiding his embarrassment from Arusha.
The Marquis despairs over his actions while Arusha joyfully plays with her new toys nearby.
Leonardo internally questions his own sanity for making such a decision regardless of his drunken state. The silver-haired man directs his frustration toward Kroby, blaming him for the current awkward situation.
Leonardo stands by his bed, looking down at Arusha as she sits and waits for him.
Looking back at her father, Arusha addresses him while clutching her new doll with affection.
Glancing at the wine, Leonardo reflects on a name and notes he has no use for it.
The purple-haired girl asks if their current matter has been settled to his satisfaction now.
Leonardo turns his back on his daughter and begins to walk away from the bedside.
A close-up shows the Marquis' somber profile as he departs, leaving Arusha alone in the room.
Leonardo looks down in silence as a series of soft tapping sounds echoes through the room.
Startled by a sudden and unexpected touch, Leonardo shouts in surprise at the person before him.
A radiant and flowery energy erupts as the mood shifts into a bright and joyful scene.
Arusha holds up her new doll with a wide, beaming smile, looking absolutely delighted with the gift.
The young girl expresses her heartfelt gratitude to her father for purchasing the new doll for her.
Arusha proudly introduces her new companion, revealing she has given the doll the name Shasha.
Hugging her doll tightly, the girl points out they share the same striking purple eyes.
Leonardo gazes at his daughter with a somber expression, his mind clearly focused on her presence.
The silver-haired man nearly speaks his wife's name before catching himself and changing his words.
Clutching Shasha, Arusha looks up at her father as he stands in a moment of quiet reflection.
A somber internal question wonders if the young girl truly misses the mother she never knew.
Arusha reflects on the mention of her mother, curious about the woman's role in her life.
Standing amidst the grandeur of the room, Leonardo turns his back to his daughter in silence.
A close-up shows Leonardo's hand hesitating just inches away from the young girl's purple hair.
The Marquis clenches his fist against his chest, struggling with a deep and painful internal emotion.
Narrative text explains that a significant event occurred only a few days after Arusha's birth.
The young girl watches from the doorway, her small frame emphasized by the massive palace architecture. Arusha becomes visibly annoyed, complaining that the story was cut off right at the most important part.
A close-up of Arusha's purple eye reflects her intense focus and determination to learn the truth.
Formally introduces Juliet, the second daughter of the Chartier family and wife of Marquis Savlon.
A vision of the beautiful Juliet appears while text recounts her tragic divorce and eventual death.
Kroby spots the young girl in the distance and calls out her name to get her attention.
Sipping his tea, Kroby asks if she is enjoying the new dolls her father provided recently.
Arusha approaches her father's secretary, stating she has a very important question regarding the Marquis. The young girl directly asks Kroby the reason behind her mother's decision to divorce her father.
Stunned by the heavy question, Kroby frantically spits out his tea in a state of pure shock.
Arusha holds her doll close, wondering aloud if her mother truly hated her father in the past.
Kroby reacts with a heavy sigh and a pained expression, realizing the complexity of the answer.
The girl looks at the secretary with wide, curious eyes, waiting for an explanation about her family.
Kroby kneels to her level and suggests they take a walk together to discuss the matter. The sprawling palace gardens and a grand fountain bask in the bright light of a clear day.
Narrative text explains that noble marriages are primarily tools for consolidating power between different families.
Arusha demonstrates her sharp intellect by correctly identifying the concept of arranged marriages, baffling the secretary.
Kroby smiles gently, noting that the relationship between the Marquis and Lady Juliet was actually quite special.
A golden memory shows the couple's happy wedding, a rare occurrence of true love among high nobility.
Kroby explains how Arusha's grandfather faced a desperate crisis requiring aid from a specific rival family. Visuals of joined hands and rings symbolize the union between sworn enemies, the Phoebes and Chartiers.
The secretary explains that the Duke's forced political maneuvering pushed the two families to the brink of war.
Arusha listens with a look of quiet realization as the truth of her parents' struggle is revealed.
Narrative text clarifies that Juliet demanded a divorce specifically to prevent a violent clash between the houses.
A vision shows a swaddled infant Arusha, explaining that the child's safety was the primary concern.
Arusha questions if her father ever made an effort to bring her mother back from her family.
Kroby confirms Leonardo's devotion, describing how he was repeatedly and cruelly rejected during his many attempts.
Text reveals the Marquis' defiance of the Duke's orders and the immense humiliation he suffered for love.
A memory depicts a desperate Leonardo behind bars, having visited the hostile Chartier family numerous times.
Standing in the pouring rain, a younger Leonardo looks up in despair, unable to attend Juliet's funeral.
Arusha clenches her fists in anger, declaring that both the Chartiers and her grandfather were heartless.
Kroby explains that such tragedy is the inevitable outcome when powerful and prideful noble families collide.
The secretary notes that even the Duke was likely caught off guard by Juliet's sudden passing.
Narrative text concludes that the Duke's prioritization of family duty over personal happiness led to the tragedy.
Kroby stands by the girl as a narrative bubble notes the Marquis lost his wife forever.
The secretary reflects that the decision made the Savlon family one of the 5 great families.
A hand reaches out to remove a small withered leaf from Arusha's long purple hair.
Kroby apologizes for discussing a heavy topic, realizing it was inappropriate for a young child.
Kroby pleads with the young girl not to tell anyone that he explained the situation.
Arusha ponders the secret as Abbott arrives with news of a message from teacher Limerick.
Abbott excitedly announces that Limerick successfully arranged a meeting at the prestigious Arte Castle.
Kroby is terrified of the Marquis finding out, begging Arusha once more to remain silent. Sunlight fills the quiet space of a grand library with tall pillars and many bookshelves.
A narrative reflection notes the tragedy of being separated from a loved one without a goodbye.
Arusha holds a massive blue book, looking small and determined among the library's many shelves.
The girl realizes that her future actions must focus on fixing her broken family dynamic.
Arusha outlines her plan to fix her father, gain her grandfather's recognition, and find peace.
Standing amidst chess pieces and toys, Arusha feels overwhelmed by the difficulty of her new mission.
Arusha labels her plan impossible just as Limerick returns to announce the secured meeting.
Limerick reports that a lady agreed to see Arusha and asks the girl to follow him. With a determined expression, the purple-haired girl marches up the stairs to meet her interviewer.
A large door swings open, revealing the entrance to the room for the official admission interview.
Arusha introduces herself loudly and with great energy, ready to start her interview at Arte Castle.
A close-up reveals a steady hand writing on a document with a black quill pen. The woman at the desk is introduced as the Duchess of the Ninth Great Family.
The Duchess critiques Arusha's lack of elegance, despite admitting the young girl is quite adorable.
The older woman asks if Arusha truly understands the weight and prestige of the Savlon name.
The Duchess explains that joining requires matching dignity as she provides elite academy entrance information.
Arusha is annoyed, internally questioning why the Duchess is nitpicking the speech of a 5-year-old.
The Duchess unrolls a scroll, declaring that the attendance of both parents is a mandatory rule.
In a chibi scene, Arusha protests that she has a father despite her mother's absence.
The Duchess lets out a long, weary sigh, appearing completely unimpressed by the girl's persistent protests.
The woman explains that members are exclusively mothers to ensure information sharing under equal circumstances.
The Duchess coldly apologizes and orders Lady Arusha to take her leave and exit immediately.
Limerick attempts to plead for Arusha, but the Duchess firmly cuts him off and dismisses them.
A final, dark speech bubble command tells the staff to escort Lady Arusha out of the castle.
The Duchess sits in silence with her hands clasped, unmoved by the child's desperate situation.
Arusha sulks as Limerick suggests that asking the Marquis for accompaniment first was the better choice.
The girl clenches her fist, knowing she cannot reveal her secret lessons with Limerick to Leonardo.
Chibi Arusha shakes her head frantically, terrified of her father's potential reaction to her secret plans.
Limerick clutches his face in distress, unsure of how to proceed with the girl's predicament.
During a meal, Arusha tentatively asks her father if he would consider taking her to Arte Castle.
Leonardo sits silently at the dining table, his expression unreadable as he considers his daughter's request.
Arusha is shocked by the lack of rejection, having expected him to immediately say no.
Leonardo stands and orders Helen to prepare the carriage, leaving Arusha stunned by his sudden agreement.
Arusha is shocked to see the carriage ready outside, sweating at the speed of his decision.
Wearing grand formal attire, Leonardo radiates a powerful aura of high noble beauty and authority.
The silver-haired man walks through a grand hallway, followed closely by his small, purple-haired daughter. Arusha reflects on her gamble, thinking it was better to try than to do nothing.
The young girl looks up at her father, asking him if he is truly okay with this.
Chibi Arusha frantically worries if her father is intoxicated or has consumed something strange.
Arusha claims she is studying because she is sponsored while remembering Limerick's recent instructions. Arusha is startled, wondering if her father overheard her mention the secret study group at Arte Castle.
Leonardo pushes open the large double doors while Arusha panics about what he might have heard.
A group of noblewomen gasps in total shock at a sudden and unannounced intrusion.
Lady Grant turns in surprise as Chibi Arusha appears, trembling at the unfolding chaos.
Arusha is mortified by the scene, convinced that her hard-won plans are now ruined.
The girl internally rants about the silver-haired man finding ways to stir up trouble.
Leonardo stands confidently at the door while Arusha laments the loss of her sponsorship.
The silver-haired man asks Arusha if arriving with her father was truly that embarrassing.
Addressing the ladies, Leonardo explains that his daughter is shy and asks for patience.
Leonardo introduces himself formally as the eldest son of the Savlon family and minister.
Standing amidst a radiant background, Leonardo commands the room with his intense and regal aura. The noblewomen are instantly overwhelmed and flustered by the Marquise's striking and handsome appearance. A stunned Chibi Arusha is utterly confused by the sudden shift in the room's mood.
Leonardo addresses the host directly, questioning if she is the one leading this social gathering.
The Marquis acknowledges the status of the Grant family, comparing it to his own lineage.
Leonardo sternly lectures on respect while Lady Grant hides behind her fan in intimidated silence.
Leonardo inquires about Sir Grant's health while the other women watch them with bated breath.
The ladies whisper among themselves, noting that Leonardo's dignity far exceeds any negative rumors.
Leonardo brings up the sensitive topic of his daughter's recent rejection from their exclusive group. The Marquis questions if the rejection was based on a fair and thorough evaluation process.
Staring with intense yellow eyes, Leonardo mentions he visited only due to Arusha's earnest request.
He demands an explanation for the rejection so that the young girl can finally understand.
Arusha spots Teacher Limerick peeking through the doorway and looks back with a worried expression. Lady Grant nervously hides her face, attempting to explain that Arusha's mother is the problem.
Leonardo looms over the host, coldly asking for clarification regarding the issues with his wife.
Sensing a fight, Chibi Arusha frantically holds up a document to redirect her father's anger.
The girl beams while claiming she simply forgot to submit some paperwork during her interview.
Arusha cheekily suggests that Lady Grant was planning to overlook the mistake all along.
The noblewomen are astonished to learn that the child finished the entire workbook in record time. Lady Grant tries to address Arusha, but Leonardo immediately cuts her off with a command.
Leonardo silences the room, stating that staying longer would be inconsiderate to the other guests. The three women are left completely frozen and dazed by the Marquise's overwhelming masculine charm.
A close-up reveals Arusha's stunned face as she processes her father's surprisingly helpful intervention.
Surrounded by a floral aura, Arusha realizes her goal of entering Arte Castle is possible.
And just like that, the entire social club experienced a collective system reboot from pure handsome overload.
The noblewomen excitedly agree that establishing a friendship with the Marquis is their new priority.
Lady Grant looks through her lens, faced with a desperate plea to reconsider Arusha's admission.
The scene transitions to the grand mansion exterior as the sun begins to set beautifully.
Limerick smiles with satisfaction, adjusting his glasses while looking toward the returning father and daughter.
Arusha gives a skeptical side-eye when Limerick asks if his documents were actually helpful.
The young girl reflects on the shallow reality that appearances often matter more than merit.
Walking through the garden, Leonardo is approached by Kroby, who misjudged his recent helpful actions.
Leonardo stops and calls out to his daughter, asking if she truly misunderstood his intentions.
The Marquise directs Arusha toward a different path, away from the waiting carriage and home.
Leonardo walks in silence, his profile illuminated by the sunset as he considers his words.
Looking down at Arusha, Leonardo bluntly criticizes her current outfit for being outdated and dull.
Leonardo claims the dress is an eyesore while Arusha clenches her fists in pure annoyance.
The silver-haired man adjusts his ponytail and tells Arusha to follow him as they move.
Leonardo stands tall in a majestic pose, signaling the end of their conversation for now.
The scene shifts to a sunny library where a young boy reads a book intently.
Kroby enters the room and asks the boy if he can spare a brief moment.
The boy looks up with a bright smile, introduced as the Savlon heir, Oscar Savlon.
Freddie Savlon expresses sympathy to the boy, noting it's unfortunate he wasn't accepted into Arte Castle.
The boy denies being upset, but Freddie questions if it is due to his brother's reputation.
Reflecting on his mother, the young boy notes that more time is still needed to recover.
Freddie tells Oscar he is proud of him as the boy looks up with a smile.
Freddie mentions that Oscar's cousin, Arusha, has been leaving the mansion quite frequently lately.
Oscar remembers Arusha's purple hair while Freddie instructs him to be kind if they meet.
Freddie gazes intensely, vowing that he will also pay close attention to the young girl.
The scene transitions to the elegant and ornate exterior of the Angel Dresses boutique.
A man named Ruben introduces himself as the manager and welcomes the Marquis and Arusha. Leonardo orders the best drinks and checks if his reserved formal clothing is ready for inspection.
Ruben confirms they have prepared a wide variety of exquisite dresses for any formal event.
Arusha looks surprised as she observes the grand interior of the high-end clothing shop.
The manager politely offers to lead the prestigious guests to the fitting rooms located upstairs.
Ruben invites the young girl to accompany them to view the specially prepared clothing. A series of images shows Arusha trying on several beautiful, elaborate dresses in different colors.
Kroby and a shop assistant gasp in awe at the young girl's adorable and regal appearance.
While Leonardo drinks, an assistant praises the sophisticated and calm charm of the girl's latest outfit.
Arusha ponders the name of the shop, certain she has encountered angel dresses in a memory.
Putting his glass down with a sharp sound, Leonardo calls out to get the manager's attention.
Leonardo inquires about a limited edition dress, which Ruben confirms is extremely difficult to obtain.
The manager asks the Marquis to wait a moment while he prepares the special item.
Arusha decides to postpone her final choice while the shop assistant continues to offer guidance.
The girl realizes the shop is famous for Grok, an exclusive and highly regarded fashion line.
Arusha remembers the shop is managed by Duke Nicholas, making it a highly trusted establishment.
A figure descends the stairs into a dark, hidden basement located beneath the luxurious shop.
Ruben enters the basement and coldly asks if the orphans are working as they should.
A bald man with a whip crudely boasts that he keeps the children in line.
A heavy, creaking sound echoes through the dark corridor as the secret door is opened.
Ruben observes children working in a secret workshop, asking how many limited edition dresses remain.
An orphan reports one dress is in production, but Ruben demands it within 15 minutes.
The supervisor protests the deadline, noting the exhausted orphans haven't slept for 3 full days.
Ruben claims Duke Nicholas taught him a secret technique to deal with complaining child workers. I cannot read this text as it promotes harm.
Ruben orders the orphans to finish quickly, dismissing the clothing as disposable luxury for fools.
A sinister thought bubble questions if an unrefined customer would even notice the subpar workmanship. The staff brings out a covered clothing rack to present the requested masterpiece to Leonardo. Ruben introduces the original dress, claiming it was meticulously crafted as a flagship piece since last year.
The manager dramatically reveals a stunning blue gown decorated with intricate lace and ribbon details.
Arusha is skeptical about the lone masterpiece, while Ruben claims it isn't even in the catalog.
Leonardo asks if Arusha likes the dress, and she nervously agrees to try it on immediately.
While her hair is styled, Arusha reflects on the secret workshop where orphans are exploited day and night. The original story revealed the scandal years later, after Oscar became the family head.
Several attendants finish dressing the young girl in the elaborate and expensive blue formal gown.
Arusha stands in the finished outfit, looking beautiful but feeling deeply troubled by the hidden truth. The girl worries that Leonardo might not act against the powerful Duke without concrete evidence.
Leonardo touches the girl's sleeve, asking for her opinion on the newly presented blue dress.
The Marquise asks if she is pleased, while Arusha frantically wonders how to handle the situation.
A close-up shows Arusha looking away with a focused and determined expression on her face.
Suddenly, the young girl turns and sprints away, leaving the adults in a state of confusion.
Ruben assumes Arusha was simply moved by the artisan's work, but Leonardo remains silent and observant.
Leonardo orders 30 additional dresses for Arusha while the manager nervously agrees to the request.
Ruben urges his staff to work quickly just as Arusha loudly calls out to her father.
A close-up shows Arusha's small foot stepping firmly onto the hem of her expensive blue gown.
Ruben panics as Arusha realizes the dress is fragile while a tearing sound begins to echo.
The dress rips apart completely, leaving Leonardo and Ruben in a state of absolute stunned silence.
Narrative text questions how such a supposedly high-end luxury item could tear with such minimal effort.
Arusha hides her face behind her long purple hair, preparing for the next phase of her plan. The girl stands in the ruined dress, looking down at the torn fabric with wide, feigned shock.
A transition scene marks a shift in the atmosphere as the confrontation in the boutique intensifies.
Arusha loudly complains that the dress is too cheap for her to wear, continuing her act. The young girl stands alone on the platform while the three men watch her in silent contemplation.
Leonardo questions the store's prestige while Arusha clutches her sleeve, appearing small and timid before them.
Slamming his hand down, Leonardo asks the manager if he knows what he hates the most.
Arusha smiles secretly as Leonardo labels Ruben a crook who sells lousy products for absurd prices.
Kroby rushes to cover Arusha, asking how she managed to find such an inferior quality dress.
Kroby scoffs at Ruben's offer of a replacement, rejecting his attempt to resolve the issue with money.
A narrative bubble warns that the Marquis' inability to tolerate deceit is about to cause trouble.
Arusha looks up with feigned curiosity, asking what it is that her father finds so intolerable.
Leonardo looms over Ruben with a fiery aura while Kroby warns Arusha of the coming trouble.
An intense red background reflects the boiling anger and high tension currently filling the elegant room.
A voice critiques the boutique's top-tier reputation while the store's wooden sign hangs in the sunlight.
Ruben clutches his chest in distress, desperately questioning if his business is truly being called a scam.
Staring with glowing eyes, Leonardo demands to know why a luxury dress fell apart so easily. Ruben and the maids bow deeply, offering another frantic apology for the mistake with the product.
Narrative text explains that the store is highly regarded and directly managed by Duke Nicholas himself.
Ruben boasts of their pride in craftsmanship, while Arusha internally condemns him as a child abuser.
The purple-haired girl gives a cold, commanding stare and demands that they bring the owner immediately.
Leonardo pushes back his long hair, demanding to see the highest person responsible for the boutique.
Leonardo orders them to bring Nicholas there instantly, leaving the staff and Arusha in total shock.
A narrative reflection notes that the situation is escalating toward a direct confrontation with the Duke. Leonardo marches up the stairs while a narrative bubble describes him as the family's wild heir.
Arusha panics about her grandfather finding out and having to clean up after her father's actions.
The girl hears someone questioning her and decides to bring the idiot Duke to the scene.
Arusha runs through the mansion's hallway, focused on reaching the basement before the adults catch her.
Leonardo calls out to his daughter, surprised by her sudden and energetic sprint away from him.
A close-up shows the young girl taking a deep breath to compose herself for her mission.
A playful narrative bubble appears, reflecting the girl's cheeky challenge to the adults to catch her.
Arusha leaps into the air with a happy expression, shocking Leonardo, Kroby, and Ruben with her speed.
Running down the stairs, Arusha ignores the calls of the adults as she focuses on the basement.
The purple-haired girl beams with joy, realizing that acting like a reckless child is working perfectly.
Reaching a restricted area, Arusha determines to find the secret workshop and stop the staff's cruelty.
Arusha commands the hidden iron door to reveal itself as she searches the dark, quiet corridor.
The girl stands before a large, dark door, sensing the secret workshop is finally within her reach.
Arusha reaches out, determined to hurry and save the children she knows are suffering inside the room.
In a chibi scene, Arusha jumps repeatedly as she tries to reach the high door handle.
Crouching on the floor, Arusha laments her powerlessness as a small child unable to use magic. Arusha bangs on the large door and calls out to see if anyone is inside the workshop. The girl is startled when a large hand suddenly reaches out toward her from the dark shadows.
Ruben grabs Arusha's arm and sternly orders her to go back upstairs for her own safety.
Arusha looks annoyed while Ruben internally grumbles about the troublesome and unpredictable behavior of children today.
Ruben grabs the girl's arm and threatens her, causing her to cry out in gain.
A man's shoe steps into the scene as he commands Ruben to remove his disrespectful hand.
Leonardo arrives, questioning Ruben's force on a child and threatening to shatter his wrist permanently.
Ruben panics as the purple-haired girl sprints past him to escape his grasp.
The girl throws herself at Leonardo, hugging his legs and crying out for her father.
A close-up reveals the girl's shocked and determined expression as she clings to her father's side.
Looking toward the basement door, the girl begs her father to open it for her.
Ruben dismisses the girl's request as nonsense while the group stands before the locked add-in door.
Ruben insists that hearing voices is impossible, but his frantic behavior suggests he is hiding something.
Ruben claims the area is abandoned and dangerous, but Leonardo finds the entire situation deeply suspicious.
Leonardo notes that the supposedly abandoned room is far too clean, specifically pointing out the spotless doorknob.
Inspecting the ground, Leonardo points out that the floor shows clear signs of frequent recent activity.
A narrative bubble confirms it is obvious that someone has been moving in and out recently.
Leonardo stands confidently on the stairs, causing Ruben to flinch as the man's suspicion continues to grow.
Turning his head, Leonardo asks Ruben if opening the door is truly such a difficult task.
Leonardo suggests that if her claims are nonsense, they should simply open the door and prove it.
The Marquis questions what could possibly be hidden in a basement as they approach the restricted area.
Kroby and Limerick arrive, ready to tear the door off its hinges. Who needs a key when you have muscles? Kroby blocks Ruben from intervening while Leonardo and Limerick focus their attention on the mysterious door.
Ruben confesses it is a top-secret Nicholas family workshop and warns against the Marquis' reckless intrusion.
Leonardo stares at the door, declaring that the secret workshop makes his entry all the more necessary.
Grabbing Ruben's collar, Leonardo criticizes the shoddy workshop for producing dresses that fall apart so easily.
Wearing a sinister smile, Leonardo vows that the foolish dress shop will be shut down for good. The scene shifts to the Grand Savlon mansion exterior as the morning sun shines brightly overhead.
Abbott reads a newspaper article detailing Duke Nicholas's arrest and the discovery of the underground workshop.
The paper explains that Arusha's frustration led her to accidentally discover the secret workshop while running away.
Text reveals that the Marquis intervened, rescued the trapped children, and opened the workshop's iron door.
A close-up of the newspaper highlights the events of the previous night that led to the scandal.
Abbott asks Arusha if she fainted without explanation because the previous night was so exhausting.
Arusha sheepishly explains that she was simply too tired yesterday to offer any detailed explanation.
Abbott scolds Arusha for her recklessness, terrified that the girl could have been in grave danger.
A close-up captures the maid's genuine distress as she worries about the young girl's safety.
Abbott sternly instructs Arusha to always inform an adult before acting on her own impulses.
Arusha offers a sincere apology for causing her maid so much worry during the chaotic event.
Arusha suggests a pinky promise while internally noting she might struggle to keep it around Leonardo.
Abbott reflects on how rare it is for such a positive story to make the names.
Arusha reads the paper, wondering if this heroic event will finally make the Duke proud of Leonardo.
With sparkling eyes, Arusha excitedly asks if she should go find her grandfather right this moment. Arusha pauses to consider her options while the maid prepares to deliver some news about the Duke.
The scene transitions to a magnificent fountain located in the courtyard of the royal palace.
A grand, empty meeting room stands ready for a high-level discussion among the kingdom's top officials.
Duke Savlon sits at the head of the table, looking solemn as he prepares for the meeting.
A man notes that the Duke of Chartier is once again absent from the royal palace meeting.
The official asks if there is a problem, noticing Duke Savlon's intense and unreadable facial expression.
Minister Durselver notes that the absent Duke's participation is understandable given his important state duties.
Duke Savlon stands up to begin the session while the other ministers watch him with focused attention.
Minister Andrew Glasson announces that he will act as the temporary chairman for the current council meeting.
Duke Savlon provides an explanation, stating the incident was already over by the time they arrived.
Narrative text describes how Leonardo subdued the abusers and confirmed that Duke Nicholas ordered the unfair labor.
A haunting image shows the bruised and terrified children looking up, finally safe from their cruel captors.
Narrative text mentions a confiscated ledger reveals children were exploited and locked up for years.
At the council meeting, a man in glasses lets out a long, weary sigh.
Council members express shock, noting even beasts wouldn't commit such heinous acts as Duke Nicholas.
Pascal Pavé praises the Marquiva's actions, claiming he saved the Empire's children from a tragic fate.
Antonio Deauville labels Leonardo a hero for the children, while Duke Savlon listens with quiet interest.
Duke Savlon smiles with pride as the ministers discuss his son's inability to ignore injustice.
The atmosphere in the meeting room turns jovial as the ministers laugh and praise the decision.
A minister in glasses skeptically suggests the Marquis simply stumbled into the discovery while causing trouble. The skeptical man recalls a destroyed winery, claiming Leonardo just got lucky while acting like a troublemaker.
Lord Glasson contemplates if the investigation would have progressed this far without the Marquis's extreme methods.
Lord Glasson observes the proceedings with a sharp, calculating gaze from his seat at the table.
Duke Savlon stands abruptly, demanding an update on the welfare of the children rescued from the workshop.
Lord Glasson reports complications regarding the total number of victims found in the northern camps.
Duke Savlon notes that a leader must step forward to restore the people's shattered trust.
Representing the Savlon family, the Duke promises to establish and fully support an orphanage for the victims.
The council members are left speechless by the Duke's sudden and incredibly generous pledge of support.
Lord Glasson praises the noble decision, noting it befits the man set to be the next minister.
Duke Savlon turns his intense focus toward the final disposal and legal judgment of Duke Nicholas.
A close-up of the Duke's eyes reveals his cold determination to see justice fully served.
Duke Savlon rests his chin on his hand, deeply considering the next phase of the investigation.
The scene shifts to a grand palace office where the Crown Prince approaches the Emperor's desk.
A hand in a black glove rhythmically taps on the desk as the Emperor listens intently.
Crown Prince Elliot bows deeply before the Emperor, preparing to deliver his report on the scandal.
The young prince acknowledges his father's presence with a focused and serious expression on his face.
Elliot argues that noble families must be models for the Empire, claiming Duke Nicholas failed his duty.
The boy insists on holding the Duke accountable through a trial to prevent such incidents from occurring.
The Emperor's hand suddenly stops tapping as the young prince concludes his firm and righteous demands. Emperor Kylos Calliopeus smirks, acknowledging that he indeed previously spoke to his son about noble duties.
The Emperor coldly states that lives have different values, dismissing the plight of a few parentless children.
Kylos Calliope questions why he should punish a loyal subject over the exploitation of mere orphans.
The Emperor dismissively looks forward while Elliot reacts with visible frustration and shock at his words.
Kylos ponders if the ministers will ascend or if a bloody storm will erupt as before. Walking away, Elliot laments the loss of his father's once solemn and compassionate nature. Clenching his fist, the prince blames the woman introduced by the Chartier family for his father's change. A new arrival's voice echoes through the room, calling out to the Emperor with a greeting.
A red-haired woman enters the grand office, greeted warmly by the Emperor as she approaches him.
The narrative introduces Malaysia Medis, a medical professional invited to treat the ailing empress.
Elliot offers a stiff apology for his presence as the mysterious woman glides past him.
A brief pause in the narrative provides a moment of rest before the next scene. The sequence continues as the focus shifts back to the events within the imperial palace. Malaysia was brought in to treat the empress's year-long unknown illness.
Although Malatia's magic initially improved the empress's health, the recovery proved to be sadly brief.
Under the guise of treatment, Malatia remained at court, gaining the favor of the emperor himself.
Malaysia coyly asks if she has interrupted the meeting between the Emperor and the young Crown Prince.
Kylos Calliope assures her the meeting's finished, signaling for his son to leave them alone.
The emperor beckons Malatia closer, his gaze ignoring the lingering presence of his troubled son. Malaysia observes the young prince with a knowing smirk as she prepares to speak with the emperor. Elliot mentions that the empress is having a good day and suggests his father visit her bedside. The emperor acknowledges the news about his wife's health with a dismissive and detached tone.
Holding Malatia's hand, the Emperor orders Elliot to leave so they can have an important conversation.
Elliot looks down in sadness, feeling the heavy weight of his father's cold and dismissive attitude.
Elliot acknowledges the emperor's presence and confirms his departure as he prepares to exit the office.
Through the window, the red-haired woman watches the young prince leave the sunlit imperial meeting room.
Malaysia touches the emperor's chest, noting with satisfaction that their young intruder has finally departed. Summoning a red magic circle, Malatia suggests she and Emperor Kylos Calliope enjoy some time together.
Torches flicker against the cold stone walls of a high-security prison under a clear, starry night.
A hand in armored gauntlets grips the iron bars of a cell while calling for Duke Nicola. Xavier Nicola sits in his dark cell and berates his rescuers for their late arrival. The intruder apologizes for the delay while standing amidst the guards he just neutralized. Stepping out of his confinement, Nicola expresses his fury at the deep humiliation he endured. Accompanied by cloaked guards, Nicola prepares to make a swift escape from the dungeon corridor.
The group stops abruptly as a lone figure blocks their path in the dark prison hallway.
Duke Sherman stands firm with his sword drawn, questioning the fugitive minister's intended destination. The Duke criticizes Nicola for showing utter contempt for the law by attempting this escape. Nicola dismisses the law, claiming a high minister shouldn't be jailed over simple orphans. Sherman watches the corrupt man coldly, questioning how much further his string of crimes will extend. Nicola shouts in a blind rage, blaming Sherman Chablin for raising his child so poorly.
The minister mocks Sherman for his perceived arrogance in confronting armed guards without any backup.
Drawing his sword, Nikola threatens to kill Sherman and exterminate every member of his family.
Sherman remains remarkably calm, offering one final question to his former colleague before they clash.
He asks if Nikola truly wishes to reignite the bloody inter-family wars from decades ago.
Nikola hesitates for a moment before charging his staff with a surge of violet magical energy.
Recalling past bloodshed, Nikola launches an attack while accusing Sherman of destroying other noble houses.
Sherman effortlessly destroys Nikola's staff, warning him that the outcome of the struggle is already decided.
Grabbing Nikola by the throat, Sherman declares that enemies of his family receive no mercy.
Gasping for air, the dying Nikola calls Sherman a murderer as his strength fades away.
In his final moments, the minister curses Sherman and promises to wait for him in hell.
Sherman walks away from the body as his subordinate, Nocturne, addresses him with respect.
Nocturne Crag reports that the official story will be that Duke Nikola committed suicide in prison.
The man with glasses vows to ensure this specific narrative becomes the accepted truth.
Sherman stands in the shadows of the prison, a heavy silence hanging over the execution site.
Entering the carriage, Sherman asks Nocturne if he truly agrees with the knight's grim necessity.
Nocturne assures the Duke that his decision was correct to protect the Empire's stability.
He explains that the prohibition against inter-family conflict is merely a fragile and unspoken agreement.
Nocturne Crag thanks his benefactor for stopping the Third Minister's rampage before it spread further.
A memory of a burning estate flickers, accompanied by a voice asking if there is blame.
A young, tearful Nocturne looks up through his glasses, surrounded by his home's destruction. A younger Sherman looks down at the boy with a somber and protective gaze.
The two stand together amidst the fire, a bond forged in the ruins of the past.
Back in the present, Nocturne reflects on how the Duke essentially gave him a new existence. He insists that the cycle of families killing one another must never be allowed to repeat.
A close-up of Sherman's weary eyes reflects his somber thoughts on the heavy price of peace.
The Duke expresses his grim determination to pay any price to secure a peaceful future.
Nocturne promises to remain by the Duke's side as the carriage arrives at the estate.
Sherman orders a horse prepared immediately to deliver a critical press release without delay.
Nocturne is surprised when Sherman suddenly exits the carriage to meet the waiting Leonardo.
Duke Sherman looks at his son and asks if there is something he wishes to send.
A playful character named Violet Chan introduces herself and her team's joy in sharing new stories.
Violet Chan asks readers to support her team by using their official site and Discord server.
The scene pans over the garden as Sherman repeats his question to Leonardo about his thoughts. Leonardo denies any special motive, claiming he returned late because of that wretched boutique.
Leonardo begins to explain the situation regarding the matter of the angel dress.
Duke Savlon expresses surprise that Leonardo actually did something beneficial for the family.
Leonardo stares coldly as his father considers his recent actions to be truly admirable. Leonardo reacts with visible disgust and disbelief at the concept of acting for the family. Leonardo clarifies that he did not intervene for his father or their family's sake.
Leonardo expresses indifference toward how his father chooses to twist or exploit the incident. Leonardo declares that he wants absolutely no part in any perceived meaningful outcomes of the event.
Duke Savlon calls out Leonardo's name as the man turns away in blatant frustration.
Leonardo marches away while Nocturne addresses the Duke as the tension between father and son remains.
Exhausted, the Duke decides to head inside the estate to rest after the long day.
Nocturne agrees and prepares to immediately inform the staff of the Duke's return.
Suddenly, a small girl in a pink dress is seen standing atop the carriage. A bright flash of light accompanies the girl's sudden and unexpected appearance on the vehicle.
Arusha gleefully greets her grandfather while standing precariously on top of the mansion's carriage.
Yellow roses frame Arusha's declaration that she has been waiting for her grandfather all this time.
Nocturne panics, questioning how Arusha climbed up there and warning her of the danger.
Arusha smiles mischievously as she calls out to her grandfather from her high perch.
In a chibi scene, Arusha realizes it's too high and asks for help down.
Duke Savlon instructs Arusha on where to place her foot to descend safely from the carriage.
Safely on the ground, Arusha faces her grandfather, who asks if she truly waited for him.
Arusha maintains a determined and serious expression as she looks up at her grandfather.
Arusha requests a moment of the Duke's time to discuss her father's recent actions.
Nocturne tries to intervene, but the Duke silences him, insisting that he is fine.
Curious about Arusha's words, the Duke orders Nocturne to deliver the documents before it's too late.
The Duke tells Arusha to follow him while she exhales a massive sigh of relief. A chibi panel shows the Duke and Leonardo arguing while Arusha worries about her heart.
Arusha puffs out her cheeks in a determined and adorable show of resolve.
The scene shifts to a wide view of the grand and expansive Savlon Mansion gardens.
Inside the mansion, a servant welcomes the Lord back while Arusha watches with awe.
Duke Savlon glances sideways as he leads the young girl through the opulent hallway.
The Duke leads the way into a sun-drenched library filled with towering bookshelves.
Sitting down on a plush blue sofa, the Duke asks what she wants.
The Duke invites Arusha to sit while she excitedly agrees and hops toward the sofa.
Arusha struggles slightly as she attempts to climb onto the large cushioned seat.
Arusha accidentally bounces on the soft cushion, letting out a small yelp of surprise.
Arusha eventually relaxes into the comfy sofa while the Duke watches her with amusement.
Apologizing for her behavior, Arusha promises to sit properly as the Duke accepts it.
In a chibi scene, the Duke offers Arusha hot chocolate or warm milk to drink. The Duke puts on his glasses and prepares to listen to Arusha's story. The Duke asks Arusha what specific things she wanted to tell him. The Duke waits expectantly as Arusha recalls the specific matter she came to discuss.
Arusha reaches into her clothing as a rustling sound indicates she is retrieving something hidden.
Arusha presents the newspaper to her grandfather, asking if her father did something great.
The Duke looks at the newspaper article regarding Leonardo's actions at the workshop.
The Duke sighs heavily as he considers the information revealed in the newspaper article.
Leonardo's actions were commendable only in the eyes of others.
A chibi Duke notes that Leonardo had no intention of doing a good deed.
Arusha explains that her father was mad and gave the shop owner a good beating.
Arusha insists that without her father, she would have been in big trouble.
Arusha excitedly shares how her father rescued her from the malicious boutique owner's grasp.
Duke Savlon expresses disbelief at Leonardo's intervention while the young girl nods in confirmation.
Arusha sincerely requests that her grandfather praise her father to make her happy.
A bright and hopeful smile illuminates Arusha's face as she waits for his response. The Duke falls into a heavy, contemplative silence while setting down his delicate teacup.
Reaching toward the table, the Duke offers a refreshing glass of juice to his granddaughter.
Arusha graciously thanks her grandfather while accepting the beverage with both of her hands.
She gleefully gulps down the drink, feeling entirely revitalized by the sweet, cold liquid.
Duke Savlon observes her, noting that the girl is being unusually lenient and pleasant today.
Arusha feels a sudden surge of intimidation while sitting alone before her powerful, stern grandfather.
He reflects on Leonardo's temporary reputation boost, skeptical of how long the favor will last.
Energized by her drink, Arusha strikes a victory pose while her grandfather watches with amusement.
The Duke lets out a small laugh, charmed by the young girl's lively and spirited behavior.
He credits her role in revealing the incident and decides she deserves a formal reward.
Arusha reacts with startled surprise as her grandfather confirms his intention to grant her something.
The Duke declares that Arusha may ask for just one thing she wants the most.
Stunned, Arusha stares up at him as the magnitude of the generous offer sinks in.
A text bubble emphasizes his absolute commitment to grant whatever wish the young girl chooses.
With wide eyes, Arusha asks for final confirmation that she truly gets one whole wish.
The Duke remains silent, closing his eyes as he prepares to listen to her request.
He advises her to think carefully before deciding on such a precious and rare opportunity.
Arusha is completely overwhelmed by her sudden good fortune, wondering what she should ask for.
She nervously asks if her grandfather is truly okay with granting any request she makes. The Duke insists that she speak quickly as he will not offer the chance again.
Arusha jumps with excitement, declaring that she has already made her final decision.
She closes her eyes and clenches her hands, focusing all her resolve on her wish.
Arusha makes her wish, asking to be taken back to their previous family mansion.
She desperately pleads for her grandfather to return her father, Leonardo, to his former home. She reflects on reforming Leonardo while prioritizing her own precious work-life balance and peace.
Tearfully, she expresses her simple desire to live in a house where she feels comfortable.
Duke Savlon asked for final confirmation if that selfless request is really her intended wish.
He looks at her intently, questioning if she is certain about her chosen reward.
Arusha nods her head vigorously, confirming her decision despite her grandfather's obvious skepticism.
The Duke offers her one more chance to pick something that benefits her personally.
Arusha remains steadfast, insisting that her father's happiness is the best thing for her.
That night, the Duke watches from a balcony window as a servant leads Arusha away.
The 5-year-old girl skips along happily, looking back with a bright and innocent smile.
The Duke reflects on how he expected her to want toys or sweet desserts instead.
He recalls her words about her father being her only parent and the key to happiness.
Closing his eyes, Duke Savlon remains silent as he processes the girl's selfless devotion. He adjusts his glasses, the small clicking sound echoing in the quiet, dimly lit room.
Duke Savlon looks out the window, wondering about the forgotten meaning of happiness.
The morning sun shines brightly over the grand and serene estate the next day.
Arusha bursts into her room, calling out for her father with a joyful, expectant expression.
She stops and looks around the empty room, surprised to find no one there.
Proby notes that many noble families will likely offer full support for the new orphanage.
The man pours a glass of whiskey while ordering a complete refund and compensation.
A man with long silver hair stands on the balcony, overlooking the lush garden.
Arusha approaches Kroby and asks if the discussion concerns the matter of the angel dresses.
Kroby greets Arusha while she asks why her father is also waking up so early. Duke Sherman stands in pensive silence on the balcony alongside his loyal assistant, Kroby.
The Duke takes a slow, steady sip of his drink while contemplating the recent events.
Arusha sprints toward her grandfather with a bright smile, triumphantly holding up a large scroll.
The young girl excitedly announces that she has received a special delivery from her great-grandfather. Thrusting the document forward, Arusha urgently pleads for the Duke to read the message immediately.
Duke Sherman remains motionless, his gaze fixed on his glass as a heavy silence lingers.
Handing the scroll over, the Duke instructs Kroby to investigate the contents of the official decree.
Kroby hesitates for a moment, appearing slightly nervous as he prepares to reveal the scroll's message. Kroby reads the decree, announcing that the family is officially authorized to return to the heir's mansion. Kroby questions if Arusha arranged this, and she gleefully confirms she used her wish for it.
Arusha strikes a triumphant and proud pose, basking in the success of her selfless plan. Kroby and Arusha dance together in celebration, while Sherman watches them with visible frustration and exhaustion.
Kroby praises her thoughtfulness, but Arusha privately admits her motivation was actually securing her personal space. Arusha urges her father to pack immediately for their imminent move back to the family estate. Looking down at his drink, Duke Sherman asks Arusha if she is truly satisfied with this outcome.
Sherman expresses his indifference about returning home while Arusha watches him with a knowing, mischievous smirk.
The Duke turns his focus to Arusha, questioning the deeper reasoning behind her choice of reward.
Arusha explains that the mansion rightfully belongs to her father and fits his noble status perfectly. Sherman is momentarily silenced by her words, staring ahead as he processes her unwavering familial loyalty. Arusha begins to recount a memory from a previous time, her expression turning soft and bashful. She confesses that she was genuinely happy, sharing her feelings with Sherman and Kroby.
The young girl scratches her cheek shyly, appearing overwhelmed by the emotional weight of her words.
Sherman offers a quiet thanks to his father while Leonardo laughs joyfully at the good news. Sherman reflects on Leonardo's good fortune, wondering why his son possesses such an incredible daughter.
The Duke cuts through the sentimentality, ordering Kroby to stop his fussing and begin packing immediately.
Walking away, Arusha exhales a deep sigh of relief for successfully navigating the difficult conversation.
Sherman stops her, declaring that she must also pack because she is moving into the mansion.
Arusha stands frozen in shock as she watches a maid begin organizing her collection of toys.
The maids congratulate Arusha, but she panics at the sudden loss of her independent, noble lifestyle.
Arusha wails in despair, mourning the tragic end of her peaceful, single, noble mansion life.
The scene transitions to the grand and opulent exterior of the family's primary heir's mansion.
Leonardo claps his hands together with infectious enthusiasm, clearly delighted to be back in his home.
Duke Sherman strides through the magnificent hallway while Leonardo continues to cheer loudly behind him.
Sherman coldly dismisses his son's loud behavior, though Leonardo remains completely unfazed and agrees with him.
The Duke dismisses Kroby while receiving confirmation that the legal matters regarding the boutique are settled.
Sherman suddenly halts, noting that a specific valuable item was mistakenly left behind at the residence.
Leonardo is bewildered by the claim, but Kroby insists he brought back everything for the Duke.
Kroby produces a small plush doll made in Arusha's likeness, holding it up for the Duke.
Instructing the Duke to display the doll prominently, Kroby sprints away to avoid Sherman's impending anger.
Sherman stands alone, letting out a heavy sigh as he stares down at the Arusha doll.
The Duke gazes at the plush toy with a complicated mixture of sternness and buried affection.
A close-up reveals the simple, cute features of the handmade doll representing his granddaughter, Arusha.
Sherman recalls a memory of a purple-haired woman cradling a newborn baby in a golden room. The woman in his memory smiles radiantly, her joy illuminating the scene as she holds the infant. A younger Arusha is shown playing happily, holding up a doll while surrounded by blooming flowers.
The memory montage highlights Arusha's various expressions, from her fierce determination to her pure wonder.
Returning to the present, Duke Sherman looks down at the doll with an uncharacteristically gentle expression. He places his hand softly on the doll's head, reflecting his deep and silent grandmotherly love.
Embracing the toy, the Duke allows a soft, nostalgic smile to grace his face.
The morning sun bathes the expansive and peaceful mansion grounds in a bright, hopeful light.
Arusha's plush doll is held up as someone asks why the mansion's food is so delicious.
A black cat doll with glasses is used to explain the presence of exclusive top-tier chefs.
The maid explains that the new mansion is spotless because it employs 10 times more servants.
Arusha looks at her doll with excitement, preparing to ask about her new living arrangements.
The maid teases Arusha with the cat doll before revealing a major surprise about the estate.
A grand bedroom is revealed as the maid announces Arusha now owns the entire second floor.
Arusha and the maid share a quiet moment of bonding while holding their respective plush toys.
Arusha and the maid laugh joyfully together as they celebrate the young girl's massive new suite. Arusha sits on her bed, listing the many rooms she still needs to explore in her area.
Arusha expresses a sudden worry that her grandfather might think her new room is far too grand.
The maid dismisses Arusha's concerns, assuring her that the Duke wants her to have the best.
Sitting beside Arusha, the maid tells her she deserves to live in such a beautiful place.
Arusha decides to test the softness of her giant bed, leaping onto the luxurious white mattress.
The maid watches Arusha with a smile, hoping this soft bed leads to many wonderful dreams.
The maid promises to wake Arusha for dinner while the girl rolls around on the bed.
A hand pulls the curtain shut while the maid tells Arusha to call if she needs help.
Sunlight fills the empty bedroom as the door clicks shut, leaving Arusha alone with her thoughts.
Lying in the quiet room, Arusha reflects on the massive changes in her life recently.
Arusha gazes at her hand, thinking about the complex family legacy she has inherited.
She considers if she would have been more comfortable remaining at the family's old house.
Arusha decides she is glad to have followed Leonardo here, despite the many challenges ahead.
Arusha stands by the window, resolving to make the most of her life in this mansion.
She recalls her past as an ignored, illegitimate child, a stark contrast to her current situation. Closing her eyes, Arusha accepts her new role and the responsibility of protecting her family's future. Arusha prays or reflects on her decision, concluding that moving here was truly for the best. The scene shifts to the mansion's exterior at sunset, signaling the end of the long day.
Nocturne Craig smiles and adjusts his glasses as he arrives to begin Arusha's next formal lesson.
Nocturne mentions an estate on the outskirts while Arusha sits ready to absorb more noble knowledge.
Arusha asks if Nocturne found any information about obtaining early admission into the prestigious Genius Academy.
Nocturne reaches into his bag to retrieve a document containing records of past academy admittees. Nocturne triumphantly holds up a document while Arusha claps in delight at the successful research.
He discusses rumors of secret admissions officers who evaluate the hidden potential of children from noble houses.
Arusha listens as he mentions that only children with a specific blessing are allegedly chosen.
Nocturne admits he has never heard of such a blessing, leaving Arusha looking quite confused.
He reassures her that they will eventually find more clues about the mysterious Genius entrance process.
Nocturne suggests focusing on building connections at the next meeting, and Arusha enthusiastically agrees.
Arusha is overwhelmed when Nocturne hands her a massive stack of profiles she must memorize immediately.
Nocturne begins lecturing about business relations between the 12 great houses while Arusha stares in shock. Arusha panics over the mention of a specific name, her face full of shock during the lecture.
Gripping her clothing in realization, Arusha declares that the current situation is not what she expected.
Arusha is stunned to learn that Seville Sarthier is confirmed to attend the upcoming gathering.
Arusha identifies Seville Sarthier as a primary villain from her memories of the original tragic novel.
A vision depicts a future Seville driven to madness, committing horrific acts against a blinded prince.
Nocturne explains that Seville is actually Arusha's cousin according to the family's official ancestral tree. Nocturne warns that Seville likely harbors ill feelings toward Arusha, adding more tension to the meeting. Arusha stares at the profile in dread as Nocturne names Seville the person to watch out for.
A dark-haired man in a stylish suit walks through the hallway, looking deeply exhausted.
Identified as Lecce Basto, Leonardo's personal tailor, he wonders how his career reached this point.
Lecce sighs as he laments being stuck as the exclusive tailor for Marquis Leonardo for years. He mourns his tarnished reputation, feeling like a mere lackey overshadowed by Leonardo's scandalous behavior.
Steeling his resolve for the task ahead, a sweating Lecce enters the room to finally act. Intending to resign, Lecce is shocked when Duke Sherman asks if he is being serious right now. Duke Sherman questions if the tailor truly intends to enroll in the notorious Genius Academy.
Sherman describes the academy as a grotesque battlefield while Lecce reflects on how terrifying the man is.
Nervous and sweating, Lecce wonders about the identity of the person currently speaking with Lord Leonardo.
Looking directly at the tailor, Arusha confirms with absolute certainty that she still wants to go.
Arusha jumps excitedly, expressing her curiosity about the various talents gathering for the upcoming meeting.
Arusha gives the tailor a pleading, sparkly-eyed look while asking him to accompany her to the event. Staring at the girl in disbelief, Lecce silently wonders who she could possibly be.
Arusha asks Leonardo about Lecce's identity while her father realizes the tailor was standing there all along.
Leonardo orders Lecce to stop idling and approach them, causing the nervous tailor to hesitate and tremble.
Lecce reacts with complete shock when Duke Sherman orders him to make a dress for Lady Arusha.
Sherman notes Arusha lacks proper attire, while she wonders if her current outfit is truly that bad.
Trembling in terror, Lecce listens as Sherman demands the dress be finished within a strict 6-day deadline.
Lecce panics, explaining he has spent his entire life specializing in men's clothing rather than children's dresses.
When Lecce claims the deadline is impossible, Sherman sternly calls out the tailor's name to silence him. Sherman asks Lecce whose tailor he is, asserting that it is his job to fulfill his requests.
Looming over the panicked tailor, the Duke begins a pointed question that leaves Lecce visibly shaken and sweating.
Sherman asks if Lecce is doubting his judgment, causing the terrified tailor to gulp in extreme fear.
Sherman orders Lecce to take measurements immediately as the tailor collapses to the floor in desperate agreement.
Feeling guilty for Lecce's distress, Arusha follows the dejected tailor as he leads her toward his workspace.
Lecce asks Arusha to raise her arms and she complies with a curious and focused expression.
Arusha puffs out her cheeks while holding her arms up as Lecce prepares his measuring tape.
The tailor pokes Arusha's back with the measuring tape, causing her to look around in confusion.
Arusha asks if something is wrong when she notices Lecce is holding the measuring tape with shaking hands. Breaking down into tears, Lecce tells the startled girl that nothing is wrong as he continues trembling.
Wiping his eyes, Lecce apologizes for the scene and promises to finish taking her measurements quickly.
Lecce pauses and looks at Arusha when she softly calls out his name during the fitting process.
Arusha gently takes the tailor's hand, offering him a moment of quiet comfort despite his professional panic. In a chibi scene, Arusha expresses that she truly understands the difficult situation Lecce is facing. Lecce tearfully asks Arusha if she is truly comfortable with an inexperienced tailor handling her important dress.
Lecce admits his ignorance of trends, but Arusha reassures him that she doesn't know the trends either.
Grabbing his hand, Arusha reminds Lecce that she is the one who will be wearing the clothes.
Arusha strikes a bright and confident pose, radiating enthusiasm that begins to lift the tailor's spirits. Wiping his tears, Chibi Lecce finally accepts the challenge and agrees to proceed with making the dress.
Chibi Arusha requests that the final outfit be sturdy and resistant to getting dirty too easily.
Looking at the girl with newfound warmth and kindness, Lecce softly acknowledges her request as Lady Arusha.
The scene transitions as a shop bell rings, signaling someone entering the quiet tailoring workspace.
Lecce stands alone at his workbench, preparing himself for the most important project of his career.
A text bubble reveals his resolve to submit his resignation to the Marquis after this task.
Letting out a heavy, weary sigh, Lecce leans over his workbench to begin the project.
With a dramatic flourish, Lecce vows to make the greatest final dress of his entire life.
The scene shifts to the magnificent Arte Castle on the long-awaited day of the noble gathering.
Edmund watches the flashy carriages from a balcony while Winston stands behind him reading a book.
A close-up reveals a mischievous and sinister grin spreading across the young boy's face.
Edmund Duran gleefully declares his desire to smash all the incoming carriages into tiny pieces.
Winston Glosson informs Edmund that property destruction is not their intended mission for this gathering.
Winston explains they are here to find individuals with a specific blessing while Edmund agrees offhandedly.
Winston chides Edmund for drawing his sword too easily as the blonde boy spots something interesting.
A dark and elegant carriage rolls to a halt at the entrance of the castle grounds.
Arusha's foot, clad in a purple shoe with a bow, steps onto a wooden stool.
Arusha is revealed in her magnificent new dress, prompting someone to praise her stunning appearance.
A vibrant arrangement of blue and pink roses sparkles under the bright palace lights.
Edmund Duran laughs mischievously while Winston Glasson sighs in annoyance at his rowdy companion.
Winston identifies the girl as Arusha Savlon, a member of the prestigious 5th grade house.
Winston notes Arusha as a person of interest carrying blood from two powerful noble families.
Leonardo stands tall in his noble attire as Arusha points excitedly toward the Grand Palace.
Edmund describes Arusha as a hybrid of a great mage's and a swordmaster's noble lineage.
Edmund calls out to Winston, who remains focused on reading a leather-bound book.
Drawing his sword, Edmund asks Winston if he is allowed to kill Arusha just slightly.
In a chibi scene, Edmund asks to kill her while Winston ignores his bloodthirsty request.
Winston addresses the boy as Duran, while Edmund smiles brightly and grips his sword's hilt.
Winston orders Duran not to think about it while Edmund laments the missed opportunity.
Winston questions why children with blessings are being gathered separately for admission into So Genius Academy.
Winston promises to update Duran upon learning more, while Edmund cheers for their new promise.
Edmund decides to refrain from violence for now and just quietly observe the day's events.
Edmund wonders which of the gathered children will be able to enter So Genius alongside them.
A prompt invites the group to introduce the new friends joining their circles today.
Nobles gather in a grand hall as Arusha, Leonardo, and a host stand on stage.
The blue-haired host asks Arusha to introduce herself first as other noble girls watch curiously. Arusha walks across the stage, her heavy, ruffled dress creating a soft sound as she moves.
A backdrop of purple flowers frames Arusha as she prepares to make her formal introduction.
Arusha introduces herself brightly as Arusha Savlon, declaring her status as the family's 5th child.
Pointing toward Leonardo, Arusha introduces her father and asks the crowd to treat him well.
Noble ladies applaud and welcome Leonardo to Arte Castle, congratulating him on his official membership.
A lady expresses hope for a good relationship, while Arusha offers a nervous, sweat-dropped reply.
Arusha notices the adults react with adoration while the other children stare with cold rivalry. The host prepares the next introduction while noting the competitive tension rising among the children.
A pink-haired girl in a red floral dress steps forward to greet the gathered crowd.
Seville Chartier introduces herself as the eldest daughter of the Leon and Harris Chartier families.
Seville explains her mother was too busy to attend after the host asks about her absence.
Seville demands to eat immediately because of her hunger while the host welcomes her formally.
As Seville walks past, Arusha recognizes her as the famous villainous cousin from her memories.
The host leads the group to dinner while Arusha notes Seville's behavior is unexpectedly mild.
Arusha ponders her observations as she takes her seat at the children's formal dining table.
The children sit around a circular table as they prepare for their meal in Arte Castle.
Arusha gazes nervously at Seville, who sits nearby looking quite displeased with the current situation.
Seville adjusts her hair and settles into her chair with a visible look of grumpy arrogance.
Arusha thinks Seville looks cute, but the pink-haired girl suddenly calls out to her sharply.
Seville questions how Arusha managed to gain entry into the exclusive and prestigious Arte Castle.
Seville scolds Arusha for coming with only her father, while Arusha finds her adorable regardless.
Arusha simply confirms her mother is not present, staring back at her cousin with wide eyes.
Seville is stunned by the blunt response as Arusha raises her arms in a cheerful gesture.
Seville demands Arusha stop changing the subject while other children whisper about the Savlon family.
Seville asks if Arusha only recently received a tutor after avoiding any prior academic study.
Arusha confirms the claim with a confused look, acknowledging her recent start in formal education. Seville laughs arrogantly, claiming early education is vital for those hoping to attend Sogenius Academy. Arusha mentions her tutor attended Sogenius, causing Seville to leap from her chair in shock.
Winston taps Arusha on the shoulder, declaring it impossible for someone like her to have such a tutor.
Edmund excitedly asks if the news is real while Winston sighs in frustration at the commotion.
Edmund laughs mockingly while Winston watches him from his seat at the dining table.
Arusha thanks the children at the next table while Seville looks on with an annoyed expression.
Seville huffs arrogantly as a servant places a covered dish on the table before her. Arusha reflects on the difficulty of the Sogenius entrance exam while watching her grumpy cousin.
In a chibi scene, Arusha happily suggests that she and Seville should become friends. Seville reacts with an angry and startled shout, clearly taken aback by the friendly offer.
Seville becomes increasingly frustrated, lamenting the lack of praise from her father despite her achievements. Seville recalls her busy mother and aloof father feeling neglected during this important first meeting.
With a determined and angry look, Seville ties a white lace bib around her neck.
Seville threatens to overturn everything if the food is bad. Edmund watches her in confusion.
A girl in a green dress asks Seville if she is truly 8 years old.
A brown-haired boy leans on his hand, asking what the girl's age has to do with anything.
Edmund laughs hysterically after noticing that Seville is still wearing a bib at 8 years old.
Seville is paralyzed with shock and extreme embarrassment as the other children begin to mock her. Arusha rushes to her cousin's defense, asking the group what could possibly be wrong with wearing a bib.
Arusha points out that food might spill during a meal, making a bib a practical choice for everyone.
Arusha begins to fiddle with the elaborate lace sleeve of her own magnificent purple dress.
She demonstrates how her dress works, unrolling a hidden layer of lace for the other children to see.
Arusha proudly displays a bib-like attachment she has integrated into her own modular outfit.
Arusha continues to defend her cousin while Seville, overwhelmed with shame, suddenly bolts from her chair.
Seville screams at Arusha for defending her without permission before running away from the dining table. Still shouting, Seville calls out to a brown-haired child as she flees the room in a panic. Seville continues her angry outburst about her ability to eat properly while Arusha watches her stumble. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, Seville rips off her bib and hurls it onto the floor. The other noble children gasp in horror as a loud crash echoes through the dining hall. A noble woman scolds Seville for her disruptive behavior while the girl stammers out a confused apology. Arusha sits on the floor after being pushed, looking stunned as spilled juice ruins her beautiful white dress. A dramatic caption emphasizes the tragedy of Arusha's dress being stained during the chaotic confrontation. The scene focuses on a grand, sparkling crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the palace hall.
Noble adults gossip about Seville pushing Arusha as the pink-haired girl stands trembling with guilt.
Seville worries if Arusha is hurt, regretfully thinking the dress was a precious gift from her father.
A servant reaches out to help Arusha while Seville looks away with a deeply pained expression.
Arusha calls out to Seville, addressing her as sister with a surprisingly calm and focused look.
Arusha begins to tear a piece of lace from her sleeve, causing Seville to scream in shock.
Arusha cheerfully explains that she isn't tearing the dress but simply removing a modular part of it.
She points out that the dirty lace can be easily discarded to keep the rest clean.
Arusha demonstrates how she can pull a fresh, clean layer of lace out from inside her sleeve.
Striking a sparkling pose, Arusha reveals her dress looks perfectly brand new despite the earlier spill.
Surrounded by a backdrop of golden roses, Arusha asks if the transformation of her dress is seamless.
The gathered noble ladies and children murmur in amazement as they witness the dress's unique features.
Arusha holds up a piece of the garment, formally introducing the crowd to her special modular dress. With a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, Arusha announces that the dress has even more surprises.
Arusha calls out to a woman in the crowd, identifying her as Lady Grant.
Lady Grant reacts with a startled look, peeking out from behind her dark blue lace fan.
Arusha asks the woman if she is curious how she managed to stay unharmed during her fall.
Arusha asks Lady Grant to hold her hands while she prepares to demonstrate the final secret.
Arusha pulls a ribbon on her back, causing a hidden mechanism in the dress to activate.
Gossamer wings unfurl from the dress's back. The onlookers cry out in wonder.
Arusha celebrates the successful distraction, thrilled that her plan to diffuse the tension worked perfectly.
Lecce Basto stands proudly behind the mannequin displaying the innovative dress he created for Lady Arusha.
Arusha stands in her elaborate purple dress as an unseen speaker begins a new observation.
A woman remarks that leaving the pink-haired girl to struggle alone would be far too harsh.
Arusha takes a purposeful step forward, her purple bow-adorned shoe clicking against the palace floor.
Arusha approaches Seville with a bright smile, her arms outstretched in a friendly, welcoming gesture.
Beaming with joy, Arusha encourages Seville to share in the pleasant feelings of the moment.
Seville stares back at her cousin in complete silence, her eyes wide with sudden, sparkly-eyed wonder.
Seville reaches out a gloved hand toward Arusha while letting out a defiant, stubborn huff.
Seville inspects the unique fabric of Arusha's dress, while Arusha finds her cousin's grumpy attitude adorable.
Other noble children at the table express their desire to own a magnificent dress like Arusha's.
Edmund Durin asks Winston if he detects any signs of divine favor from the powerful families.
Winston observes that while Arusha smoothed over the conflict, the act itself lacked any supernatural significance.
Edmund rests his hand on his sword, noting that common items like bibs aren't considered blessings.
Staring intently at the scene, Winston silently admits that Arusha looks truly dazzling under the lights.
Winston wonders if Arusha's magnetic presence comes from genuine personal charm rather than magic or favor.
Edmund laughs mockingly at Winston, who dismisses his companion's previous theories as absolute nonsense.
Edmund teases Winston about wishing for Prince Sosin's return, causing the glasses-wearing boy to shout defensively.
Edmund reminds Winston to find useful information about Arusha Savlan to report to the Crown Prince. The magnificent palace exterior stands tall against a clear blue sky as the gathering continues inside. A high-angle view shows the children gathered around a table laden with tea and various cakes.
Arusha sits at the head of the table, smiling brightly as she enjoys the festive atmosphere.
A blonde-haired girl asks Arusha if she would be comfortable with a very special request.
Two other noble girls lean in eagerly, hoping to convince Arusha to help them with something.
Arusha laughs nervously as the group of girls crowds around her, all talking excitedly at once.
A woman mentions that the children are desperate for the dress and have questioned Count Leonardo.
Arusha worries that her father might prevent his personal tailor from gaining too much public fame.
Arusha hesitates to reveal the tailor's identity while the blonde girl insists on discussing something important.
Arusha is stunned when the girl asks for the success secrets of past prestigious Sogenia scholars.
The girls overwhelm Arusha with questions about letters of introduction and difficult academy entrance exams.
As Arusha tries to explain her dress, her father sternly interrupts, declaring such things entirely unnecessary.
Leonardo asserts that his daughter does not need to study for exams or take them anytime soon.
Leonardo asks Arusha for confirmation while she secretly thinks that she actually needs the academic help.
Arusha pleads with her father, expressing her desire to wear matching dresses with her new friends. Arusha freezes in shock when an unseen voice cruelly questions if she even has any friends.
The noble children at the table exchange awkward glances as the tension in the room rises. The blonde-haired girl insists that there is no way a girl like Arusha has any real friends.
Arusha reacts with comic horror to the claim that she is popular and surrounded by potential friends.
Arusha claims matching dresses would strengthen their bonds. The girls call her a genius while Leonardo stares.
Leonardo scoffs at the idea of his daughter being a genius while gripping his own sleeve tightly.
Arusha tugs on her father's coat, questioning his dismissive attitude toward her seemingly brilliant plan. With a determined look, Arusha prepares to finally reveal the identity of the person who created her dress.
Amidst the curious crowd, Arusha loudly announces that the mastermind behind her outfit is Lecce Basto.
The scene shifts to the exterior of a quiet tailor shop as a heartfelt message begins.
Lecce Basto writes a letter, expressing his deep concerns about whether the dress was suitable for the event. Lecce admits the design didn't suit the Marquis, but he is proud of following his own vision.
Lecce smiles warmly, crediting Arusha's considerate heart for giving him the courage to create the dress.
Pausing his pen on the paper, the tailor somberly decides that his time here has reached its end.
Lecce gazes at the finished letter, his expression a mix of relief and lingering professional sadness.
Sitting at his desk, Lecce realizes he can no longer stay bound as the Marquis' exclusive tailor.
Lecce looks at his workspace, mourning the years spent in obscurity and desiring recognition for his work.
Lecce resolves to leave the capital in secret, determined to find a future away from the Marquis' control. Lecce weeps while writing a final message to the young lady, but a loud noise interrupts his sorrowful moment. A noblewoman bursts into the room, asking if he is the tailor who created Lady Arusha's magnificent dress.
Lecce is stunned when the woman asks to organize a group purchase for the dresses the Marquis recommended.
A crowd of noble ladies gathers outside the workshop, leaving Lecce confused about the sudden surge in popularity. 10 days later, at the peaceful Yenhua's villa in Arte Castle, Marquis Leonardo sits quietly on a bench. Lecce runs toward the Marquis, exclaiming that he has been searching for him throughout the villa grounds. Clutching a stack of papers, Lecce asks if the official unveiling of the children's dresses has finally concluded.
Lecce points toward the garden, excitedly noting that the young children are beginning to emerge from the event.
A group of noble girls appears, all wearing elaborate, colorful dresses that reflect the latest fashion trends.
Lecce observes that while the situation is strange, the public response to the new outfits has been overwhelming.
He notes that despite the unusual nature of the trend, the children seem to genuinely adore their new clothes.
Leonardo admits his shock that a dress meant only for Arusha has now been adopted by every child present.
Leonardo relaxes with his eyes closed while Lecce nervously approaches with a stack of new business documents.
Lecce reports that the workshop has received a massive number of additional orders following the successful unveiling.
Leonardo releases a terrifyingly dark aura, causing Lecce to hiccup in fear at his master's cold, silent disapproval.
Panicking, Lecce suggests they stop accepting orders, reminding the Marquis that he is only an exclusive family tailor.
Leonardo coldly declares that he will refuse all requests for what the public calls Arusha's magical dress.
He questions the strange name given to the outfit, while Lecce stammers out a confused and nervous explanation.
Arusha suddenly pops out of the bushes, overhearing her father's words and excitedly asking about the magical dress name.
Running toward the tailor, Arusha asks Lecce if he was the one who personally chose that special name.
Arusha twirls with joy, confirming the name's accuracy while the tailor enthusiastically agrees with her cheerful assessment. A close-up reveals Arusha's beaming face, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she enjoys the moment.
Leonardo watches her, privately acknowledging that his own rigid designs would never have attracted such immense attention.
In a chibi scene, Arusha thanks Lecce once more, leaving the tailor overwhelmed with tears of professional pride.
Arusha prepares to depart, her intricate lace skirt rustling as she moves with newfound confidence and grace. She turns back one last time to call out to her father, her expression full of warmth and joy.
Framed by flowers, Arusha celebrates the fact that she has made many new friends thanks to the dress.
Arusha skips away across the villa grounds, leaving Lecce and Leonardo to reflect on the day's success.
Lecce watches her go, admitting that seeing her happiness makes him feel incredibly proud of his work.
He expresses a desire to continue creating dresses for Arusha and her new circle of noble friends.
Leonardo states he will manage the orders and points out that other tailors can handle his personal clothing needs.
In a chibi scene, Leonardo suggests tearing up the exclusive contract, prompting a shocked reaction from the tailor.
Lecce is overjoyed by the offer, but the Marquis quickly adds a firm condition to the arrangement.
Leonardo orders Lecce to ensure that every completed dress is sent to Arusha before anyone else receives theirs.
With a bright, tearful smile, Lecce happily agrees to the Marquis' terms, grateful for the new opportunity.
Leonardo walks away into the sunlight while Lecce bows deeply, showing his respect and gratitude to his benefactor.
A newspaper headline reveals Lecce Vasto's secret identity as the personal tailor of the prestigious Savlon family.
Seville reads the news with an excited blush, her eyes glowing with anticipation for her own new outfit.
A red-haired woman holding the paper tells Seville that she is looking forward to seeing the results.
Seville cheers enthusiastically, declaring her desire to try on the new dress as soon as it arrives.
The woman, addressed as Sister Malaysia, smiles gracefully amidst a backdrop of vibrant, dark red roses.
Outside an elegant house, a speaker suggests they spend the night talking just as they did before.
Seville looks downcast, mentioning she can only stay a short time before returning to the Library of Status. She quickly brightens up, suggesting they talk until it is time for her to go to bed.
Seville hops around in excitement while Malitia invites her to sit down and share her experiences.
Malaysia pets Seville's head, asking for a detailed account of everything that transpired during the Arte Castle gathering.
With a sinister look, Malaysia demands to hear about Arusha, specifically referring to her as Juliet's daughter.
The majestic exterior of the estate stands tall against the sky as the evening conversation begins.
Leonardo walks through the grand halls of his home, his powerful stride echoing against the polished floors.
He watches as servants frame the newspaper article celebrating Arusha's debut, proudly noting his daughter's first public appearance.
Marquise Leonardo arrives home early in the morning, where Crovy greets him with a cheerful welcome.
Two servants hang a large frame on the wall, and Crovy celebrates Arusha's first newspaper debut.
In a chibi scene, Crovy excitedly gestures toward the frame, while Leonardo remains silent and stoic.
The framed article highlights Arusha's great feats, though Leonardo lets out a long, weary sigh.
Leonardo wonders when the interview was arranged, while a chibi Arusha sparkles in the background. Crovy questions Leonardo about his decision to terminate the exclusive contract with the master tailor Lecce Basto.
Crovy emphasizes the difficulty of finding another tailor of such high caliber for an exclusive family contract.
Leonardo dismisses the concern in a chibi scene, stating the contract is none of Crovy's business.
Crovy smiles softly, suggesting that Leonardo ultimately had no choice but to end the exclusive arrangement.
Leonardo looks away with a serious expression, seemingly prepared for the day despite his underlying exhaustion.
Leonardo stares ahead in a close-up, his orange eyes reflecting deep thought as the conversation concludes.
In a chibi scene, Leonardo huffs while Crovy maintains a happy, celebratory mood beside him.
Crovy credits the tailor for Arusha's splendid debut while she approaches the room with quiet footsteps.
Arusha enters in her nightgown, rubbing her eyes and asking why everyone is awake so early.
Beaming with a sweet smile, Arusha rubs her eyes and asks her father if he slept well. Arusha offers a polite morning greeting, while he notes her arrival was perfectly timed.
Spotting the new decoration on the wall, Arusha points at the frame and asks what it is. Krovi looks at the girl with a sly smile, preparing to reveal the surprise about her newspaper debut. Close-up panels show hands carefully cutting and gluing the newspaper article to be framed for display.
Krovi explains that Leonardo wanted to frame the article to celebrate Arusha's first appearance in the news.
Leonardo grabs Krovi's collar in embarrassment, while Arusha reacts with shock and excitement to the reveal.
Leonardo maintains a firm grip on Krovi, who looks surprised as they stand before the young girl.
Arusha gazes at the framed article from behind, mesmerized by seeing her own name in print.
Leonardo prepares to explain the situation to Arusha, while Krovi remains caught in his master's grasp.
Arusha stands in her elaborate purple dress, her eyes filled with wonder as she admires the news.
Leonardo watches his daughter with a neutral expression, secretly reflecting on her growing influence over him.
A close-up shows Leonardo reaching down to gently touch Arusha's hand with his own.
From a back view, Leonardo leads Arusha through the palace hall, holding her small hand.
Leonardo looks toward the side with a calm, satisfied expression as they walk together in silence.
Leonardo reflects on how he is increasingly led by his daughter's wishes rather than his own desires.
Arusha looks up at her father with wide, curious eyes, seemingly sensing his internal shift in mood.
Leonardo reaches out and gently pats Arusha on the head, offering a rare moment of affection.
Leonardo remarks that the frame is too small, while Arusha looks at him with confused curiosity.
Leonardo walks through a doorway into the morning sunlight, his long white hair flowing behind him.
Krovi tells Leonardo not to worry, while Arusha reacts with comical shock to their ongoing conversation.
Arusha's eyes go wide with disbelief, her hands clutching her face as if she heard something scandalous.
Sunlight streams through a tall window onto a desk where a man is working quietly. An older man with glasses, His Excellency, reads the newspaper article about Arusha with deep interest. Nocturne stands before His Excellency, discussing the recent dress incident at Count Coulson's estate.
His Excellency notes that the achievements mentioned are quite remarkable for a mere 5-year-old child.
Nocturne bows his head, acknowledging the remark and confirming the details of the news report.
The scene focuses on a wall decorated with crossed swords and a large red banner.
His Excellency mentions that while the article is positive, the Marquis' rogue reputation is still concerning.
His Excellency expresses concern over a potential scandal, while Nocturne listens intently from his position. Nocturne apologizes for his inability to confirm a specific group's location, explaining their destinations change frequently. His Excellency accepts the apology and dismisses Nocturne, who prepares to leave the office.
Nocturne opens the heavy double doors of the office, stepping out into the bright hallway.
Turning his head, Nocturne looks surprised as he notices someone waiting for him in the corridor.
Freddie Sabline stands in the light, mentioning Nocturne's interesting conversation with his father. Freddie smiles with a mysterious look in his gold eyes, asking Nocturne if he can spare a moment. A chibi character sparkles as she asks a curious question about the truth of a situation. A thought bubble questions whether the brother is attending the gathering at Arte Castle with Arusha. Lord Freddie descends a grand staircase while a man with glasses waits for him below.
Limerick Bray introduces himself as the newly appointed private tutor for the young lady Arusha.
Lord Freddie acknowledges the information while maintaining a calm and thoughtful composure as he listens.
Freddie questions Arusha's ability to enter the castle if she lacks exceptional personal talent.
Freddie asks why their father wasn't notified, and Limerick explains his plan to verify everything first. Freddie commands the tutor to ignore the matter for now as he pauses in deep thought.
Freddie asserts that he will personally handle the communication with their father when the time is right.
Freddie mentions that this situation also involves Oscar, suggesting a wider and more complicated family matter. Limerick confirms his compliance with Freddie's orders and promises to follow the new instructions exactly. Lord Freddie Sabline departs with a sharp, calculating look that suggests deep and mysterious internal schemes. A carriage speeds down a rural path bordered by a dense and sunlit forest environment. Limerick notices Arusha's high spirits and asks if she is genuinely feeling that happy. Arusha smiles broadly as she prepares to reveal the document she is clutching tightly in her hand. Arusha joyfully announces that she has finally received her official admission to the prestigious castle. Limerick discusses his recent visit to the Grant residence while Arusha expresses her heartfelt gratitude. Arusha sighs contentedly, reflecting on the series of fortunate events that have occurred for her lately. Arusha credits her magic dress and membership at Arte Castle for her soaring public reputation. Limerick looks on with bewilderment as Arusha breaks into a fit of gleeful, happy laughter. A mysterious voice outside the carriage questions the plans to visit Duke Sherman's estate. The speaker emphasizes the absolute importance of ensuring Arusha's successful arrival at Arte Castle. Arusha hears something unexpected and looks toward the window with a confused and startled expression.
An attacker smashes the carriage window, causing Limerick to frantically shield the screaming girl.
Armed hooded figures surround the stopped carriage, terrifying the driver into a shocked silence.
A voice from the ambush calls out to Limerick as he protects the frightened Arusha.
A blonde swordsman with glowing eyes asks if Arusha is the daughter of the troublemaker Sableen. Limerick claims they are unrelated to the Sableens, but the man demands Arusha's immediate surrender.
Arusha stares in paralyzed horror as the reality of the violent kidnapping sinks in.
Assailants grab Limerick while Arusha is left vulnerable in the middle of the dark woods.
The swordsman points out a familiar face among their ranks as Arusha makes a shocking discovery.
Arusha identifies Leuven, the owner of the angel dress shop, as one of her captors.
Leuven excitedly confirms Arusha's identity while she cowers in fear from his aggressive behavior.
The kidnappers blame Arusha for their previous capture at the secret workshop as she cries.
A gloved hand roughly gags Arusha with a cloth, successfully silencing her muffled and desperate protests.
Limerick screams in agony and fear as he watches the criminals drag the girl away. Limerick curses the kidnappers, but the blonde man insists he only knocked the girl out.
The swordsman mentions a declaration of war, shocking Limerick with the scale of the plot.
The blonde man brutally stabs Limerick with his sword, leaving the tutor for dead on the road. The attackers prepare to move Arusha to their manor on the orders of their leader.
Limerick realizes the men serve the third minister as he collapses from his grievous sword wound.
Limerick identifies the culprits as Duke Nicolar's agents as they vanish into the bright forest.
The sound of departing footsteps leaves the scene in a state of grim and bloody silence.
Limerick desperately attempts to crawl toward help, hoping to warn the Marquis before it is too late. A mysterious person wearing dark boots approaches the dying tutor and stands directly over him.
Limerick gasps and looks up in shock as he recognizes the person who has suddenly appeared. A young boy in a regal blue uniform arrives, his face partially obscured by the morning light.
The scene shifts to a high bell tower standing watch over the vast forest landscape.
Arusha listens to muffled voices in a dungeon as names of high nobility are mentioned.
Arusha wakes up bound to a chair, gasping as a man begs Duke Nicolar for mercy.
The blonde-haired man blames the bound Arusha for the ruin of his family's affairs.
He clenches his fist in rage, calling someone a fool for their recent failures.
A violent thud echoes through the room as someone cries out in sudden pain.
He screams at his subordinate for failing to control a child and damaging their business.
Arusha watches in terrified silence as the man displays his increasingly unstable and violent nature.
He wipes blood from his cheek, looking down with a dark and contemplative expression.
The blonde man approaches Arusha, noting that she has finally regained consciousness in the dungeon.
He grabs her bound hand, mocking her family resemblance while she cries for help.
The man warns Arusha that her age will not protect her from his wrath.
The scene shifts to a grand crest as someone questions Nocturne about a report.
A panicked Crovey supports the wounded Limerick, reporting that Arusha has been kidnapped.
Crovey announces the Nicolar family's retaliation while Marquis Leonardo listens from the shadows.
Nocturne cautions against making a decision while the master of the house is still aware.
He warns Leonardo that taking action could ignite a full-scale war between the great families.
Leonardo remains silent, his intense gaze fixed ahead as he processes the dire news.
Nocturne observes that armed conflict has been forbidden since the destruction of the Craig family. He credits Duke Sherman Sableen for maintaining the peace for the last 2 decades.
The speaker emphasizes that the Duke is the primary obstacle to an all-out war.
Nocturne advises Secretary Crovey to remain calm and wait for their master's eventual return.
A desperate Crovey begs the Marquis to speak as the tension in the room peaks.
Leonardo stares at his reflection in a glass, ignoring the urgent pleas of his secretary.
A tall bell tower stands watch over the landscape under the light of the moon.
Back in the tower, the blonde man tells Arusha to look at the mansion's exterior.
He mourns the loss of his wealth and the scattering of his family's former retainers. He blames Arusha and her father for dragging his family's name through the mud.
Arusha argues that she only revealed the secrets that the Nicolar family was hiding.
She boldly claims that a family that exploits orphans never had any honor to lose. Enraged, the man tells her to be quiet and brings up her own abandonment. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to mock her lonely upbringing. He laughs, claiming he finally understands why her life has been so isolated and empty. The man cruelly asks if she was also abandoned by her parents like trash. He details her mother's death and her father's neglect, mockery filling his every word. Terrified, Arusha stumbles and falls while trying to retreat from the man's advances. He draws his sword as she lies on the floor, declaring her worth is non-existent. The attacker raises his glowing blade, stating that no one will come to save her.
Cowering on the ground, Arusha thinks of refuting his words despite her paralyzing fear.
A vision of a previous life spent in a messy, lonely room flashes through.
Arusha weeps, wondering why memories of her past are surfacing at such a time.
The man vows to hang her as a gruesome message to the Sableen estate. He swings his sword downward with a crazed scream as Arusha braces for death. Blood sprays across the chamber as a sudden, violent intervention halts the man's strike. Arusha remains on the ground with her eyes shut, sobbing as she waits for the blow.
The blonde man gasps in shock, his body jerking forward as his triumph vanishes. A sword pierces through the man's chest from behind, ending his life in blood.
Arusha opens her eyes and looks toward her savior with an expression of disbelief. Marquise Leonardo appears like a vengeful specter, his presence instantly commanding the entire room. Leonardo's boots click on the stone as he quickly moves to reach his daughter. Leonardo cuts Arusha's ropes and checks her safety, his tone filled with urgent relief.
He looks down at the young girl and gently asks if she has been hurt.
Leonardo asks Arusha if her captor harmed her while she questions his sudden appearance.
Arusha gazes at her father, wondering why he chose to come to her rescue.
Secretary Crovey receives a direct order to immediately notify the knights of the household.
Leonardo formally declares his status as heir and orders an immediate march on House Nicholas.
Crovey reacts with total disbelief, questioning if the Marquis has completely lost his mind.
Crovey warns against defying the master, while Leonardo reflects on his past failure 5 years ago.
Leonardo recalls his inability to oppose his father when Juliet was expelled from their home.
He laments that his hesitation resulted in the permanent loss of his chance to see her. The secretary's hand clenches tightly as the weight of the Marquise's resolve becomes clear.
Grabbing Crovey, Leonardo asks if he could resurrect Arusha if she died due to his inaction.
Leonardo stares intensely, repeating his vow to make a different choice this time.
The Marquis prepares to depart, his expression hardened with a newfound and singular sense of purpose.
Arusha watches her father in quiet wonder as he prepares her for their departure.
Leonardo drapes his cloak over Arusha, promising himself that he will not repeat his mistakes.
Arusha stands motionless, processing the sudden and protective shift in her father's cold demeanor.
Overwhelmed by emotion, Arusha begins to weep while clutching the heavy fabric of the cloak.
Zach Nicolar lets out a mocking laugh, finding Leonardo's sudden display of parenting utterly ridiculous.
A discarded blade clatters against the floor, signifying the end of the violent struggle.
Zach mocks the Marquis for acting like a parent after he had previously abandoned his child.
Leonardo demands that Zach Nicolar be silent as blood spatters across the darkened scene.
He questions the man's audacity for targeting a 5-year-old child while gripping his sword.
Standing protectively over Arusha, Leonardo vows to make her attacker regret his actions in hell.
An oppressive purple atmosphere lingers as the scene transitions away from the violent confrontation.
The title sequence and credits appear, marking a major turning point in the series' narrative.
Leonardo stands upon a high balcony, addressing the gathered vassals of the fallen House Nicholas.
A blood-stained cloth is gripped tightly as visual proof of the decisive and brutal victory.
Leonardo announces Zach Nicholas has fallen in battle and lost his family's prestigious crest.
The Marquis declares that further resistance is futile and there is no need for more sacrifice.
Shocked knights of the defeated house drop their weapons as a sign of total submission.
Leonardo commands all remaining survivors to immediately cease their resistance and surrender to his forces. A speech bubble containing loud, mocking laughter echoes from within the walls of the palace.
The emperor sits on his throne as a group of advisors approach with urgent news.
The emperor demands his advisor repeat the startling news regarding the outcome of the duel.
A blonde advisor opens a scroll with trembling hands, visibly sweating under the emperor's gaze. The report confirms the official death of Zecht, the Duke of the powerful House Nicholas.
The advisor adds that the Savlon crest has been placed atop the Duke's estate.
The emperor reflects on the massive power disparity between the 3rd and 5th great houses.
He laughs mockingly, questioning if that was the best defense the Nicholas family could offer.
An advisor suggests promoting Phoebe to the vacancy, but the emperor dismisses the idea.
The emperor declares that the 3rd ministerial seat will now be occupied by House Savlon.
He asserts that rank is best claimed through the definitive language of bloodshed and steel.
The emperor asks his advisors if they have forgotten the true meaning of a bloody usurpation.
He dismisses his subordinates, ordering them to immediately begin the formal seat transfer process. The group of advisors bow and depart through the massive golden doors of the throne room.
Outside the chamber, an advisor calls out to the chief advisor to discuss the report.
He remarks that the news concerning the heir of House Savlon was quite unexpected.
He admits Leonardo possesses surprising leadership and swordsmanship despite his previously poor reputation.
The older advisor removes his glasses, listening intently to the younger man's surprising assessment.
He looks to the side with a sharp, calculating gaze, acknowledging the truth of the situation. He concludes that the nobility will now be forced to view House Savlon in a new light.
The scene shifts to the interior of a grand palace where a voice expresses strong agreement.
An older man with gray hair wipes his forehead while reflecting that blood is indeed thicker than water.
A sprawling mansion stands under a clear sky, identifying Leonardo Savlon as the son of Duke Shermang.
Leonardo bursts into the room with white hair flowing, immediately demanding to know if Arusha is all right.
A maid reassures the frantic Leonardo that the young lady is safe and cheerful before he asks about a physician.
The maid explains that although there are no physical injuries, the girl was greatly shaken by the recent ordeal.
After receiving medicine, Arusha is escorted to her bedroom while Leonardo gives a short, somber acknowledgement of the news.
Walking away, Leonardo reflects on his regrets and wonders what could have happened if he had acted differently.
He blames himself for the terrible incident, believing that paying a little more attention could have prevented the tragedy.
Leonardo clutches his head in distress, visibly overwhelmed by the guilt of his perceived failure as a protector.
A single pained thought bubbles to the surface as Leonardo offers a silent apology to his daughter, Arusha. Leaning heavily against a stone banister, the Marquis remains lost in a moment of deep and agonizing introspection. Nocturne approaches with a group of armed knights, formally addressing Leonardo by his full noble title of Marquis. Citing the official order of House Shermang, the knights demand that Leonardo accompany them to the Lord's chamber immediately. Leonardo remains calm, staring ahead with a neutral expression while stating that the meeting will only take a moment.
A close-up reveals Leonardo's steady gaze as he prepares himself for the inevitable confrontation with his father, the Duke.
Nocturne draws his sword, apologizing for the discourtesy while threatening to use force if Leonardo intends to resist the order.
Leonardo places a gloved finger to his lips, commanding the knight not to raise his voice so loudly in the hall.
With a chilling and intense stare, Leonardo warns Nocturne that any loud noise might wake the sleeping child nearby.
Leonardo asks if Nocturne truly thinks he would run away before commanding him to dismiss the knights quietly. Leonardo walks past the stunned knights while Nocturne lets out a frustrated sound, unable to challenge the Marquis's authority.
Standing before his subordinates, Nocturne confirms his compliance as the group prepares to follow the Marquis through the palace.
The sun shines brightly over the tall spires of the castle, signaling a shift to the official meeting chambers. Heavy wooden doors creak open, revealing the entrance to the private office of the head of the Shermang household.
Leonardo enters the sunlit room where his father stands by the window, acknowledging that he has been summoned.
Duke Shermang turns around, criticizing Leonardo for his boldness in barging into another family's estate without any prior permission.
Leonardo counters by asking if his father would have waited for permission if his own child's life was at stake.
The Duke closes his eyes in silent acknowledgement of his son's words as the tension in the room thickens.
Duke Shermang remarks that Leonardo has always been the impulsive type who charges into situations without a second thought.
Leonardo argues that consideration should have been given to a child's life, causing the Duke to look down in silence.
A gloved hand reaches out and grips Leonardo's shoulder firmly, signaling a transition to a more forceful form of discipline.
Knights force Leonardo to his knees before his father, and the Marquis grunts in pain from the rough physical treatment.
The Duke speaks of a 20-year-old implicit agreement among the 12 great houses that has governed their political conduct.
He explains the importance of refraining from bloodshed and warns that this incident could trigger an era of bloody usurpation.
Raising his voice, the Duke describes the peak of revenge and threats that exist between the families at this time.
Leonardo looks down, reflecting on the ill will harbored toward the Savlon family and the inevitable reality of their situation.
He concludes that his father ultimately views every single aspect of their lives through the cold lens of political power. Leonardo remains kneeling before the imposing figure of his father while the knights maintain their firm hold on his shoulders.
Leonardo mentions his failure to care for Arusha for 5 years, admitting she almost died while the Duke looks shocked. He confesses that his own sorrow blinded him and he wronged the girl without ever getting the chance to apologize.
In a desperate plea, Leonardo asks his father if he can look at him with a parent's eyes just once.
The Duke stares down at his son with a hardened expression while Leonardo looks up, searching for any sign of compassion.
A hand in a black glove holds a formal white document with intricate patterns along the edges, shifting the scene.
The Duke reads the official decree appointing the Savlon family as the third minister, demanding their continued unwavering loyalty.
Removing his glasses, the Duke lets out a heavy sigh while reflecting on the weight of the new political appointment.
The Duke places his glasses onto the wooden desk, the sound echoing through the otherwise silent and oppressive chamber. A single thought bubble reflects the Duke's internal struggle with Leonardo's request to be seen through the eyes of a parent.
Duke Shermang stands over the kneeling Marquis, surrounded by knights as he prepares to deliver his final and cold judgment.
Turning his head slightly, the Duke looks back with a sharp gaze that reveals his unshakable commitment to his noble duty.
He asserts that a father's opinion cannot take precedence over the duty of a family head who leads hundreds of people.
Duke Shermang acknowledges his son's stance with a brief, heavy, and somber tone.
Leonardo accepts his fate, vowing to live on while bearing the weight of his sins.
The Marquis stands with newfound resolve, his gaze steady and his posture formal.
A tense silence fills the room as Duke Shermang grips his seat in frustration.
The Duke orders his son's removal, delaying his final punishment until after the ceremony.
Leonardo reflects on a lifetime spent prioritizing family duty above all other personal desires. He recalls his conviction that the family head's authority must always outweigh a father's love.
Standing alone, the Duke utters his son's name, the sound heavy with unspoken regret. A young girl from a past life calls out for her mother with hope.
The child asks how much longer she must remain at her grandmother's house.
A woman remains silent, placing a comforting yet distant hand on the girl's shoulder. The mother asks the child if she can manage being all alone for a while.
The woman's hand slowly pulls away, leaving the young child staring in wide-eyed confusion. Arusha gasps as she wakes up, tears streaming down her face from the vivid memory. Abbott bursts into the room, her voice filled with panic as she calls for Arusha.
The maid rushes to the bedside, clearly relieved to see the young lady is awake.
Arusha wipes her eyes, realizing she just experienced another painful memory from her previous life.
Abbott frantically offers to read Arusha to sleep while the girl insists she's fine.
The maid admits she was deeply worried about the young lady's health and safety. A book and a teddy bear fall to the floor in a moment of relief.
Abbott breaks down in tears, kneeling by the bed as her bottled-up anxiety finally overflows.
The maid looks up with tear-filled eyes, her concern for Arusha remaining her primary focus. Arusha gives a bright, cheerful smile to comfort her maid and show she's okay.
Sitting up in bed, Arusha playfully reassures Abbott that she is perfectly fine and healthy.
Abbott resolves to pull herself together and immediately fetch some food from the kitchen.
The maid dashes out of the room, leaving a startled Arusha calling after her. Arusha waves a hand dismissively, her expression softening as she watches the devoted maid leave.
Arusha reflects on the genuine shock of facing a life-threatening crisis for the first time.
A dark, oppressive pattern represents the lingering trauma of the recent kidnapping and violence.
Arusha thinks about her desperate struggle to avoid the tragic fate of the original story.
A hooded figure looms with a sword, embodying the constant danger surrounding the young heir.
A small child stands alone against a crimson backdrop, symbolizing her isolation and fear.
Arusha realizes that she has finally encountered a crisis that she cannot simply ignore.
A shadowed figure mocks Arusha for being abandoned, causing the young girl to flinch.
Seeking comfort, Arusha huddles under the covers of her grand bed, feeling safe at last.
Hearing a sound, Arusha looks toward the door with a curious and expectant expression.
Arusha greets the newcomer, assuming Abbott has already returned from the kitchen with food.
Leonardo enters the room instead, carrying a tray and surprising his daughter with his presence.
Leonardo places a bowl of pumpkin potage before Arusha, his tone uncharacteristically soft and gentle.
The Marquis commands his daughter to stay put while he prepares her meal for her.
He insists on serving Arusha in bed, ensuring she rests as she recovers her strength.
The grand Savlon estate stands peacefully under the morning sun, reflecting the shifting family dynamics.
Arusha happily eats her potage while Leonardo watches her with a calm and content expression.
Leonardo observes that Arusha seems to have physically recovered from the recent and terrifying ordeal.
Arusha thanks her father for saving her life while he responds with a short hum. Arusha asks about her captors, and Leonardo reassures her that they have been severely punished.
Leonardo looks at Arusha, asking if she is still feeling any physical pain or discomfort.
Leonardo claims he is simply shaken up as Arusha continues to eat her food enthusiastically.
Leonardo chuckles softly, wondering aloud which of her parents gave Arusha such a spirited personality.
Arusha stops eating, staring at her father in quiet shock at his rare display of affection.
A tray is placed down as Arusha softly asks about her mother's identity.
Leonardo sits by Arusha's bed and asks if she has harbored deep resentment toward him.
Leonardo reflects on the passage of time, his back turned to his young daughter.
Arusha stares up at her father with a wide-eyed and curious expression.
Shocked by his words, Arusha asks her father if he is actually apologizing to her.
Arusha directly questions her father about why he chose to abandon his own daughter.
The young girl struggles to find the words to express her overwhelming and painful feelings.
Bursting into tears, Arusha cries out that she wanted to see him so very much. Visionary bubbles depict Arusha and her past self asking why they had to be abandoned.
Sobbing in bed, Arusha thinks about her resolve to never abandon her family again.
The narrative weight of the past lingers as the scene reflects their shared family burdens.
Arusha remains in her bed, rubbing her eyes as she continues to weep quietly.
The girl looks up with a startled and hopeful expression as the conversation continues.
Leonardo moves to sit on the edge of the bed to be closer to her.
Leonardo explains that family circumstances forced Juliet to leave alone before she died of illness.
Leonardo reaches out his hand and asks his daughter not to misunderstand his past actions.
The father and daughter sit together in the sunlit room as the atmosphere slowly shifts.
A close-up of Leonardo's eye shows a hint of his inner sorrow and deep regret.
Leonardo admits he left her alone for 5 years while consumed by his regret and guilt. Leonardo looks at Arusha and tells her that he has no excuse for his failures.
He explains that he struggled to bear the immense pain of losing his wife, Juliet.
Leonardo falls into a brief, somber silence as he processes his deep personal failure.
Sitting on the bed, Leonardo gently holds Arusha's hand to provide some much-needed comfort.
Arusha looks away as she asks about the current state of their relationship.
Leonardo tells Arusha that she is the child born from the shared love of her parents. He states that even if she resents him, he wants her to know Juliet loved her.
Leonardo looks down at their joined hands and admits that his previous behavior was wrong.
Arusha gazes at her father and thanks him for finally speaking his true heart.
The two sit in a moment of quiet understanding as the tension begins to dissipate.
Arusha looks at her father and asks if he still loves her mother even now.
Leonardo confirms his enduring love for Juliet with a steady and serious gaze.
A bright and warm smile spreads across Arusha's face following his heartfelt confession.
Arusha beams with joy, the atmosphere around her lightened by her father's long-awaited honesty.
The young girl reaches out her hands toward Leonardo with a playful and expectant look.
Arusha huffs, reminding her father that he missed a gesture when he bought her a doll. Well, someone's keeping a very detailed scoreboard of parental failures.
Arusha laughs happily, her eyes sparkling as she finally interacts with her father.
Leonardo stares at her in silence, appearing slightly stunned by her sudden change in mood.
Leonardo pulls Arusha into a tight and protective embrace as she clings to him.
A silent moment passes as the father holds his daughter close for the first time. Arusha rests her head against her father's shoulder, finally feeling safe and truly accepted.
The sun shines through the window as Leonardo continues to hug Arusha on the bed.
Leonardo holds his daughter tenderly, closing his eyes as he embraces his role as her parent.
Leonardo strokes Arusha's hair and vows to no longer see her as a painful wound.
The grand estate of House Savlon stands peacefully under the light of the morning sun.
The scene transitions to a white, classical building gleaming under a bright and clear sky.
Two figures are seen from a distance having a formal tea meeting on a grand terrace.
Count Appleton looks toward his companion and addresses him by his formal imperial title.
A gloved hand serves a cup of tea as the Crown Prince confirms his presence.
The Crown Prince sits in a lavish chair and formally welcomes Count Appleton to the meeting. A transition shot of the terrace floor accompanies the beginning of their official conversation.
Count Appleton remarks that they cannot rejoice while the Empress remains bedridden.
The Crown Prince offers his congratulations, and Count Appleton thanks him for the sentiment. Count Appleton hopes this opportunity helps his daughter Arietta find a suitable marriage match. The Crown Prince agrees that Arietta will surely form a beneficial and strong connection.
A heavy silence falls over Count Appleton as he contemplates the current political climate.
The Crown Prince invites his uncle to speak his mind regarding the recent events.
Count Appleton acknowledges the prince's command with a formal and respectful verbal confirmation.
An intricate crest frames the beginning of a report detailing events from the previous day.
Reports confirm Malaysia met with Duke's act, though definitive evidence died with the Duke. The Crown Prince clenches his fists, certain of the deceased Duke's involvement in the plot.
The prince laments his tardiness, noting he arrived too late to intervene in the kidnapping.
A flash of intensity crosses the prince's eye as he prepares to make a declaration.
A glowing artifact shines brightly during a critical moment from the prince's recent rescue mission.
The Crown Prince asserts that saving even a single life makes the entire effort worthwhile.
Count Appleton affirms the prince's virtuous outlook as he prepares to pour more tea.
The prince's magical pendant pulses with a soft light, signifying its mysterious and potent power. Shifting the conversation, the Crown Prince inquires about the latest gossip circulating within high society.
High society's focus shifts toward the terrace where the two noblemen discuss imperial affairs.
Narrator explains how the Savlon family unexpectedly rose to the rank of third-grade house. Gazing out at the horizon, the prince remarks that everything has unfolded as expected. The prince resolves to prevent family conflict and shield House Savlon from further harm.
A strategy is devised to ensure nobody dares to move against House Savlon recklessly.
The Crown Prince addresses the Count directly to ensure his full cooperation in his plan.
A divine and luminous pattern glows against the sky, marking the dawn of a new era. Standing tall on the balcony, the Crown Prince oversees his domain with a calculating gaze.
Back at the estate, Arusha eats breakfast while Abbott catches up on the morning news.
Arusha drops her spoon in shock as she realizes the gravity of her family's status.
Abbott confirms that the news about House Savlon is the main topic of conversation everywhere.
Arusha looks at the newspaper, barely believing the sudden and massive shift in her family's reputation.
Arusha reflects on the absolute and unquestionable authority held by the head of a noble house.
Chibi graphics illustrate Arusha's fear of punishment and her father's success in raising family prestige.
Arusha concludes that her father's new reputation will prevent others from openly questioning his actions.
Wiping her forehead, the young lady lets out a sigh of relief over the outcome. Abbott offers milk, but Arusha requests water while worrying about shifting loyalties within the family. The maid dutifully pours a fresh glass of water for her young and thoughtful mistress. Arusha calls out to her maid, and Abbott responds with a bright and attentive smile.
Arusha stares at Abbott with wide, pleading eyes, catching the devoted maid off guard.
Abbott promises to stay by Arusha's side forever, regardless of what the future might hold. Overjoyed by the maid's loyalty, Arusha hugs Abbott and declares her the best in the world. Abbott mentions a new letter has arrived, prompting Arusha to ask about the sender's identity.
Arusha examines the ornate gold border of the mysterious letter she has just received.
The young lady takes a long drink of water while Abbott stands by, waiting patiently. Placing her glass down firmly, Arusha prepares to ask her maid a very serious question.
A close-up of Arusha reveals her growing determination to speak with her father once more.
The young girl demands to know her father's current location within the vast Savlon mansion.
Leonardo sits in a grand chair as servants enter his chambers to begin his morning routine.
A vibrant green and gold pattern decorates the ceiling of Leonardo's luxurious and private study. Looking weary but imposing, Leonardo is addressed by his full title of Marquis by his valet.
The valet asks about the imperial palace, but Leonardo dismisses the idea of attending. The valet reminds Leonardo of the appointment ceremony, questioning if he should accompany the Duke. Leonardo emphasizes his refusal to attend the ceremony, much to Kroby's quiet resignation.
Someone approaches, noting that Leonardo remains stubbornly unchanged despite his family's rising status.
Leonardo senses a presence and turns to find Arusha entering his private chambers.
The young lady appears before her father, her eyes bright with morning energy.
Kroby offers a warm greeting to the young heir as she approaches the group.
The Marquis stands and walks toward his daughter while the household staff observes curiously.
Leonardo reaches out, his hands moving to lift the small girl into his arms.
A rare and tender smile crosses Leonardo's face as he picks up his daughter.
Leonardo asks if his daughter slept well, his gaze softened by newfound fatherly affection.
Arusha beams with happiness, confirming her restful sleep and greeting him warmly as her father.
Arusha shares her breakfast menu, leaving the staff speechless while Leonardo finds the report charming.
The young girl giggles happily as she remains held close in her father's embrace.
Surrounded by a warm atmosphere, Leonardo expresses his love by kissing Arusha on the head.
Kroby and the maids are paralyzed by the unprecedented display of affection from the Marquis. Kroby stammers in disbelief while Leonardo remains indifferent to his staff's shock over the kiss.
Kroby wonders if he is hallucinating as Arusha prepares to ask her father a question.
Arusha makes a bold request to visit the imperial palace, catching Leonardo's immediate attention.
Leonardo agrees to the trip, causing a startled maid to drop her tray in shock.
Chibi Leonardo wonders why everyone is flustered while Kroby remains in a state of bewilderment.
Kroby recalls Leonardo's past coldness, contrasting it with the warm father he has suddenly become.
The valet continues reflecting on the years of distance while Arusha engages with her father.
Leonardo closes his eyes, expressing deep regret for the time he wasted avoiding his daughter.
He resolves to shower Arusha with affection to make up for his past failures as a parent.
Leonardo teasingly suggests Kroby get married if he's jealous of their bond, leaving the valet speechless.
The household remains stunned by the transformation of the Marquis into a doting father.
The scene shifts to the clear blue sky above the sprawling Savlon estate.
The grand mansion stands bathed in sunlight as the family's new life begins to take shape.
Arusha wanders through the gardens, suspecting the servants will need time to adjust to her father. The young girl enjoys a moment of peaceful reflection while exploring the beautiful estate grounds. Arusha continues her walk, her mind filled with thoughts of the recent changes in her life. Chibi graphics illustrate Arusha's playful mood as she enjoys her freedom within the garden.
A formal letter congratulates Arusha and invites her to a banquet celebrating her family's new status.
Standing under a flower-covered arch, Arusha carefully reads the mysterious and formal correspondence.
A postscript warns Arusha to be careful, citing the many enemies the Marquis has acquired.
Arusha realizes the letter must be from the mysterious boy she encountered during the kidnapping.
The memory of the stern-faced young boy lingers as Arusha considers his cryptic warning. A mysterious warning lingers in the air after Arusha finishes reading the letter. Clutching the letter, Arusha feels her heart race as she thinks of her mysterious benefactor.
Arusha plans to investigate at the palace when a familiar, deep voice calls her name.
Turning around, Arusha is startled to find her grandfather standing nearby in the garden.
The young girl's eyes go wide with terror at the unexpected encounter with the Duke. Panicked, Arusha recognizes her grandfather as he begins to ask her a question. Duke Shermang inquires about her health while Arusha internally screams over their awkward meeting. The estate's peaceful landscape provides a stark contrast to the young lady's internal panic.
The Duke pauses, his expression unreadable as he stands before his young granddaughter. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the Duke looks away, seemingly unsure of how to proceed.
Duke Shermang expresses relief that she is outdoors, prompting a curious reaction from Arusha.
Arusha asks if he came specifically to see her, but the Duke begins to walk away.
He warns her not to misunderstand, claiming his visit is purely official business regarding the kidnapping.
Arusha offers a quiet, stunned response as she watches her stern grandfather depart.
Arusha ends up on the ground in the garden after her sudden encounter.
Duke Shermang remains speechless, staring down at his small, startled granddaughter.
Arusha quickly scrambles to her feet while her grandfather confirms his presence.
Looking up at her, the Duke addresses Arusha by her full name.
The estate stands grandly as the Duke reflects on the protective duties of family.
Reaching into his vest, the Duke decides to gift her a special heirloom.
Arusha enthusiastically holds out her hand as the Duke gives her a command.
The Duke carefully prepares to fasten the mysterious gift around the young girl's wrist.
A shimmering, magical energy surrounds Arusha as the ancient artifact is bestowed upon her.
The Duke explains the heirloom will serve as a warning to anyone who opposes her.
Arusha gazes at the bracelet of Stain, a legendary Sibylline treasure now in her possession. The scene shifts to the imperial palace as the day of the banquet arrives.
Sunlight bathes the palace stairs where noble guests are beginning to gather for festivities.
Winston Glasson walks forward, his focused expression set behind his round, wire-rimmed glasses.
Winston spots his younger sister nearby and calls out to her across the courtyard.
Bergamot stops and asks her brother to wait as she points toward the entrance.
The arrival of a specific carriage signals to the siblings that the guest has arrived.
Leonardo steps out of the carriage accompanied by Arusha in a beautiful new dress.
Ornate decorations and floral arrangements highlight the high-status atmosphere of the imperial gathering.
Winston recognizes Arusha while his sister reacts with visible excitement at the young lady's arrival.
Winston's eyes widen through his glasses as he identifies the legendary Sabline family bracelet.
Bergamot dashes off toward Arusha, leaving her startled brother calling out her name.
Arusha stands in a state of quiet confusion as the blonde girl approaches her.
Bergamot shyly introduces herself, confessing to Arusha that she is a huge fan.
The young girl proudly shows off her own dress, claiming it is a magic dress.
Bergamot looks at Arusha with star-filled eyes, completely captivated by the young Sabline heir.
Winston introduces himself as the heir to the Glasson family while his sister remains bashful.
Leonardo asks Arusha to accompany Bergamot, noting the girl's obsession with magical fashion.
Arusha is stunned to find she has a fan among the noble children at the palace.
Checking with her father, Arusha receives permission to spend time with the Glasson siblings.
A loud voice calls out to Leonardo, interrupting the quiet moment with the children.
A man with a wide, confident grin greets Leonardo with a friendly greeting.
Edward Durin, the fifth in command, waves energetically and asks if the Marquis is Gaul.
Edward praises Leonardo for his ruthless efficiency in destroying a rival noble family overnight.
Leonardo remains stoic as the knight explains how he benefited from the recent political shifts. Leonardo coldly clarifies his motives while the knight laughs off the Marquis's serious attitude. Edward remarks on the intensity of Leonardo's lineage as he observes the Marquis's sharp gaze.
The knight suggests a friendly duel to test their skills before the banquet begins.
Leonardo places a hand on the knight's shoulder, his expression darkening with unspoken warning. Grasping his sword, Leonardo firmly rejects the offer to spar with the boisterous commander.
Edward laughs off the rejection, expressing hope for a future match between them. Turning back for a moment, the blonde knight mentions one final piece of business.
Arusha and Bergamot share a happy moment together as the tension between the adults fades.
Edward bids them farewell as he walks away toward the Grand Palace entrance. Leonardo watches the knight leave, reflecting on the name Edmund with growing suspicion. The Marquis suggests that they all head inside to join the rest of the guests. Winston adjusts his outfit, preparing himself for the formal events of the upcoming banquet.
The young boy agrees to follow Leonardo's lead as they begin to move forward. Bergamot invites Arusha to visit their home, waving goodbye as the groups temporarily separate. Arusha responds to her father's call, ready to face the challenges of high society.
Leonardo asks his daughter about the friends she made at the castle, questioning if they are all boys, while Arusha clarifies she barely knows their faces.
The Marquis looks away and instructs her to listen well as they continue their walk. Arusha realizes she has accidentally created a weird misunderstanding while her new bracelet sparkles in the light. A sudden announcement heralds the arrival of the Charté family, causing the young girl's heart to race with anticipation. Nearby nobles gossip about the Chart family's public return and their long-standing bad blood with the Sablings.
Guests speculate that the rival family is only here to check on the Sabline's recent rise to power.
Arusha looks up in confusion as a large hand suddenly appears near her head during the commotion. Sir Guillot Charté, the head of the prestigious first-in-command family, is formally presented. The prestigious first-in-command family is formally presented to the noble crowd.
A playful chibi graphic accompanies the sound of heavy footsteps approaching the young lady.
Formal narration introduces the families standing at the very peak of the empire's noble hierarchy.
The narrative reveals the Chartier family as the primary power at the top of high society.
Once a legendary house of mages, the family had struggled for decades before their recent and sudden resurgence.
Under the leadership of Georg Chartier, the family secured the role of First Minister and rose rapidly.
Thorns and dark energy frame the legacy of the family's ruthless ascent over the last 5 years. A firm and steady footstep echoes across the stone floor as a high-ranking guest makes an entrance.
Guillaume Chart walks through the palace courtyard with a stoic expression, followed closely by his personal attendant. The dark-haired nobleman glances down, his sharp eyes briefly locking onto Arusha as he passes.
Arusha clutches her hands together, feeling a sudden and familiar frustration while noticing the intense atmosphere.
A heavy silence follows the passing of the rival family as the guests process the encounter.
Duke Sherming and Leonardo stand side by side, their backs turned to the garden as they observe. Leonardo remarks that while he expected a representative, he never thought the family head would appear personally.
Duke Shermang remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processes Leonardo's observation about the unexpected guest. A voice from the crowd asks if Shermang knew this person would attend and if he would have allowed his daughter to come.
Leonardo clenches his fist, resolving to keep his cool and not be the first to show his claws.
Arusha's name is called, pulling her attention back toward her father and grandfather.
Duke Sherming warns Arusha not to get close to other children, claiming they could become enemies at any moment.
Stepping in, Leonardo firmly tells the Duke to stop speaking so harshly to the young girl.
Leonardo asserts that whether Arusha goes somewhere or meets someone is entirely her own decision.
Leonardo commands Arusha to follow him, and she quickly agrees as they leave the Duke's presence.
Duke Shermang lets out a heavy and weary sigh as he watches the two walk away.
Arusha looks back at her grandfather, who stands alone by the carriage as they depart for the ballroom.
Duke Shermang wonders what Leonardo is planning while reflecting on the mysterious Lord Giad.
Sir Guillaume Charquet stands in a shadowy corridor, his presence casting a long and imposing silhouette.
The scene shifts to the magnificent grand ballroom, which is filled with light, music, and elegantly dressed nobles.
Arusha marvels at the splendor of the palace interior, her eyes wide with genuine wonder.
The young girl steals a glance at her father, noticing a shift in the air around him.
Arusha observes that her father looks even more gloomy than usual, despite the festive surroundings.
Leonardo tells Arusha to sit for a moment while he goes to fetch them something to drink.
Arusha settles onto a plush blue bench, watching her father disappear into the crowded room.
The young lady sits patiently as Leonardo moves through the sea of noble guests to fulfill his promise.
Arusha lets out a long sigh, her mind drifting back to the events of the original novel.
A hand suddenly reaches down toward the girl's head just as she thinks about the Chartier family. A man wearing glasses startles Arusha by placing his hand on her head without warning. The man praises her irresistible beauty, while a stunned Arusha offers a quiet and confused thank you. A sudden splash of water hits the man's head as Leonardo demands he remove his hand immediately. Count Selvray laughs jovially, claiming that the drenching has actually made his mind feel completely clear.
A valet panics over the reckless behavior, but the scholar dismisses it as a sign of their close friendship.
Leonardo stares at him with cold intensity, flatly denying that any such relationship exists between them.
Leonardo demands to know if the man intended to brush off touching his daughter without permission.
Count Selvray admits his carelessness to the Marquis, complimenting Arusha's adorable appearance as an excuse.
Count Selvray offers a humble apology, asking for generosity for the sake of an old man. Nearby nobles whisper about Count Selvray's amazing patience while Leonardo glares at the man suspiciously.
Arusha suddenly grabs her father's hand, interrupting the tense standoff with a cheerful and loud greeting.
Arusha reassures her father she is fine as Count Selvray watches them with a polite smile.
Arusha reflects on how adults love to pat children, but found the head touching quite unpleasant. Chibi Arusha pleads for her father to just let the incident go this time.
Leonardo remains silent as he processes his daughter's request to drop the matter with the Count.
Count Selvray loudly praises Arusha's kind-hearted nature, drawing the attention of everyone in the ballroom.
Arusha hides behind her father as nobles marvel at the blessing within the Savlon family.
Count Selvray's praise continues, while Arusha's expression cracks in shock at an unexpected declaration.
Count Selvray calls for Billion as Arusha panics over the mention of a daughter-in-law.
A dark, wavy pattern emphasizes the chaotic and confusing atmosphere surrounding the marriage proposal.
A young brown-haired boy named Billion stands awkwardly in the ballroom, looking nervous and shy.
Count Selvray boasts about his matchmaking skills, while Arusha realizes the old man is scheming.
A bright flash marks the intensity of Arusha's mounting anger toward the scholar's ridiculous proposal.
Count Selvray insists on his marriage proposal, suggesting it would benefit the Savlon family's intellectual reputation.
Count Selvray addresses Arusha directly, asking if she wants to join his family.
The Count promises that directly teaching her etiquette will turn her into a refined wife.
Arusha reacts with immediate physical rejection as Count Selvray tries to continue his sales pitch.
Leonardo suddenly grabs the Count's collar, his expression darkening with a frightening level of rage.
Leonardo calls the man a perverted bastard for his nonsensical and offensive marriage proposal. Shimmering particles fill the air as the tension in the ballroom reaches a breaking point.
The noble crowd murmurs in shock as Leonardo holds the Count suspended in the air.
A textured gray background provides a brief transition as the ballroom confrontation continues.
Leonardo accuses the scholar of selling his conscience, while the Count stammers out a weak defense.
Chibi Count Selvray makes a funny, pained noise as Leonardo continues to throttle him.
Arusha watches the scene with a stern, unimpressed expression as her father defends her honor.
Count Selvray panics, calling out for anyone to stop the madman attacking him.
The Count is shocked to see Duke Shermang arrive, trying to complain about Leonardo's violent behavior.
Duke Shermang coldly informs Count Selvray that he has already heard every word of the proposal.
Chibi Count Selvray is paralyzed with fear as Duke Shermang looms over him with silent fury.
Leonardo looks over at the Duke, who remains silent while processing the situation.
Leonardo drops the Count, who falls to the floor with a startled and undignified noise.
Duke Shermang and Leonardo stand side by side as Arusha clings to her father's leg.
Count Selvray trembles in fear, realizing he has offended two powerful heads of houses at once.
Chibi Count Selvray tries to excuse his haste by claiming he was worried another family would win her first.
Arusha sighs at the ridiculous excuse as Count Selvray drags Billion away, abandoning the conversation. Arusha notes her grandfather achieved a feat that was impossible in the original story.
Duke Sherming and Leonardo trade barbs, calling the Count a sneaky scoundrel for his actions.
The two powerful men stand in silent agreement, their rivalry temporarily paused by a shared enemy.
Duke Shermang and Leonardo turn away in unison, leaving Arusha confused by their sudden synchronization.
Leonardo takes Arusha's hand to lead her away, and she quickly agrees to follow him.
Arusha hopes for their relationship to improve, even if there is still a long way to go.
The scene shifts to a luxurious and quiet private room within the Imperial Palace.
Arusha sits on a large sofa, marveling at the height of the ceiling and the palace's scale.
The young lady enjoys a moment of peace while eating a snack at the table. Chibi Arusha worries about her grandfather as the staff watches the awkward family dynamic unfold. Arusha enjoys a quiet moment alone in the palace, snacking on delicious Imperial desserts. Elliot asks if the Imperial desserts suit her taste, and Arusha replies that they are super delicious.
Elliot expresses his gladness, while Arusha reacts with confusion to the young boy's sudden presence.
Elliot mentions that pudding is his favorite Imperial dessert, causing Arusha to jump up in surprise.
Arusha realizes that the young boy standing before her is none other than Crown Prince Elliot.
Walking toward her, Elliot notes that she is exactly as expected from someone recognized by Arte Castle.
Elliot observes that they have only crossed paths once before while approaching the startled young girl.
Staring at the boy, Arusha internally processes the shock that this child is really Crown Prince Elliot.
Elliot addresses her as Miss Arusha while she celebrates getting his name right despite using it accidentally.
Elliot offers a polite bow, apologizing for his sudden and rude appearance before the young lady.
He explains he intended a formal greeting earlier, while Arusha realizes the Count caused the delay. Elliot promises a formal welcome next time, leaving Arusha overwhelmed by being treated so formally. Arusha calls out to the prince, her hand raised as she prepares to make a request.
Arusha extends her hand with a warm and bright smile, surprising the young crown prince.
Elliot looks down at the girl's small, gloved hand, clearly taken aback by her sudden gesture.
Looking away, Elliot admits that he wasn't considerate enough in his approach to the young lady.
Elliot reaches out and gently takes Arusha's hand, marking a new connection between the two.
Elliot agrees to try speaking casually, while Arusha makes a strained, overwhelmed noise in response.
Chibi Arusha happily greets him as Brother Prince, feeling delighted by their successful first meeting.
Chibi Elliot reacts with visible confusion to the informal and unexpected title of brother she used.
The two children sit at a large table, looking small amidst the grand, high-ceilinged room.
Arusha reacts with wide eyes as the prince begins to mention rumors he has heard.
Elliot mentions rumors of her being treated unfairly, noting she looks much better than the stories suggested.
A gentle, knowing smile plays on Elliot's face as he observes his guest across the table.
Arusha reflects on the original story where the crown prince was hurt by his father's coldness.
The narrative recalls how the emperor's attitude changed after the empress fell ill, wounding the prince.
In the original tale, the prince's inability to open his heart led to a tragic, sightless fate.
Arusha's reflection ripples in her tea as she tells him to never mind her previous thoughts.
Elliot explains that his mother's passing was a massive shock to his father, the emperor.
Elliot asks if a similar situation occurred with Arusha's father, his gaze turning somber and reflective.
A close-up reveals Elliot's sharp, observant eye as he considers the parallels between their two families.
Arusha thinks that while the past remains, they can still learn to cherish each other bit by bit.
Arusha starts to speak, her profile highlighted as she prepares to share more of her thoughts.
Chibi Arusha panics, realizing she might have shared way too much personal information during their first meeting.
Elliot tells Arusha that thanks to her, he has also gained some courage in this moment. Elliot breaks into a rare, genuine laugh, his face lighting up with uncharacteristic and bright joy. Arusha is left speechless, staring at the prince as he continues to laugh at her candid nature. Chibi Arusha tries to change the subject, clearing her throat awkwardly as the prince watches her.
A large blue gemstone pendant begins to sparkle with an intense and magical blue energy.
Magical light erupts from the pendant around Elliot's neck, catching both of the children completely off guard.
A spectral blue-haired figure begins to manifest from the swirling magical energy within the room.
A beautiful woman with long, flowing blue hair appears, floating as a spirit before the stunned children.
Elliot stares up in recognition as the spectral figure fully materializes in front of him.
The mysterious blue-haired woman floats serenely, her presence casting a divine glow across the dining room.
The spectral woman remarks that the current situation is surprising as she gazes down at them.
Arusha watches in awe as the woman notes the artifact has reached this specific state.
Elliot realizes that the woman's voice is the same one that had been speaking through his pendant.
Elliot asks if she was indeed the one who had been speaking to him all this time.
Closing her eyes, the blue-haired woman confirms that she was the mysterious voice within the artifact.
The magnificent spectral woman stands tall, her long blue hair flowing like a river behind her.
The spectral woman identifies herself as Ekmis Calliope while the two children watch in shock.
Arusha's eyes widen with extreme disbelief as she struggles to process the legendary figure's sudden appearance. Arusha questions the ancient spirit's true age as Elliot observes the interaction with a serious expression.
Startled by the direct address, Arusha stammeringly confirms her identity to the powerful blue-haired woman.
Ekmis floatingly instructs the young girl to awaken the original magic currently sealed within the prince's pendant.
A detailed close-up highlights the spectral woman's intense blue eyes during this critical and mysterious encounter.
She floatingly declares that only this awakening can allow Arusha to defy her dark, predetermined fate.
The ethereal form of Sir Ekmis begins to dissipate into magical particles as her mission is delivered.
Arusha realizes with absolute certainty that the woman was indeed the legendary mage of the Empire's history.
A shimmering visual transition marks the end of the spectral visitation within the quiet palace room.
A dark vision of a splintered carriage illustrates the tragic end that originally awaited the Sabeline family.
Arusha recalls the novel's original plot where both she and her father perish in a terrible accident.
She panics internally, wondering if the events leading to Leonardo's expulsion are already set in motion.
Clenching her hands, Arusha realizes the carriage accident was orchestrated rather than a simple twist of fate.
Prince Elliot urgently calls her name while placing his hands on her shoulders to ground her. The young prince gazes at her with deep concern, asking if she is feeling unwell or overwhelmed.
Arusha remains frozen in a silent daze as her mind continues to race with thoughts of survival.
She reassures the prince she is fine, addressing him as her brother during their shared melee.
Recalling the wreckage, Arusha resolves not to wait helplessly for someone else to secure her future.
Elliot looks down at the purple-haired girl as she formally addresses him by his royal name.
The prince declares his firm intention to restore the pendant's magic as the first emperor once promised.
Arusha reaches out her gloved hand with a determined gaze, signaling her commitment to their new alliance.
Elliot solemnly gazes at the blue gemstone pendant, fully aware of the heavy responsibility it now carries.
The prince offers a firm nod of agreement, acknowledging the path they must take together from now.
Elliot begins to speak when a sudden and sharp knocking sound at the door interrupts their conversation.
A staff member announces Leonardo's arrival to fetch his daughter, causing Arusha to react with visible shock.
Arusha panically agrees to prepare for her departure while Elliot watches the frantic scene with slight confusion.
A pattern of soft blue dots fills the frame as the secret meeting draws to a close. Arusha lets out a heavy sigh of relief while the prince observes her with a curious expression. She whispers an anxious question about whether their sensitive conversation was overheard by anyone outside the room.
Elliot offers a polite and reassuring smile, telling Arusha she has absolutely nothing to worry about.
Arusha's anxiety visibly melts away as she accepts the prince's comforting words with a soft, relieved noise.
Elliot promises to investigate the identity of a person named Sante as his part of their plan.
He instructs Arusha to research how her family came into possession of the mysterious and powerful pendant.
Arusha enthusiastically vows to ask her grandfather about the artifact's origins as she prepares to leave. The prince calls out to Arusha one last time, his expression softening as she turns to listen. Elliot sits casually on the balcony railing, suggesting that she might be the person he was seeking. He promises to contact her by letter before making a sudden and impossibly swift leap from the balcony. Arusha rushes to the edge in shock, finding that the prince has already vanished into thin air.
She wonders if his disappearance was magic and considers asking her attendant Limerick about the pendant's powers.
A tall man with long silver hair approaches the balcony where the young girl is still waiting.
Arusha turns around and joyfully calls out to her father as he enters the private palace chamber.
Leonardo lets out a weary sigh, his expression reflecting the heavy burdens of the ongoing noble gathering. The Marquis stands stoically in his formal white attire as Arusha runs forward to give him a hug.
Hugging him tightly, Arusha declares her wish to live a very long and happy life by his side.
She expresses her desire for them both to stay healthy and safe for many years to come.
Leonardo softens his cold demeanor and pulls his daughter into a gentle embrace, acknowledging her heartfelt wish.
He promises his daughter that he will do his absolute best to stay by her side forever.
Arusha offers a quiet sound of contentment as her father gently strokes her purple hair with his hand. Looking out over the bright palace grounds, Arusha offers a soft thank you to her father. A grand, sunlit palace stands tall, marking the start of a new day at court.
Freddie, the blue-haired noble, appears in a refined white suit with gold-patterned trim.
Freddie enters the room, noting that Liam reaching out first was quite unexpected behavior.
A voice continues, expressing surprise that he was the one to initiate this private meeting.
Liam Savlon, the silver-haired third son, stands with his back to a library of books.
Liam invites Freddie to sit while Freddie agrees and prepares to begin their serious talk.
Sitting down for tea, Liam asks if Freddie has anything to say regarding their brother Leonardo. Freddie mentions it is convenient as he has recently taken a keen interest in Leonardo's daughter.
Liam crushes his tea glass in a fit of rage after hearing about the young girl. Liam's expression remains cold as he addresses Freddie with a voice full of suppressed anger. Liam stands and declares that the family cannot keep such a reckless child any longer.
Shattered porcelain and tea spill across the floor, reflecting the volatile tension in the room.
Freddie calls out Liam's name in concern as the silver-haired man looms over the table.
Freddie asks if Liam heard that Leonardo actually attended the official royal appointment ceremony recently. Liam fumes, noting Leonardo previously showed no interest but is now suddenly mobilizing the knights.
Liam clenches his fist, calling Leonardo a disgrace whose expulsion is only a matter of time.
Freddie sets down his cup, acknowledging Liam has made a valid point about their brother's actions.
Freddie notes Leonardo remains the official heir, wondering why their father has never cast him out.
Liam cuts him off sharply, telling Freddie that he has heard enough of his defensive reasoning.
Liam clenches his vest, asserting that the Savlon family desperately needs a far better successor.
Freddie exhales a weary sigh as the atmosphere in the study remains heavy and strained.
Freddie advises Liam to cool his head and suggests they revisit this discussion another time.
Walking away through the palace windows, Liam mutters a frustrated curse under his breath.
Liam remains defiant, refusing to simply sit back and watch the family headship be surrendered.
Nocturne approaches Liam, who asks what he lacks when compared to the favored Leonardo.
Liam dismisses Freddie as being too soft and content with just watching events unfold passively.
Turning his sharp gaze toward Nocturne, Liam asks where the man's own loyalties currently lie.
Nocturne begins to answer, his face partially shadowed as a ceremonial gavel appears below. A vision of family honor suggests that Leonardo must be removed to protect their legacy.
Nocturne bows his head respectfully, signaling his complete devotion to Liam's cause and future. Nocturne clenches his fist, agreeing that they must find any possible reason to topple Leonardo.
Liam declares that if no reason currently exists, they will simply create one for themselves.
The scene shifts to the lush gardens and intricate architecture of the Grand Imperial Palace.
Limerick, the kind-eyed attendant with glasses, offers a bright and welcoming smile.
Limerick greets Arusha after his treatment, while she excitedly asks if he is feeling better.
Limerick explains he will be fine as long as he avoids overexerting himself for that.
Arusha reacts with relief, her wide purple eyes glowing as she talks with her friend.
Limerick asks if she queried the Duke about the bracelet, while Arusha seems slightly hesitant.
Arusha complains that her grandfather is busy and she was just scolded by the stern Nocturne. Despite the setbacks, Arusha hopes she will get another chance to learn more very soon.
Limerick reveals he did some research on ancient magic ahead of time for the young lady.
Limerick asks if she wants to hear his findings while Arusha looks exhausted from her studies.
Chibi Arusha enthusiastically approves while Limerick celebrates having interesting information to share with her.
Limerick begins his formal explanation as a mysterious magical circle appears in the background.
He describes an ancient time when sorcerers used innate mana to perform mysterious, powerful techniques.
Illustrative cards show that 3 centuries ago, people stopped being born with the gift of mana.
Limerick explains that magic mostly vanished from the world along with those legendary ancient sorcerers.
Arusha asks if this means modern people are magicless, but Limerick mentions magical tools still exist.
Limerick notes that such tools are incredibly rare and figuring out their use is extremely difficult. He concludes that the bracelet's symbolic heirloom status likely protects Arusha more than its magic.
Arusha sits alone in her room, contemplating whether she should consult Limerick about her current predicament. Arusha rushes toward Limerick in the library, hoping there is at least a slim chance of success.
Arusha gazes at her bracelet with wonder, questioning if it could actually allow her to wield magic.
Chibi Limerick explains the concept of mana replenishment while Arusha excitedly considers the possibilities of charging items.
Limerick stands thoughtfully in the library, holding a clipboard as he carefully analyzes the magical research notes.
Limerick points out that Sojournis is currently conducting research on this topic, sparking Arusha's interest and curiosity.
Chibi Limerick notes a technique that stores natural mana in stones, wondering if it provides a clue.
Arusha reacts with awe as she envisions ancient stones glowing with intricate and powerful magical runic circles.
Limerick looks down at Arusha with a focused expression, preparing to share more of his findings.
Arusha expresses her deep gratitude to Limerick, acknowledging how much she relies on his constant support.
Arusha raises her hands in joy, her face lighting up with a bright and happy smile.
Arusha demands a high five while Limerick looks on with a slightly bewildered but very gentle expression.
A close-up reveals a soft, knowing smile on Limerick's face as he laughs quietly to himself.
Limerick and Arusha share a celebratory high five amidst a warm and flowery atmosphere within the palace.
The scene transitions to the grand palace exterior, standing silent under the glow of a full moon.
Arusha walks through the hallway at night, concluding that Sojournis is indeed her ultimate and final destination.
Walking with newfound determination, Arusha realizes that this unexpected turn of events might actually be beneficial. Arusha approaches the grand doors, reflecting on her original goal of enrollment to persuade her powerful grandfather.
Peeking through the cracked door to say goodnight, Arusha is stopped by an overheard mention of the Marquis.
Kroby asks the silver-haired man if it is true that he hasn't touched alcohol since the banquet.
Leonardo runs a hand through his hair, asking how he could possibly drink in front of his child.
Arusha peeks further into the room, reacting with visible confusion to the suggestion that her father abstains.
Leonardo explains that if he smells of alcohol, Arusha might no longer want to hug him anymore. A transitional background of light streaks marks a brief emotional pause in the heavy and serious conversation.
Krobi argues that while his intentions are noble, going this long without a drink is extremely dangerous.
Arusha's eyes widen in shock from the hallway as Krobi mentions a recurring illness from 5 years ago.
Leonardo clenches his hand firmly on the desk, dismissively assuring Krobi that he will be perfectly fine.
Leonardo looks somber as he asks Krobi to keep his condition a secret to avoid worrying Arusha.
Krobi prepares to leave the room, his face reflecting the heavy weight of the secret he carries. Krobi pauses at the door, his eyes widening as he suddenly notices Arusha standing in the hallway.
Krobi addresses Arusha, asking why she is still awake and wandering the palace at such a late hour.
Arusha informs Krobi that she heard everything, asking if her father will suffer if he stops drinking. Arusha stands in a dark daze, internally processing the fact that she was completely unaware of this pain.
Looking up with firm resolve, Arusha tells Krobi that those closest to someone hurting deserve to know.
Arusha demands to know the exact nature of the illness Krobi mentioned while the man remains silent.
Chibi Arusha threatens to ask her father directly if Krobi refuses to talk, causing the man significant panic. Arusha turns away, noting that the palace hallway is not the appropriate place for such a sensitive talk.
Krobi sighs and agrees to share the secret, placing a hand on Arusha's shoulder to lead her away.
The moon hangs high over the palace as the two figures move toward a more private setting.
Entering a quiet room, Krobi prepares to reveal the dark and hidden history of the Sabline family's head. Arusha reacts with horror as Krobi reveals that 5 years ago, her father lost his mental stability. Holding a lantern, Krobi explains that the Marquis only began drinking because of the haunting visions he saw.
A vision shows Lady Juliet as Krobi explains Leonardo was tormented by her spirit calling to him.
Krobi explains that guilt and regret over his late wife's funeral likely caused Leonardo's mental state to deteriorate.
A close-up of Krobi emphasizes the heavy burden Leonardo felt, unable to share his pain with anyone.
A vision of a shattered gate and a bloody Leonardo illustrates a major past incident at House Chartier.
In the memory, Duke Shermang urgently calls out for Leonardo to regain his senses during the violent confrontation.
A shell-shocked Duke Shermang blocks Leonardo's path while his son asks why his father is stopping him.
A blood-stained Leonardo gazes upward, hallucinating that Juliet is standing right there in front of him.
Duke Shermang stands over his kneeling son, reflecting on how his intervention narrowly prevented a much larger tragedy.
The man continues his grim explanation of the Duke's harsh orders following the incident.
Chibi Arusha panics at the thought of a violent end while the man denies such ideas.
Shifting the conversation, the man turns his attention back to the young girl.
A glowing lantern sits on the table as the man reflects on the Marquis's mental state.
The man asks the girl to keep her father's condition a secret for the time being. A close-up shows the girl's determined expression as she quietly agrees to keep the secret.
Morning light bathes the grand palace as birds chirp, signaling a transition to a new day.
Arusha ponders her father's past symptoms while standing amidst the massive shelves of the library.
Arusha searches the library, wondering if she should intervene in her father's drinking habits.
A flashback shows Leonardo holding his daughter, promising to stay by her side forever.
Arusha's small hand reaches for a thick, leather-bound volume on a high library shelf.
Arusha pulls a heavy book from the shelf, determined to find answers about her family.
Arusha notes that her father is finally trying to improve himself after 5 long years.
Pages of an old book flip open, revealing dense text as Arusha begins her research. Arusha settles into a large chair, resolving to focus on what she can accomplish now.
As Arusha reads, a hand holding a piece of purple candy enters from the side.
A piece of candy strikes Arusha on the head, startling her as she tries to stay.
Two blonde boys approach, mockingly calling Arusha a bunch of grapes as they walk.
The boys ask what she's doing in the library when she usually stays home.
Arusha asks who they are, offending the older boy who expects her to remember them.
Chibi Arusha is bombarded with candy as the boys mock her for being clueless.
Arusha recalls that the boys are Achi and Dylan, the sons of Liam Savlon.
Arusha asks why her cousins are demanding to be addressed with formal honorific titles.
Achi insults her father, claiming he is a delinquent who shouldn't use the family name.
The brothers insist that since she isn't a Savlon, she must use honorifics with them. Arusha realizes they are just repeating their father's gossip to start trouble for no reason.
Achi looks at Arusha's books with disdain, questioning if she can even read the text.
Achi snatches the book away, accusing Arusha of just pretending to read to look smart.
Achi holds the book high, taunting Arusha about her perceived lack of intelligence and speech.
Arusha stares at the floor in silence as Aruchi continues to call her a fool.
Achi tells her to go back to her mansion if she wants to avoid trouble.
Arusha stands tall, retorting that since she isn't a Savlon, honorifics are no longer necessary.
Arusha tells the boys that if they want respect, they should stop looking down on others. Dylan is taken aback when Arusha points out that he is actually a year younger. Arusha demands her book back, her calm demeanor completely unsettling the two arrogant young boys. Dylan nervously returns the candy after Arusha demands he show her some basic respect.
Arusha accepts the candy from Dylan's hand as Achi watches the interaction with utter confusion.
Achi is baffled by Arusha's sudden fluency, recalling how she couldn't even speak before now.
Arusha holds the fallen candy out to Achi, returning the item that hit her earlier.
Achi begins to yell a warning when a sudden sound at the door stops him.
A tall, silver-haired man enters the library, demanding to know the source of the commotion.
The man stops abruptly, his eyes widening as he catches sight of the young Grawl.
A voice notes the man's realization that this child is indeed the daughter of Leonardo.
Arusha looks up at the towering figure as a heavy silence falls over the library.
The man asks if she is Leo's daughter while the boys watch the exchange nervously.
The man walks closer, his sharp gaze fixed on Arusha as the boys remain frozen.
Achi panics and asks Arusha what she is doing as she approaches the stern man.
The stern man looms over Arusha, his yellow eyes glowing with a cold intensity.
Arusha offers a graceful curtsy, introducing herself with a poise that shocks everyone in the room.
The man asks if Arusha has been well, his intense stare never leaving her face.
The silver-haired man commands Achi to return the book, and the boy submissively agrees.
Liam announces he must attend to matters, moving up noon prayer and ordering the boys along.
Liam walks away with his sons while Achi finally hands the stolen book back to Arusha.
Pausing as he departs, Liam tells Arusha she was right in what she said to his sons.
A sparkling transition of golden light fills the dark screen, marking a shift in the mood.
Liam looks back, advising Arusha to act as an elder to earn her younger siblings' respect. Arusha remains alone in the quiet library as the sounds of the others departing fade away.
The small girl struggles to drag a large, ornate chair across the polished floor of the library.
Arusha successfully climbs onto the seat, settling in to continue her research in the silent room.
Arusha reflects on meeting both Freddie and Liam in one day while reviewing the Savlon family tree.
Arusha wonders if she should attribute her refined behavior and logic to the lessons from Limerick.
Freddie enters, noting it would have been nice for Arusha to meet his son Oscar too.
Freddie explains to the startled girl that it might be difficult to meet Oscar today.
The blue-haired man offers a kind smile, confessing he actually wanted to meet Arusha himself.
Freddie asks Arusha if she would spare a moment to talk with him as her on-call.
Arusha reacts with extreme shock and confusion to the unexpected request from her polite Uncle Freddie. The grand imperial palace stands tall under the afternoon sun as the secret family meeting proceeds.
Freddie tells Arusha his son is under the weather, making him unable to visit the library.
The man explains he came to fetch books for his son when he spotted Arusha's argument.
Freddie mentions he witnessed her confrontation with Adachi while she was busy defending her father's honor.
Arusha offers a polite apology for causing a disturbance and making noise within the palace library.
Freddie waves his hands dismissively, assuring the young girl he did not come there to scold her.
Freddie praises Arusha, telling her that her pronunciation, logic, and manners during the argument were flawless.
Freddie takes a seat across from the purple-haired girl to continue their calm and academic conversation.
Arusha credits her teacher for her behavior while Freddie asks what kind of lessons she takes.
Looking at Arusha, Freddie inquires about the specific nature of the studies she has been pursuing lately.
A narrative note explains Freddie is seen as meek and uninterested in the family's power struggles.
Freddie notes Arusha is already reading a difficult book, acknowledging his reputation as an excellent educator.
Arusha looks at Uncle Freddie with a focused and inquisitive gaze, preparing to ask a serious question.
Arusha asks Freddie if he knows anything about the requirements for early admission to Sagenius Academy.
Freddie notes he heard Oscar also aimed for Sagenius, but early admission remains a complex topic.
Freddie begins to explain the difficult nature and rare circumstances surrounding early admission to the academy.
Freddie apologizes, telling Arusha he only knows about the official exams, leaving her feeling slightly disappointed.
Arusha recalls Limerick's rumor about hidden admissions officers in disguise and wonders if it is true.
A close-up focus on the library shelves highlights Arusha's internal debate about the validity of rumors.
Freddie notes that Sagenius likely seeks a variety of talents rather than just one type of genius.
A vision shows Arusha in various formal gowns, representing her growth and potential within high society.
The girl imagines herself having the courage to use her unique abilities to help others when needed.
A scene of noble girls celebrating together illustrates Arusha's desire for a bright and harmonious future.
Arusha stops her writing abruptly, her eyes wide as a new thought or realization strikes her.
Freddie chuckles at Arusha's notebook while she looks confused by the dreamlike story she has recorded.
Placing his hand on the table, Freddie gently advises Arusha not to rush herself too much.
Freddie tells her that her hard work will definitely lead to meaningful and positive results someday.
Arusha looks up at her uncle, moved by his sincere encouragement and support for her goals.
Freddie offers a soft and reassuring smile as he prepares to conclude their private talk.
Freddie waves goodbye to Arusha, leaving the library while she politely acknowledges his departure.
Chibi Arusha waves her notebook enthusiastically as she says goodbye to her kind Uncle Freddie.
The sun sets behind the palace towers, casting long shadows as the day comes to an end.
Liam stands silhouetted against the window, asking a serious question about his brother's hidden past.
Liam asked the Dr. Hudson to confirm if Leonardo suffered from serious mental illness 5 years ago.
An oppressive and heavy atmosphere settles over the study as the secret meeting continues.
Dr. Hudson reviews a retired physician's report revealing Lord Leo was once prescribed mind-altering medication. The doctor explains these drugs require strict recording to prevent misuse, while Liam listens from behind.
Liam mocks his brother, labeling him pathetic for failing the medication and becoming a desperate alcoholic.
A shimmering transition of golden light marks a brief shift in the tone of their conversation.
Liam pauses his critique to pose one final, serious question to the visibly nervous Dr. Hudson.
Liam inquires if the mental illness could be triggered again while Leo is weakened by sobriety.
The silver-haired man suggests using the previously mentioned drugs to achieve his goal, shocking Hudson.
Liam places a hand on Hudson's shoulder, asserting that this plot serves the family's long-term interests.
A grand chandelier hangs silently above, casting light on the unfolding betrayal within the palace halls. With a cold and piercing gaze, Liam demands the doctor's complete cooperation in his cruel scheme. Hudson details the severe withdrawal symptoms, including headaches and fatigue, while holding his medical tools.
Examining a weary Leonardo, Hudson confirms that he is currently suffering from classic alcohol withdrawal symptoms. The doctor advises his patient to rest and prioritize drinking clean water over tea or juice.
Hudson offers to prescribe painkillers for the discomfort, but his patient remains focused and deeply somber.
Leonardo rejects the offer, believing the medicine will no longer be as effective for his condition.
The Marquise instructs the doctor to stop visiting his residence, opting to attend appointments himself instead.
Hudson and the accompanying maid offer a formal bow as they prepare to exit the room.
The door clicks shut as the doctor bids them farewell until their next scheduled medical appointment.
Walking through the hallway, Hudson asks the maid for a status report on their secret task.
The maid confirms that she successfully swapped the water bottle for one containing the illicit drug.
A flashback captures the exact moment the maid surreptitiously placed the drugged bottle on the table.
Relieved, Hudson wipes sweat from his forehead, glad he can finally report back to Master Liam. The doctor tells the maid to alert him immediately if Lord Leo causes a public scene.
The sun shines brightly over the palace towers as the day of the planned confrontation arrives.
Hudson bursts into the room, urgently calling out to Liam with news of a major incident.
The doctor reports that the Marquis has been arrested after causing a violent disturbance with a sword.
Liam remains seated at the table, his calm expression hiding his inner triumph at the news. Turning around with feigned shock, the silver-haired man acknowledges the doctor's report about his brother.
A sinister smile crosses Liam's face as he celebrates the rapid success of his cruel plan.
Liam commands the doctor to take him to his brother immediately to witness the fallout firsthand. Liam stops at the doorway, anticipating the final exposure of Leonardo's supposed mental instability and failure.
To Liam's horror, he finds Leonardo calmly drinking tea while the bribed servants kneel in terror.
Leonardo sips his tea with effortless poise, while Liam reacts with utter shock to the scene.
Liam recognizes the trembling servants as the ones he bribed, realizing his trap has been sprung.
Leonardo addresses his brother by name, causing Liam to flinch as the power dynamic shifts instantly.
Putting down his cup, Leonardo reveals he saw through the amateur scheme from the very beginning.
Leonardo stands, advising that rule number one in a power struggle is guarding what one consumes.
Leonardo taunts Liam's lack of sophistication, demanding high-quality service if he is to be poisoned.
Liam is paralyzed by the realization that his brother anticipated every move and counterplotted against him.
A close-up of their boots captures the tense movement as the brothers face one another directly. Standing back to back, Leonardo tells Liam to put more effort into his plots if he wants success.
Leonardo walks away, leaving his defeated brother to face their father, who has witnessed everything.
The Duke dismisses the need for an explanation, citing such schemes as common in power struggles.
Resting on the sofa, the bearded Duke watches Liam with a disappointed and expectant expression.
The Duke asks if Liam has anything to say in his defense following the failed betrayal.
Liam looks at his father with a defeated gaze, admitting he has no excuses left.
A textured background appears as Liam formally apologizes and admits he planned the entire scheme.
Liam bows deeply before his father, publicly accepting the consequences of his failed attempt at sabotage.
The silver-haired man promises to take full responsibility for the aftermath and clean up his mess.
The bearded Duke watches Liam with a silent, disappointed gaze after the failed plot.
Duke Shermang notes he expected excuses and pathetic justifications for his son's foolish actions.
Duke Shermang removes his glasses, ordering Liam to skip their regular breakfast meetings for a month.
Liam bows submissively, acknowledging his father's punishment and accepting the new orders with a sigh.
A shimmering transition of light marks a brief emotional pause in the heavy family conversation.
The Duke notes that true acknowledgement comes from legitimately surpassing Leonardo, not through ridiculous tricks.
Duke Shermang stares intensely at Liam, demanding he show results that actually prove his worth.
An oppressive energy fills the room, signaling a deep shift in the family's internal power.
The Duke dismisses the recent incident as a series of ridiculous tricks unworthy of his legacy.
Duke Shermang coldly commands Liam to leave the room and reflect on his recent failure.
The bespectacled assistant praises Liam's handling of the situation despite the unfavorable and embarrassing outcome. Liam walks away, frustratedly admitting that he completely underestimated the complexity of the current situation.
Liam orders his subordinate to continue investigating the incident his brother caused 5 years ago.
A thought bubble emphasizes Liam's determination to make Leonardo Savlon pay for his past success.
Liam departs with his assistant, his mind already spinning with new plans to undermine his brother.
The Grand Palace Gardens bask in the morning sunlight as a new scene begins.
A close-up shows a man's legs walking through the garden, gripping a rolled document firmly.
Leonardo walks alone under a massive tree, deep in thought about his family's complex future.
Leonardo looks somber as the wind blows through his long silver hair in the garden.
A close-up focus on Leonardo's chest shows him taking a deep, contemplative breath of air.
In a flashback, Juliet approaches Leonardo, questioning if he truly accepted the position of heir.
Leonardo turns toward Juliet, her presence evoking a mix of memories and current responsibilities.
Juliet explains that their father has placed incredibly high hopes on Leonardo's eventual success.
Leonardo stands tall by a tree, resolving to accept the heavy duty and responsibility of his role.
Leaves fall around Leonardo as Juliet asks him to look at her and acknowledge her.
A backdrop of light streaks emphasizes the weight of the belief Juliet holds for him.
Leonardo closes his eyes, asking how Juliet managed to find this secluded spot in the garden.
Returning to the present, Arusha suddenly appears, surprising her father during his private moment.
Leonardo softens his expression, telling Arusha it is all right and inviting her to come closer.
Arusha peeks out from behind the bushes, clutching her stuffed elephant toy very tightly.
Leonardo calls out to his daughter, asking her to come out and join him.
Arusha playfully denies her identity, claiming she is not the daughter he is looking for.
Leonardo looks confused as Arusha persists with her strange and unexpected playful behavior.
Arusha approaches her father from across the grass, hiding her face behind her toy.
Chibi Arusha pops up with her toy, greeting her father with an enthusiastic hello.
Arusha lifts her toy high, blooming with joy as she interacts with her silver-haired father.
Leonardo notes the similarity, but playful Arusha continues to insist she is actually someone else.
Arusha dances around, declaring that her name is Shasha instead of Arusha.
Leonardo plays along, agreeing that she doesn't seem like Arusha, while the girl giggles happily.
Leonardo listens intently as Shasha prepares to ask him a very important and serious question.
Arusha holds out her toy, using her new persona to bridge the gap in their conversation.
Arusha hugs her stuffed elephant closer, her expression turning slightly more serious than before.
Arusha mentions the doctor's recent visit and his secretive meetings with her grandfather and Uncle Liam.
Arusha asks if her father has any worries that he could finally share with her toy.
Leonardo looks away, acknowledging her words with a heavy and quiet sense of understanding.
Leonardo gently pats Arusha on the head, noting that Krobi spoke far too many unnecessary words.
Smiling warmly, Leonardo invites Shasha to follow him for a more comfortable, private talk.
Leonardo suggests they talk while they walk, leaving behind a pile of fallen autumn leaves.
The scene shifts to the Grand Palace exterior as the father and daughter walk together. Arusha walks beside her father, asking if he is enduring his illness to live longer for her.
Leonardo reflects on how his position forced him into many undesirable and complex matters.
Chibi Arusha thinks of her cousins while Leonardo acknowledges his current duty's heavy weight.
Leonardo admits he is reconsidering a problem he thought was already resolved long ago.
Leonardo stares down in somber silence as his private reflections turn increasingly grim and heavy.
Narrative text explains that Leonardo accepted the heavy identity of the family heir as expected.
Chibi Arusha tilts her head curiously while clutching her stuffed elephant toy very tightly.
A flashback reveals Juliet standing elegantly under a clear sky with her hands clasped tightly.
Leonardo notes that Juliet's presence allowed him to bear the weight of the family's future.
Recalling Juliet's disappearance, Leonardo explains that he discarded his position immediately after she left.
Leonardo's hand rests on the bench as he reflects on his life's petty power struggles. Leonardo looks at Arusha, thinking he should no longer run away from his family responsibilities.
Leonardo walks through the garden with Arusha, both of them still deep in their conversation.
Arusha slumps onto a wooden bench in the garden, still holding her stuffed elephant toy.
Chibi Arusha reassures her father that everything is okay, squeezing her stuffed toy close for comfort.
Arusha promises to stay with Leonardo, encouraging him to share his heavy burdens with her.
Arusha wonders if her true self would have spoken those same comforting words to him.
Leonardo turns to thank Shasha for her kind words while sitting on the garden bench.
Leonardo adds a heartfelt thanks for Arusha too, looking at the young girl with affection.
Arusha reacts with a bright, joyful smile, happy to have supported her silver-haired father.
Arusha asks her father if he would like to see something funny to lighten things.
Arusha demonstrates how her heavy head tilts when she stays still, entertaining her curious father.
Leonardo gently pats Arusha on the head, noting how cute and charming she truly is.
Arusha giggles happily, glad to see that her father is finally feeling better and relaxed. The scene pulls back as the father and daughter sit together by the palace fountain.
Men in religious robes walk through the Grand Palace grounds toward the main temple building.
Liam walks through the palace hallway, his expression stern as he plans his next move.
Narrative text explains that Lord Shamong ordered a mandatory family meeting for the following week.
Liam curses as the assistant predicts the meeting will decide Leonardo's fate within the family. Liam resolves that they must take action instead of waiting for his brother's eventual failure.
Liam notes he must build his own merits and make a move right now somehow.
A hooded stranger in the church approaches Liam, confirming his full family identity.
Liam responds with a firm and simple affirmation to the hidden woman's brief inquiry.
The stranger asks if Liam is investigating what Leonardo did in the mysterious past years.
Liam feigns ignorance, claiming he does not know what the stranger is talking about.
The hooded woman mentions a 5-year-old Chartier family incident to catch Liam's attention.
Liam is startled as the woman hushes him, demanding a quieter place for their talk.
Removing her hood, the red-haired woman suggests they find a private place to speak further.
With glowing orange eyes, the woman promises to share truth and help Liam remove Leonardo.
The woman vows to provide the method for getting rid of Leonardo for good.
A grand blue door creaks open as someone enters the dark and quiet room.
Liam sits in a high-backed chair as the servant enters and asks for his commands.
Liam asks if the item was placed in his brother's room without being traced back.
The assistant confirms the task but nervously asks where Liam obtained the mysterious nocturne item.
Liam commands his subordinate to keep a close watch on Leonardo throughout the entire evening.
A close-up focus on Liam's glowing eye highlights his intense focus on his scheme.
Narrative text notes a growing hunch that something significant is about to happen tonight.
Leonardo strides through the hallway at night, his clothing disheveled and his gaze deterrent.
Leonardo looks fierce and focused as he moves with urgent purpose through the palace dark.
Liam watches through a window, predicting that his brother might do something big tonight.
The crescent moon shines over the dark garden trees, signaling the start of a long night.
Leonardo walks through the dark woods under the light of the crescent moon.
A voice from the shadows notes that Leonardo arrived much faster than expected.
The hooded woman addresses Leonardo by his full title as she steps forward.
She observes he followed the letter's instructions to meet outside the estate.
The orange-eyed woman asks if the envelope's contents were enough to pique his curiosity.
Leonardo points his sword at the stranger, demanding she answer his questions immediately.
He asks how she knows about the incident that occurred 5 years ago. Leonardo holds up a strand of purple hair, demanding to know its origin.
The woman notes he recognized the hair instantly as she moves through the trees.
She identifies the hair as belonging to the wife he still dreams about. Leonardo is shaken as she claims her own identity is irrelevant to their meeting. She points to the letter again, emphasizing its importance in luring him there.
The woman offers to help him reunite with Lady Juliet after all these years.
Leonardo argues his wife died years ago, but she questions if he is certain.
She asks if he actually witnessed her death or saw her in the coffin. The stranger spreads her arms wide, inviting him to consider the possibility she lives.
She claims there is only one method available to discover the truth about Juliet.
Standing before him, the woman tells Leonardo he must finally make a difficult decision.
She encourages him to take a leap of courage after braving so many dangers.
She asks if he will repeat his past failures and abandon his wife again. Leonardo grips his sword with a conflicted expression as the weight of her words hits.
Leonardo drops his sword onto the grass, seemingly surrendering to the woman's enticing offer.
The woman praises his wisdom and commands him to follow her deeper into the woods.
Leonardo draws a dagger, declaring he has already made a sacred vow to his daughter. Recalling his promise to Arusha, he resolves never to repeat the mistakes of the past.
Leonardo raises his dagger high, ready to break the woman's spell with a violent act. A sharp sound echoes through the night as Leonardo takes drastic action against the illusion.
The bespectacled assistant looks around the dark forest, searching for the missing and weakened marquis.
He marvels at Leonardo's ability to escape the mansion while suffering from severe withdrawal.
The assistant stops suddenly, his gaze fixed on something troubling hidden in the darkness.
He finds Leonardo collapsed and bleeding from a self-inflicted wound, crying out in alarm.
The hidden woman's voice marvels at Leonardo's willpower in resisting her powerful magical influence. Crows fly overhead as she tells the struggling man that his efforts are ultimately futile. Her thoughts linger on the idea that no human can truly defy their destiny.
Magical flames consume the sword and the purple hair strand left behind on the grass.
Leonardo looks at his assistant with weary eyes, acknowledging his arrival at the fiend.
He realizes the encounter was no delusion, while his assistant insists they leave immediately.
Weakly, Leonardo requests to be taken back to the family estate to recover.
Dawn begins to break over the grand towers of the palace as the day starts.
The assistant stands before Duke Shermang to deliver a formal report on the night's events.
The Duke asks about Leonardo's status, and the assistant confirms he is still unconscious. He explains that the blood loss and physical strain will require a long recovery.
Duke Shermang sighs heavily, covering his eyes as he processes the grim medical report.
The report describes Leonardo's erratic behavior and self-inflicted leg injury in the empty forest.
The Duke looks at his assistant, asking if this is the absolute truth of what happened.
The assistant remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable behind his thin glasses.
He offers a simple affirmation confirming the fabricated story of Leonardo's mental breakdown.
The assistant finishes his explanation, standing obediently in the center of the Duke's study. Duke Shermang orders a family meeting at dawn to decide Leonardo's status and the succession.
A maid enters the room as the Duke finalizes his plans for the upcoming meeting.
Arusha clutches her dress, her gaze filled with a mixture of apprehension and budding resolve.
A gloved hand passes a sealed envelope as a servant asks if Arusha is truly all right attending alone.
The servant advises Arusha not to overexert herself, noting the Marquis is currently unable to move.
Standing in the ornate hallway, the staff watches Arusha with deep concern for her well-being.
Krobi offers to accompany her due to the circumstances, but Arusha firmly declines his assistance.
Dressed in a magnificent formal gown, Arusha radiates the poise and elegance of a true noblewoman.
The two attendants stand frozen in awe at the young girl's sudden transformation and maturity.
Arusha approaches her maid Abbott, playfully asking for her honest opinion on her formal appearance.
The young girl expresses her gratitude, noting the immense effort her attendants spent dressing her up.
Abbott is deeply moved, her eyes softening as she gazes upon the resilient Lady Arusha.
Gripping Abbott's hands tightly, Arusha claims that her current appearance hides her long years of isolation.
Abbott reassures Arusha, declaring she is clearly a lady raised with the utmost education and love.
Chibi Krobi enthusiastically agrees, asserting that Arusha is undeniably the daughter of an elite man. Liam's assistant joins in the praise, calling Arusha the daughter of a perfect and elite gentleman.
Despite her nerves, Arusha's expression hardens with the determination to support her ailing father.
A shower of light sparkles as Arusha offers a silent, heartfelt thanks to her supportive companions.
Surrounded by Krobi, Abbott, and the assistant, Arusha receives a final moment of warmth and encouragement.
With a final glance back, Arusha promises her staff that she will return successfully from the meeting. Sunlight bathes the grand facade of the Savlon Palace as the fateful family meeting commences. Shadows dance on the palace windows as footsteps echo through the corridors of power. Liam wonders aloud how anyone managed to successfully lure his brother Leonardo outside the estate. Louis Savlon, the fourth son of the house, appears with a smug and confident demeanor. Liam feigns ignorance, turning away while claiming he has no idea what Louis is talking about.
Liam dismisses Leonardo as a scoundrel whose recent luck was bound to run out eventually.
Mentioning Nocturne's report, Liam walks away while Louis watches him with a silent, calculating gaze.
Louis follows his brother, deciding to accept his explanation for the time being as they walk.
They reach the heavy meeting doors, noting the Duke called this session before Leonardo even woke.
Louis remarks that their father is clearly serious about the succession issues this time around.
Entering the room, Louis stops in total shock at the unexpected sight awaiting them inside.
Arusha sits calmly in a high-backed chair, identified as Uncle Louis' niece as she greets him.
Liam confirms the girl's identity to a stunned Louis, his voice tight with growing annoyance. Liam barks an order for Arusha to stand up, claiming she is forbidden from sitting there.
Louis attempts a softer tone, explaining that the seat she chose is reserved exclusively for adults.
Pointing toward the far end of the table, Louis suggests Arusha join the other children instead. Arusha refuses to move, stating today's discussion concerns her father and directly affects her future.
Jumping down from the chair, Arusha asserts her right to participate as Leonardo's direct descendant.
Standing tall despite her small stature, Arusha repeats her firm intention to stay in her seat.
Liam scoffs in disbelief, asking how a 5-year-old child expects to give an informed opinion. Mocking her, Liam doubts she can even follow the adult conversation, let alone contribute to it.
A new voice enters the fray, suggesting that Arusha's request does not sound unreasonable at all.
A silver-haired man strides into the room, his presence immediately shifting the tense atmosphere.
Louis recognizes the newcomer as Brother Freddie, who stands alongside the approaching Duke Shermang.
Duke Shermang stares down at his granddaughter, sternly commanding her to show him her evidence.
Arusha acknowledges her grandfather and reaches into her dress to produce a hidden document.
A brief memory shows Freddie previously handing Arusha the very document she now holds.
Narrative text reveals Arusha passed the Elite Arte Castle exam entirely through her own prodigious abilities.
Duke Shermang admits that Krobi's previous reports regarding Arusha's exceptional talent were indeed true.
Freddie smiles warmly at Arusha, officially inviting her to take her seat at the table.
Arusha glows with joy as Freddie confirms her right to participate in the family's decision-making.
The family sits in heavy silence as the Duke takes his place to begin the meeting.
Liam and Louis sit at the table as Liam ponders the weight of their father's decision. Liam acknowledges Arusha's unusual nature, but coldly asserts that her presence will change nothing today.
Looking over the meeting, Liam reflects that overturning this situation is impossible without a Sagenius letter.
Duke Shermang clasps his white-gloved hands firmly on the table, preparing to deliver his final judgment.
Addressing the room, Duke Shermang assumes that everyone has already been briefed on yesterday's troubling incident.
The Duke explains that Leonardo's past many incidents were tolerated only to prevent leaving the seat empty.
Liam and Louis listen as the Duke notes an empty seat would invite chaos for House Savlon.
Closing his eyes in a grim reflection, Duke Shermang declares that the scales have finally tipped.
The narrative text lists Leonardo's offenses, including attacking House Nicholas and repeat incidents of self-harming behavior.
Arusha watches her grandfather with apprehension while the cold and detached Liam sits across the table.
Duke Charmaine identifies himself as the head of the house and prepares to command his final orders.
Narrative text confirms the decree that Leonardo Savlon is officially stripped of his status as the heir.
The family reacts with stunned silence as the Duke declares the successor seat is now vacant.
Duke Charmaine continues his speech, focusing on his primary goal of minimizing any future family unrest.
Arusha is visibly shaken as the Duke orders Leonardo and his entire household exiled from the capital.
Intervening quickly, Liam enthusiastically agrees with the Duke's decision before anyone else can offer an objection.
A speech bubble emphasizes the cruel logic of cutting out rotten family parts as soon as possible.
Leaning back with a smug and victorious expression, Liam enjoys the total downfall of his brother.
Liam suggests sending Leonardo to a monastery in the south, pretending to care about his brother's recovery.
Arusha's heart pounds with fear as Liam offers to arrange a carriage for their immediate departure.
The atmosphere in the grand meeting hall remains heavy as the family processes the Duke's orders.
Freddie watches Arusha with a silent, sympathetic gaze while the young girl remains frozen in her seat.
Duke Charmaine maintains a stoic and unyielding expression, seemingly satisfied with the stability of his command.
A suggestion is made to hear what Leonardo himself has to say about these significant new developments.
Freddie gestures toward his brother, but Liam remains silent, refusing to entertain any further discussion on Leonardo. Arusha reflects on the original novel's plot, realizing that this decision marks the beginning of tragedy.
Recalling the book, Arusha thinks of how Charmaine eventually regretted exiling Leo after his carriage accident.
Her memories reveal a darker future where Freddie is eventually killed by Liam in a power struggle.
The final tragedy involves Charmaine executing Liam himself to preserve what remains of the family's honor.
Liam smiles and raises a finger, seemingly mocking the idea of any further delay or second chances.
Arusha worries that expelling her father now would only lead to the Savlon family's inevitable downfall.
From the shadows of her chair, Arusha gazes at her faceless relatives, feeling the weight of isolation.
Clenching her hands, Arusha finally speaks up, claiming that her father's recent behavior was because of her.
Surprised by her sudden intervention, Duke Charmaine asks Arusha to repeat exactly what she just said.
Arusha explains her father stopped drinking because she wanted them to live together for a long time.
Liam scoffs, mocking the idea that the scoundrel Leonardo changed for a daughter he previously ignored.
Liam looks at Arusha with a condescending smile, clearly dismissing the child's desperate and emotional plea.
Looking up with firm resolve, Arusha insists the father she knows now promised to change for her.
With tears glistening in her large eyes, Arusha begs her grandfather to reconsider his harsh and final decision.
Arusha pleads for more time for her father to try, and the Duke listens with a somber expression.
Duke Charmaine reflects on her words, wondering if Leonardo truly has the potential to change this time.
Looking down with a heavy heart, the Duke sadly notes that it is already far too late.
He explains he cannot overturn a family decision based solely on the hope that things might improve.
Duke Charmaine offers a compromise, telling the young Arusha that he can give her one specific chance.
Liam watches the interaction with a sharp and calculating gaze, his yellow eyes narrowed in deep suspicion. The Duke admits that despite her age, Arusha has shown the family enough potential to be considered.
Freddie and Arusha exchange a silent look as the Duke prepares to reveal his final conditional offer.
Duke Charmaine offers to allow Arusha to stay with the Savlon family, separate from her father's exile.
Bowing her head in a quiet acceptance, Arusha offers a soft thanks to her grandfather for the offer.
Arusha's small hands adjust a silver chain on her wrist, a subtle sound echoing in the silence.
Arusha's gloved hand rests on a table next to a silver chain necklace.
Arusha declares her firm resolve that she will never leave her father all alone.
Duke Charmaine remains silent, watching his granddaughter with a contemplative and unyielding expression.
The Duke sighs and reluctantly accepts Arusha's stubborn and emotional refusal of his offer.
Duke Charmaine orders Liam to prepare a carriage for Leonardo and Arusha's immediate times court.
Liam promises to handle the transport personally as the Duke silently apologizes to Arusha. A thought bubble expresses the bitter realization that this is finally the end for her.
The family sits in heavy silence as Arusha remains isolated at the far table.
Arusha laments the timing, realizing everything is falling apart just before the letter arrived.
A loud noise interrupts the meeting as someone frantically shouts about an urgent letter.
Croby, Limerick, and Abbott burst into the room holding an official letter for the Duke.
Freddie and Arusha are shocked to see their servants suddenly interrupting the formal family meeting. Croby presents a sealed letter identifying it as a direct message from Sogenius Academy.
Croby announces that Lady Arusha has been accepted through the Academy's prestigious special admission program.
Duke Charmaine is stunned as he opens the letter, demanding an explanation for this news.
A narrative bubble declares that Lady Arusha's list of notable achievements is truly remarkable.
Croby, Abbott, and Limerick stand together as Croby begins reading the official Academy documents.
Croby stands tall, holding the papers and preparing to list Arusha's many historical contributions. A flashback shows a tiny Arusha struggling to reach the handle of a massive door.
Narrative text mentions orphan testimony claiming they were saved only because Arusha directly intervened.
In the flashback, a determined young Arusha bangs on the dark and heavy wooden door.
Arusha looks surprised as she listens to the staff recount her past heroic actions.
Abbott holds a report, looking at Arusha with pride and admiration for her character.
Abbott reads a quote stating Arusha helped a man escape gambling and turn to deeds. Arusha looks sweat-dropped and nervous as she remembers the reformed man Joseph Coulson.
Freddie asks Arusha for confirmation while the young girl nervously smiles and hides her face.
Arusha admits she was just cleaning up her father's many messes without much prior thought.
Limerick adds that those actions eventually led to significant gambling reform throughout the entire empire.
Narrative text credits Arusha's dress designs for revolutionizing the entire children's clothing industry standard.
Limerick adjusts his glasses, citing the gratitude of countless parents for the new fashion standards.
Arusha remembers a sparkling man named Lecce, crying out in relief at the shared memories. The Academy's letter confirms that Arusha's unique talent and heart prove her worthiness for admission.
Arusha stands motionless, wide-eyed as the weight of her formal recognition finally sets in.
A final announcement officially congratulates Lady Arusha on her early admission to the Academy. Kroby beams with pride while handing the official admission letter back to the young lady.
Arusha reflects on how her small, consistent efforts have finally yielded a life-changing result.
Kroby, Abbott, and Limerick kneel and embrace the small girl in a moment of triumph.
Duke Shermang slumps back into his chair, stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events.
He officially acknowledges that a child has finally been admitted to Sogenius from their family. Looking moved, the Duke reflects on his ancestors' long-held dreams finally coming true in person.
Arusha addresses her grandfather from the center of the room during the quiet meeting aftermath.
The Duke stands up from his ornate chair, looking down at his young and talented granddaughter.
Arusha requests that her grandfather grant her one specific wish in exchange for her great achievement.
Liam looks on with a sweat-dropped, nervous expression as Arusha appeals to the High Duke.
Arusha's face is focused as she prepares to state her final and most crucial demand.
Flowers bloom in the background as Arusha speaks for herself and her struggling father.
Arusha begs her grandfather to allow her and her father to stay in the house.
Green leaves frame a bright sky as the tense family meeting finally draws to a close.
Birds fly over the grand palace as the morning sun illuminates the stone towers.
Through a window, the Duke confirms the authenticity of the official letter from Sogenius Academy.
Duke Shermang informs Nocturne that the entrance ceremony will be held in 2 weeks for 4 accepted students.
Looking toward his bespectacled assistant, the Duke asks Nocturne for his honest and professional opinion regarding young Arusha.
Nocturne looks down and bows his head, admitting to the Duke that he does not truly know the girl.
The Duke looks at the letter, stating he previously held no expectations for the child he ignored for years.
He reflects on his past disappointment with Leonardo and how he treated Arusha as if she did not exist.
Duke Shermang stands solemnly at his desk while staring down at the official Academy admission letter.
Looking into the distance, the Duke notes that the child now stands confidently at the heart of family change.
A thought bubble notes that Arusha selflessly made a wish not for her own benefit, but for her father. During the meeting, Arusha stands before her relatives and begs to stay in the house with her father, Leonardo.
A heavy silence fills the room as Duke Shermang considers Arusha's desperate and emotional request.
The Duke tells Arusha that her name will soon be known by everyone in the country for her genius. He explains the Empire would judge the family for driving out the father of a genius they personally selected. Formally addressing the room, Duke Shermang declares that as the family head, he shall grant Arusha Savlan's specific wish.
He stipulates that Leonardo must receive mental health treatment and the succession issue will be revisited with his attendance.
Looking down at the young girl, the Duke asks Arusha if this conditional arrangement is acceptable to her.
Looking up with a soft smile, Arusha offers her grandfather a quiet confirmation that she accepts his final proposal. The Duke stands tall and tells Arusha that her performance and achievements have already been more than enough today. The Duke lets out a long and weary sigh while reflecting in his private study.
Duke Shermang instructs Nocturne to tell Arusha to come to his private study later this evening for a meeting.
The Duke notes that the girl is worthy of finally hearing the story regarding their ancient family heirloom. Standing in her nightgown, Arusha bows slightly as a maid calls out her name from the doorway.
The maid enters the bedroom and announces that Master Freddie is currently waiting for her in the parlor.
Arusha reacts with surprise, wondering why her Uncle Freddie has come to visit her so late in the day. She rubs her eyes, remembering that Freddie promised to stop by the heir's residence after yesterday's family meeting.
Entering the grand parlor, Arusha spots her uncle waiting for her while she remains near the door.
Kroby promises to watch over Leonardo while Arusha asks him to take care of her father during her meeting.
Arusha sits quietly on a bench, looking toward the side as she prepares for the meeting.
The young girl reaches out to touch the hand of the sleeping and weakened Leonardo.
Clasping Leonardo's hand, Arusha tells her sleeping father that she will be back soon after her meeting.
A servant escorts Arusha through the ornate palace doors as she heads toward her visitors.
Arusha enters the parlor and offers a polite apology to Uncle Freddy for keeping him waiting so long. The young girl stops in her tracks when she notices another child present in the room.
A silver-haired boy with bright blue eyes stands before Arusha and offers her a friendly and polite greeting.
The camera focuses on the boy's stylish shoes as he stands amidst a field of flowers. Smiling warmly, the boy notes that while he has heard a lot about her, this is their first meeting.
The boy introduces himself as Oscar, her cousin, while Arusha realizes his identity from the original novel.
A narrative bubble identifies Oscar as the original novel's protagonist and the genius who would prevent the family's fall.
Oscar extends his hand toward Arusha in a gesture of friendship and a formal noble greeting.
Chibi, Arusha, and Oscar shake hands while she internally screams about not wanting their first meeting to be like this.
Freddy and Oscar offer their greetings to Arusha, with Freddy telling her not to worry about the wait.
Seeing them together, Arusha reflects on why these two characters were so important in the original story she read.
Narrative bubbles explain that Freddy sacrificed his position as the heir to devote his entire life to his son. A flashback reveals Oscar tried hard to retain his dignity in a crumbling family following his father's tragic death.
Arusha resolves to find a way for the two of them to have a much happier ending than before.
Freddy explains that they came not only to congratulate her on her early admission, but for another reason entirely.
Looking down with a somber expression, Freddy offers an apology to Arusha for having turned their backs on her.
Freddy looks surprised as Oscar speaks up, offering to explain the situation regarding their family dynamics to his cousin.
Oscar explains that being direct siblings in a noble family like theirs means they are rivals from the start.
Arusha stares at her young cousin with a surprised expression as he speaks about their shared fate.
Oscar notes that because of this rivalry, the Duke strictly ordered that they never interfere in each other's matters.
Sitting across from Freddy and Oscar in the parlor, the young Arusha absorbs their explanation with a soft exclamation.
Freddy looks away, admitting that his mere presence there today is likely to spark various rumors and misunderstandings.
Gazing into his tea, Freddy reflects on the aftermath of the family meeting and his concern over Leonardo's sudden collapse.
Freddy looks directly at his young niece, stating that he fully understands if she cannot trust or even resents them.
Oscar remains seated beside his father, his hand resting within Freddy's as they wait for the young girl's response. Looking down with a somber expression, Arusha softly reassures her uncle that she does not hold any resentment toward him.
Arusha looks up with a gentle and understanding gaze, her expression clear of any lingering anger or bitterness.
Freddy addresses Arusha by name, prompting a silent and attentive response from both the young girl and Oscar.
Clasping her hands together, Arusha looks at Freddy with a firm resolve and asks him to tell her something immediately.
Arusha specifically asks about her uncle Liam Savlon while the scene shifts to the blonde-haired man walking through the palace.
Liam reaches out with a gloved hand to grasp the ornate handle of a large white and gold door. Liam pauses before the door, his head bowed slightly as a quiet sound of exertion escapes him in the hallway. Liam reflects on the rule that competing brothers must never involve themselves deeply in the affairs of each other's families.
A portrait of a red-haired woman in a green dress is identified as Roseanne Phoebe, the wife of Louis Savlon.
Liam notes that among his siblings, brother Freddy is the only one who strictly adheres to the family's non-interference rules.
Liam asks Roseanne what happened to his wife, noting that Louis would never miss a golden opportunity to put him in his debt.
Maids attend to a pale, blonde-haired woman lying unconscious in a grand bed while Liam demands to know her condition.
Standing beside Liam, Roseanne remarks that calling for her after the doctor was finished was the correct decision to make.
Roseanne explains that while her family is not known for medicine, they are the best in the Empire at sensing magic.
Roseanne asks Liam if he has ever heard of the illness called nepia, causing the blonde man to react with visible shock.
Liam stares in disbelief as he repeats the name of the disease, and Roseanne solemnly confirms that his suspicion is correct.
Nepia was an epidemic from 3 centuries ago known for gradually draining the magical power of the infected.
Roseanne stands stoically against a dark and foreboding background as she reveals the grim details of the ancient and forgotten illness. Narrative text reveals that because modern sorcerers lack significant magic, the disease was widely believed to have been long extinct.
A figure is shown entangled in thorns and roses as Roseanne notes the symptoms match the records, though it now drains life force.
Swirls of dark purple and blue energy fill the space, representing the corruptive and life-draining nature of the ancient magic.
Turning toward Liam, Roseanne asks him if he has any idea where his wife might have contracted such a rare disease.
Liam stands by a bright window, pondering if his wife might have touched an old artifact or visited a strange, unknown place.
Liam dismisses the possibility, insisting that he and his wife have been living their lives as they normally do.
A heavy and pregnant silence falls between the two relatives as they process the dire implications of the magical diagnosis.
Closing her eyes, Roseanne offers a quiet acknowledgement of Liam's denial, while the tension in the room remains palpable.
Roseanne turns to Liam and informs him that she has already done everything within her power to help for the time being.
She notes that since his wife survived the initial seizure, she may simply remain bedridden for several years while she recovers.
A dark thought bubble warns that if another seizure were to occur, the outcome for the sick woman would be catastrophic.
Liam enters the library and asks the servant about Sibien's status, hearing that she has finally fallen asleep after her ordeal.
Liam acknowledges the report with a quiet and weary response as he prepares to take his leave from the room.
Removing his heavy cloak, Liam instructs the servant to ensure that Achi and Dylan are informed of these new developments. The sound of a door clicking shut echoes through the silent and dimly lit hallway as Liam departs from the library.
Dust motes dance in the light near the ornate doorframe as the residence settles back into a tense and uneasy quiet.
Liam announces his intention to head toward the chapel, his expression cold and unreadable as he walks away from the servant.
The morning sun rises over the grand and sprawling towers of the palace, signaling the start of a new and uncertain day. Looking quite pleased with himself, Kroby excitedly recounts the events of the family meeting and the delivery of the letter.
Kroby boasts about storming the room and taking the lead, but the silver-haired Leonardo bluntly tells him to stop his rambling.
Sitting regally in his patterned robes, Leonardo looks toward the side with a calm and detached expression on his face.
Kroby claps his hands together and asks his master if he is ever going to receive a raise or a proper bonus.
Leonardo commands Kroby to shut up and bring him a water bottle, ignoring the servant's desire to show off to the others.
A white teapot sits on a small wooden side table next to the bed, reflecting the quiet luxury of the heir's residence.
Taking a drink from a cup, Leonardo wonders aloud who would have ever expected the young lady Arusha to get into so genius. Kroby notes that the admission is even more impressive given it was an early entry with requirements that were kept strictly secret.
Kroby admits he never imagined this outcome, but Leonardo firmly sets down his cup and claims he knew she would succeed.
Leonardo smugly agrees, noting that his daughter's acceptance was essentially a foregone conclusion.
Leonardo claims Arusha is the Empire's greatest talent, while Kroby offers a hesitant, polite agreement.
Leonardo stares off to the side with a faint, satisfied smile as he confirms the nays.
The ornate ceiling of the palace reflects the quiet luxury of the family's residence.
Leonardo gazes out the window, proudly declaring that Arusha's genius is a family trait.
Chibi Arusha worries about the time while a scatterbrained Kroby realizes he forgot a message.
Duke Shermang sits regally holding a glass of wine while observing his young granddaughter.
Arusha eats a muffin quietly, appearing slightly overwhelmed by the grand dinner setting.
The Duke notes her enjoyment of the food, and Arusha enthusiastically confirms its deliciousness. Arusha stops eating, her eyes widening in surprise at something the Duke just said.
Arusha reflects on the strange transition from meeting Uncle Freddy to a formal dinner invitation.
Nervous about his intentions, Arusha watches as a servant presents an ornate gold box.
Duke Shermang sips his wine, explaining the box contains something she left behind yesterday.
The Duke opens the box to reveal a silver bracelet for her upcoming official events. Arusha looks on in shock as the Duke grants her permission to keep the heirloom.
Chibi Arusha promises to study hard while the Duke hums with a neutral expression.
Arusha looks at the bracelet, remembering her desire to learn more about its hidden history.
While pouring more wine, the Duke asks Arusha why she is so curious about it.
Arusha explains that she wants to fully understand the item so she can treasure it.
Arusha's gaze softens as she expresses her desire to treat the family heirloom with respect. Arusha silently resolves to take perfect care of the artifact regardless of its secret past.
Internally, Arusha admits she must restore the bracelet's power to change her tragic destiny.
Chibi Arusha cheers as the Duke agrees to tell her the story behind the object.
Removing his glasses, Duke Shermang admits it is time for her to hear the truth.
The Duke begins the tale of the first Archmage and the families who inherited knowledge.
An ancient illustration depicts the legendary Archmage Sante wearing a traditional wizard's hat.
Narration explains that Sante possessed immense power and passed artifacts to two of her disciples.
The portraits of Cardiff and Lucina represent the founders of House Phoebe and House Chartier.
As Arusha touches the bracelet, she learns that the disciples once fought over its ownership.
Duke Shermang continues the historical account, punctuating his words with a sip of red wine.
Arusha listens intently, absorbing the weight of the conflict that defined their noble ancestors.
The red wine in the Duke's glass ripples, reflecting his somber face and steady gaze. Narrated text explains that House Chartier believed Cardiff's actions were driven by intense jealousy. Conversely, House Phoebe claimed the bracelet was used to stop a dangerous, forbidden spell.
The Duke admits the truth is lost to time, but a blood feud remains today.
An illustration shows the first emperor entrusting the artifact to a legendary swordmaster.
The swordmaster is revealed as Lord Leonard, the heroic founder of House Sableen. Duke Shermang explains that Arusha's father was named in honor of this great ancestor.
Arusha realizes her father's past recklessness once involved selling off such valuable family treasures. Arusha sighs at the thought of Leonardo's delinquent days while a chibi portrait appears.
The Duke asks if the dark history of the bracelet frightens her, but she denies it.
Chibi Shermang clarifies it is now just an ornament, which brings Arusha a sense of relief.
Nocturne interrupts the meeting, prompting the Duke to mention that Leonardo has finally regained consciousness.
Arusha's eyes light up with pure joy at the news that her father is finally awake.
The Duke instructs Nocturne to escort Arusha back while he stays behind to finish his line.
Arusha calls out a polite farewell to her grandfather as she prepares to depart the room. The young girl stops near the exit, her small boots clicking softly against the polished floor.
Arusha turns back one last time, offering her grandfather a bright and genuinely happy smile.
The Duke watches silently from his chair as the heavy doors of the study click shut.
Duke Shermang wishes her sweet dreams in the quiet, lonely atmosphere of his private study.
Sunlight bathes a magnificent white palace nestled within a lush and sprawling green forest.
Arusha sits at a table and starts writing a formal letter addressed to Brother Elliot.
Holding a pen, Arusha writes that time flies while continuing her message on the paper.
Arusha looks up from her desk with an adorable, wide-eyed expression of deep concentration.
Envelopes resting on a decorative pink background include a letter addressed to someone named Sibian.
Examining the sealed envelope in her hand, Arusha confirms that she has finished her task. Arusha presents the finished letter to the maid Ebot, who accepts the delivery task readily.
Ebot sorts through the letters, noting one is for House Appleton and another for another recipient.
The brown-haired maid stares at the letter in shock as she realizes who it is for.
A dramatic close-up focuses on Arusha's large, shimmering purple eye as she reacts with surprise. Ebot asks the young girl if she truly intends to send a letter to Liam's wife. A purple-haired chibi witch sits on a white screen accompanied by promotional website text instructions. Arusha's small hands nervously grasp the fabric of her dress during a tense, quiet moment. Narrative text expresses Arusha's desire to send a letter to check on her sick relative. Looking up with a pleading gaze, Arusha asks Ebot if sending the letter is acceptable. Closing her eyes with a soft smile, the maid indicates she understands the girl's request.
Arusha giggles as Ebot enthusiastically promises to take care of the secret letter delivery herself.
Chibi Arusha asks where her father is, and Ebot confirms he is waiting downstairs.
Golden sunlight streams into a luxurious palace hallway featuring intricate moldings and a red carpet.
Arusha's small black shoes step lightly across the ornate red carpet of the palace hallway.
The young girl stops and gazes forward with a surprised expression in the grand hallway. A detailed view showcases the fine lace and teal fabric of Arusha's elegant ruffled dress. A regal portrait shows Leonardo standing proudly with silver hair amidst a field of flowers.
Arusha excitedly runs down the grand hallway toward her father, Leonardo, who is waiting there.
Leonardo brushes back his hair while asking Arusha about her leg and their travel arrangements. Leonardo declares he specially ordered a uniform and refuses to let anyone see it before him.
Leonardo instructs Arusha to follow him because the carriage is already prepared for them outside. Walking behind Leonardo, Arusha thinks about how much her father's demeanor has improved lately. Leonardo turns to his daughter and asks if there is anything she wants to do.
Standing in the grand hall, Arusha looks thoughtful while considering her father's sudden, kind offer.
Arusha smiles with pure delight, her eyes sparkling at the suggestion of a fun activity.
Arusha laughs playfully while telling her father that she was only joking about her request.
Arusha remembers that the entrance ceremony is near and she must study with Mr. Limerick.
Leonardo nonchalantly tells Arusha that she is free to ride the carousel if she wishes. Leonardo adds that they will also walk through the park and eat cake together today.
A brown leather shoe steps firmly onto the cobblestone path of a bustling city street. Festive flowers frame Leonardo and Arusha as they arrive together at a renowned town workshop.
Arusha gazes up with wonder and excitement while standing at the entrance of Leche's workshop.
Extending his hand, Leonardo offers to properly escort Arusha as they enter the workshop together.
Promotional text for the translation team is presented alongside a happy chibi character on screen.
A portrait of a woman is shown next to links for supporting the series translation team.
The stone facade of Leche's workshop stands prominently along a bright and cheerful town street.
The dark-haired tailor, Leche, expresses amazement at his new task of creating formal children's dresses. Dressed in a new lavender outfit, Arusha asks her father if she looks pretty to him.
Leche gushes with excitement, calling Lady Arusha incredibly adorable and beautiful in her new clothes.
Narrative bubbles reveal Arusha thinks the dress is fine but wants to try on others too.
Arusha stands proudly in a sophisticated navy blue school uniform accented with elegant ribbon bows.
Looking annoyed, Leonardo demands to know what Leche is doing and orders him to stop.
Leche stammers nervously while reacting with visible distress to Leonardo's sudden and sharp verbal command.
Leonardo expresses his irritation with Leche while Arusha playfully asks the tailor for more recommendations.
Leche searches through the garments, asking for a moment while the young girl waits patiently.
Arusha points ahead with a joyful expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement at a discovery.
A sophisticated black and gold uniform is displayed prominently as a hand indicates its quality.
Leche asks if this is her chosen uniform, and Arusha enthusiastically confirms she wants it.
A rhythmic clapping sound echoes through the workshop following the young lady's final wardrobe choice.
Leonardo praises his daughter's taste, noting that he also favors the outfit she has selected.
Watching Leche stand respectfully, Arusha wonders if her father only likes it because she picked it. Arusha stands proudly in her new dark uniform, looking every bit the Noble Academy student.
Leche offers a silent gesture of approval as he observes the girl in her new clothes. Smiling brightly, Arusha offers a polite and humble word of thanks to Leche for his compliment.
Leonardo prepares to leave, his hand resting near his ornate red cloak as the visit concludes.
Brushing his hair back, Leonardo looks satisfied while Arusha watches him with a curious expression.
Les's expression turns grave as he warns that wandering outside may be dangerous right now.
Leonardo and Arusha react with shock as news arrives that the dreaded nepia is spreading again.
Flashbacks of a bloody epidemic haunt Arusha's mind, 7 years after the disease first appeared.
Placing a reassuring hand on her head, Leonardo tells Arusha not to fear their safe destination.
Looking up with a beaming smile, Arusha declares her absolute trust in her father's protection. Arusha reflects on Leonardo's protective nature while imagining him scolding those who would frighten her. Bright balloons float against a soft background, signifying a shift to a more cheerful outing.
A grand carousel with white horses spins under a bright canopy during their day in town.
Riding a carousel horse, Arusha laughs with pure childhood joy as she enjoys the festive atmosphere. Delicious strawberry cupcakes and chocolate treats are laid out for a celebratory snack after their errands.
Leonardo and Arusha share a quiet moment at a cafe table surrounded by sweet delicacies.
Leonardo gazes at his daughter with a calm and unreadable expression while they finish their meal.
Arusha blinks in surprise, her attention caught by a sudden movement across the small cafe table. Moving with gentle care, Leonardo uses a napkin to wipe a stray crumb from Arusha's cheek.
Clasping her fork, Arusha offers a content and happy smile after being cared for by Leonardo.
A small purple-haired character appears on a plain white screen alongside standard instructions for readers.
Walking hand in hand through a lush green park, the father and daughter enjoy the sunlight together.
Arusha reflects on her survival and the looming figure of Liam Sableen as they walk together.
Noticing her silence, Leonardo asks his daughter if something is making her feel uncomfortable or troubled.
Arusha asks about the nepia mentioned earlier, prompting a visible look of surprise from her father.
Looking up intently, Arusha asks if Uncle Liam's wife is currently suffering from the magical disease. Leonardo looks away with a somber and silent expression, confirming the weight of the girl's inquiry. Narrative thoughts explain Liam's devotion to Sabian and the dire consequences if she truly has nepia.
Leonardo suggests going home, privately wondering if their combined help could provide a potential cure.
Arusha remains quiet, her large eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation regarding her sick relative.
Sunlight streams through the windows of a grand and empty chapel, decorated with long blue banners.
Gripping a dark fabric, a mysterious figure acknowledges a report with a short and quiet confirmation.
A dramatic close-up reveals a woman with fiery red hair and eyes that glow like burning embers.
Liam pleads for help with a desperate expression while the red-haired woman listens with cool detachment.
A close-up of a smiling mouth confirms the red-haired woman's understanding of the man's dire situation.
Leaning in close, the woman asks if Liam is ready to accept her proposal immediately.
Two hands clasp together tightly, sealing a pact made under the weight of a heavy secret.
Crying in a dimly lit room, the pale-haired Sabienne begs her husband to spare her life.
Liam grips his wife's hand firmly against the bedsheets, his touch filled with desperation and resolve.
A desperate thought bubble expresses a fervent and singular desire to save the dying woman. Kneeling by the bedside, Liam vows to do anything necessary to ensure Sabienne's recovery and safety.
Liam closes his eyes with a pained expression, weighed down by the heavy price of his deal.
A handshake marks the start of a new era as the Empire faces significant changes. Malaysia urges Liam to seize the heir position when the chance to surpass Leo arrives. The sprawling palace grounds remain peaceful amidst the brewing political tensions and family maneuvering.
Nocturne questions if Liam is truly asking him to cease the current investigation immediately.
Liam confirms his decision, declaring that he will also formally give up his heir position. Shocked, Nocturne asks if he will hand the Savlon house to Marquis Leonardo, betraying Sherming's legacy.
Nocturne demands to know why Liam would suddenly decide to give up the family head seat.
Liam addresses his retainer with a cold and determined gaze as the conversation reaches a peak.
Calling Nocturne a friend, Liam hopes the loyal retainer will follow his lead despite the surprise.
Nocturne asks if the decision relates to Lady Sabienne, causing Liam to react with visible shock.
Overwhelmed by emotion, Liam's hand trembles as he crushes a glass in a fit of rage.
Fresh blood drips slowly onto the wooden floor following the sudden and violent outburst of anger.
Nocturne gazes at Liam with a look of profound concern and helplessness during the tense moment.
Dismissing his retainer, Liam asks to be left alone while he processes his intense emotional pain. Liam's yellow eyes glow as he reflects on how his entire life has been shaped.
Walking away with a bloody hand, Liam resolves that his existence belongs entirely to Sabienne.
Nork walks away, certain that a major event has fundamentally changed the young master's priorities. Narrative text warns that if things continue this way, the Savlon family will eventually face ruin.
Nocturne stands alone in the corridor, deeply troubled by the dark path the family is taking.
A door creaks open as someone enters a room filled with flowers and soft light.
Razan stands among roses and asked her visitor what he wanted to inquire about today.
Nocturne apologizes for the visit and asks Razan for information regarding Sabienne's condition and nepia.
Rosen listens with a serious and contemplative expression as the gravity of the inquiry settles.
The scene shifts to a quiet study where books and scrolls are meticulously organized on desks.
Seville looks at her admission scroll in disbelief, questioning if she truly passed for Sagenius.
A celebratory exclamation of congratulations rings out as the young girl processes the shocking news.
Maids embrace the joyful Seville while wondering how such an incredible achievement was actually possible. Looking for confirmation, Seville asks the maid if Arusha definitely passed the academy entrance too.
The maid confirms that both Seville and Arusha passed, noting her mother would be very proud.
The young girl's small blue shoes step lightly across the floor as she rushes to share news.
Holding her scroll high, Seville waves with a broad smile as she celebrates her hard-earned success. Seville dashes down the grand hallway with infectious energy and excitement to find her family members.
Elegant floral arrangements decorate the hallway, reflecting the prestige and high status of the noble residence.
Narration explains that Sagenius Academy is an elite school admitting only 10 brilliant geniuses every year.
Seville celebrates the immense glory her admission brings to the family while clasping her hands together. The young girl suddenly trips over her long skirts, letting out a startled cry of surprise.
Seville faceplants mid-celebration, proving that even geniuses aren't immune to the classic gravity trap.
Recalling her modular dress design, Seville realizes she can fix the wardrobe malfunction with a trick.
Seville successfully adjusts her outfit, proudly showcasing the transformed dress with a playful and confident look.
Seville bursts into the room and excitedly tells Big Sis Maladia that she passed Sagenius. Sitting calmly with her tea, Malatia smiles and tells Seville that she already knew the result. A black-haired man offers Seville praise, telling the young girl that she performed very well today.
Seville notes that Grandpa's present too and expresses her disbelief at the day's surprising events. Malatia reflects on Seville's brilliance, thinking that her admission to the academy was always a certainty.
Maladia and the man observe the energetic child as she enjoys her moment of triumphant success.
The two adults exchange a look of silent shock and intensity as the conversation turns serious. The black-haired man clears his throat with a sharp sound to regain the room's full attention.
Startled, the chibi-style Seville apologizes to Grandpa while looking nervous about her earlier outburst of energy.
Maladia asks the man if Arusha Savlan is his granddaughter on his wife's side of the family.
Giod stares ahead with his somber expression as he reflects on his complex past alliances.
Narrative text explains that Giod and Maladia shared a fragile, mutually beneficial grasp on power. Thanks to Giod's machinations, Malatia successfully infiltrated the palace and gained influence over the emperor. Maladia used her beauty to dominate the emperor while Giod ascended to power as first minister.
Despite their success, the narrative warns that their partnership is as easily torn as thin paper.
Giord tells Seville he must speak with Malatia alone for a bit and promises to see her again at dinner.
The heavy doors click shut, leaving the two powerful allies alone to discuss their hidden agendas.
Giord asks Malatia if Seville only got into the academy because St. Bremen dropped out due to Nepia.
Maladia observes Giod's intense and questioning gaze, wondering why he is looking at her with such suspicion.
Malatia notes that Giod seems unhappy despite her help getting Seville into Sagenius, while he asks why Arusha's name is on the list.
Slamming his fist onto the table, Giod demands to know what kind of scheme Malatia is currently cooking up.
Malatia smiles confidently amidst dark red roses, thinking that Crown Prince Elliot will now take a special interest in Seville too.
Overhearing the intense conversation from just behind the door, Seville realizes there is a hidden purpose to the day's events.
Seville clenches her fist in a moment of quiet resolve after learning about the adults' manipulations. Looking highly annoyed, Seville decides she will do things her own way from now on, instead of being a pawn.
The scene shifts to the magnificent White Palace, standing peaceful and grand under the bright sunlight.
Inside his private chamber, Leonardo sits quietly on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. Standing tall in his ornate robe, Leonardo prepares for the significant day ahead for his young daughter. A maid presents a wrapped gift box to the Marquis, explaining that it is intended for Lady Arusha. Looking at the pockets with a curious expression, Leonardo asks the maid for clarification regarding the gift.
A close-up shows the brown gift box tied neatly with a bright blue ribbon and bow.
Chibi Leonardo ponders the gift for a moment, wondering about the best way to handle the delivery. Leonardo instructs the maid to take the gift to Arusha herself rather than delivering it personally. The maid stands respectfully with the gift, her expression calm as she accepts the Marquise's instruction. Bright sparkles surround a golden ribbon tied into Arusha's hair as she prepares for her big day.
Dressed in her new black and gold academy uniform, Arusha offers a sweet and enthusiastic thank you to Helen.
The short-haired maid gushes over Arusha's appearance, telling the young lady that she looks incredibly beautiful today. Leonardo gently grasps Arusha's small hand, anchoring her as they prepare to depart for the academy. The emotional maid cries with joy while remarking that Lady Arusha has grown up and is no longer a baby. Arusha gives Abbott a comforting hug, reassuring the worried maid that everything will be perfectly fine.
The carriage door stands open in the courtyard, ready to transport the Marquis and his daughter.
A refined man waits by the carriage, adjusting his gloves as he prepares for the journey ahead. Extending his hand toward his daughter, Leonardo tells Arusha it is time for them to get moving.
Arusha looks up at her father with a bright smile, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation.
Walking hand in hand, the father and daughter make their way toward the carriage with high spirits.
Waving cheerfully from the carriage, Arusha promises the household staff that she will return home safely.
The loyal household staff gathers outside to watch as Arusha and Leonardo begin their important journey.
Hot air balloons float in the sky above a celebratory banner congratulating Arusha on her academy enrollment.
The horse-drawn carriage arrives at the entrance of a grand and prestigious estate for the ceremony.
Soft light fills a grand interior space, hinting at the high status of the upcoming academy event.
Entering the magnificent hall, Arusha gasps in amazement at the opulent decorations and the gathered crowd.
Seville stands among the other students, still processing the reality of her successful enrollment at So Genius Academy.
Arusha turns her head quickly as she senses someone approaching her in the crowded academy hall.
A welcoming voice calls out, offering congratulations along with a vibrant bouquet of celebratory flowers. A young boy with light blue hair approaches Arusha holding a massive bouquet of bright sunflowers.
Beaming with happiness, Arusha accepts the flowers and offers her heartfelt thanks to her brother Oscar.
Oscar greets Leonardo, noting how long it has been and asking about the state of his health.
Leonardo offers a short and blunt reply, telling Oscar that he is feeling perfectly fine.
Arusha observes the interaction, thinking that her father is being prickly toward the brother he hasn't seen.
Oscar expresses relief that Leo is fine and asks them to follow him as the ceremony begins.
Oscar stands with Arusha and Leonardo as they prepare for the academy entrance ceremony.
Looking around the grand hall, Leonardo wonders why the old man has not appeared yet.
Narrative text formally introduces Marquis Savlon as the group gathers for the important academic event.
A man with light brown hair mocks Leonardo, insulting the idea of his daughter being a genius.
Standing firmly, Leonardo retorts that having such a gifted daughter is indeed a rare and impressive feat. Tensions rise as Leonardo and the brown-haired man exchange a sharp, electric glare in the hall. The brown-haired man clicks his tongue in annoyance after being dismissed by Leonardo's sharp verbal retort. Crossing his arms, the brown-haired man proudly announces his own son is enrolling in the academy. Leonardo mocks the man, suggesting even worthless scum can benefit from having a truly talented child. While the adults bicker like children, Arusha sighs at their constant and exhausting competitive behavior.
Arusha wonders if Henry only came to the event because he desperately wanted to receive some congratulations.
Oscar suggests they start moving, prompting Arusha to joke about leaving her grumpy father behind.
A decorative banner officially announces the commencement of the 531st So Genius Academy entrance ceremony.
A small orchestra performs classical music to celebrate the start of the prestigious school event. Eyes sparkling with excitement, Arusha celebrates as the formal entrance ceremony finally begins in the hall. Arusha cheers happily while Leonardo watches her with a soft and satisfied look on his face.
An official on stage holds a scroll announcing the individual introduction of each new academy enrollee.
A young girl with short blonde hair walks down the aisle to polite applause from the audience.
The blonde girl's shoes step rhythmically onto the carpet as she approaches the front of the room.
Wearing large glasses, the blonde girl introduces herself as Winston while the gathered crowd continues clapping.
Oscar gestures toward the stage while Arusha watches the first student introduction with great interest.
The Master of Ceremonies calls for the next student, Edmund Duran, to step forward for recognition.
Standing together, Oscar and Arusha observe the procession of elite students during the formal opening ceremony.
Oscar offers Arusha a warm and encouraging smile as they share a moment of sibling connection.
Narrative text explains the esteemed cultural history of the Winston family and the Duran family's military legacy.
Arusha is impressed by her brother's extensive knowledge regarding the Empire's 12 most powerful noble families.
Waving goodbye, Oscar departs to join his fellow students as the ceremony moves into its next phase.
Arusha reflects on the original story where she was merely a silent and powerless extra character.
Arusha realizes her early enrollment has helped her family rise to become one of 3 great powers.
Looking directly ahead, Arusha expresses her deep love for her new life and current self. Arusha reacts with sudden horror as she spots a spectral version of her past self nearby.
Collapsing in pain, Arusha coughs and trembles as a dark and suffocating energy suddenly surrounds her.
Haunting laughter echoes through the air as the bright ceremony hall is consumed by an ominous darkness.
Trembling on the floor, Arusha grips her chest in agony while her vision begins to fail her.
A ghostly, younger version of Arusha appears, standing motionless in the middle of the darkened hall.
The spectral girl speaks a haunting and urgent warning, telling Arusha to run away immediately.
Looking